I think it's the point you just made. First of all, I've gotten to know Coach Beaver for a long time on the Nike trip and just following his career out. I got a lot of respect for what he's been able to do.
You know who it is. It's your favorite Uncle, the Bishop. Saturday, football church Saturday. Guess what? We got a big game going to start at 1 p.m. South Carolina State, Delaware State. Look at shout out to PV. You know I got some jokes for you all later on, but we're not going to talk about PV just yet. We're going to talk about them during halftime because they got a game. They got to finish their business. But you know what? We're going to do a little something on Saturday. You know, I'm going to get it started off. You know, everybody who cast the characters will all join us a little bit later. You know, I have to get started. I'm the one that doesn't have any kids, so I get to hang out a little bit early. You know what I mean? So that's when you get older, you don't have to have no kids. Like Scotty got to run around, take care of all those beautiful children you got. But he'll probably, slide on in here and give us that. This is because Zoe, you know where he's going to be at. You know, got the Soul Bowl going on. So, Zoe, doing a little Soul Bowl thing. So, it's just going to be me. You know I got it handled. Listen, see, hey, Bulldogs, listen, it's y'all time. Going to see what's going on. Hey, man, I'm glad that you guys are here. You know how I'm going to do it. I'm going to hold it down. I'm going to give you all the stats. I'm going to give you all the things. But, one of the first things I wanted to point out in this matchup, you're talking about the number one offense, Delaware State, versus the number one defense, South Carolina State. That is where the battle is going to be right. Also, you're talking about the number one rushing offense versus the number one rushing defense with South Carolina State. So as they say, styles makes fights. I think this is going to be a good heavyweight fight. We want a really good game. I want to see that barn packed up there at Delaware State. I want to see all the South Carolina State. I want to see the marching 101. Somebody tell me what Delaware State's band is. I do not know. It is Classic Weekend. You know what I'm saying? We're going to roll into that game. You know what I'm saying? Got some stuff to talk about there. Like I say, hey, can James Cosley close it out, get another winning season? We'll see what happens with that. Hey, big game down in Jackson. I'll tell you another big game, too, that's kind of not on the radar. Alabama State plays today, getting ready to get started. So we're going to talk about all that. Hey, man, get the people come on in, man. You know what? See, I already started with the trash talk. I'm going to let y'all have that one right there. That's good there. You know what? And there you go. Got to play 4 quarters against this team with Delaware State. Big time running attack. Sean Jackson said they ain't fearing nobody. But you know what, though? The mailman is coming to deliver some mail. We're going to see what's happening. So, hey, man, games on ESPN Plus. Get your, fees up. Like I said, man, we're going to have a good time. You know how we do, man. So, like I said, just come on in. Like I said, while we get set up for the game. Okay, see, this is what I like. Bulldogs alums. Let's see, I love this. And like I say, what was it? Krista, Miss Jeter has already come in. She's listen. See, that's a Bulldog right there. See, she's seen those championships down there in South Carolina. She said she know what her team got to do. They won championships before. They played in the playoffs. They won more MEAC championships than anybody else. So they know what they got to do. Absolutely. Like, shout out to my Rattlers. Like I said, little baby 245. Hey, you got a big game at 3:30. You know we got to do Florida Classic down there in Orlando. Hey, got to make it happen. Shout out to Mr. Hey, thanks for the Unc shout out. We are here. Appreciate you being in. We're going to have a good time, And, of course, always hold it down. Fly Gray Street. Making sure everybody's doing right in the chat. Appreciate you joining us. Shout out to those Prairie View Panthers. Again, got some jokes lined up for them because y'all don't understand something happened down in Tallahassee yesterday that they weren't happy about because they were doing a little talk over there, PV versus everybody, about my Rattler girls. But we're going to talk about what happened on that in volleyball. So, guys, come on in. And like I said, just enjoy it. Again, the game is on ESPN Plus. There you go. Hey, listen. See, look at one of those Callaway Chargers talking about stand up. That's right. North Jackson stand up, man. Listen, Callaway, one of my favorite schools. I went to St. Joe Catholic. I'm Catholic, you know what I'm saying? So I had to bless y'all with that. But, shout out to Callaway, North Jackson, Beasley Road. Y'all know what I'm talking about, man. We're doing a little bit that Jackson flavor, how we give it to you. But also I'm going to give you a little bit of that Jackson State flavor. I got that Jackson State in my family. Got support Grambler, too. And then, of course, my Rattlers play. This is the thing. Here's what I will say about the preseason hype. What I would have liked is if the West had to give us a couple of better games. They kind of fell off some of the teams. Grambling lost a tough one down at Alcorn. I would have liked that. Hey, but the East, you know what I mean? You always have that Jackson State versus somebody. This year was Alabama State. They gave us probably maybe the game of the year, or one of the games of the year, definitely game of the year in the SWAC. So, I will say this, the hype didn't last for Southern, though, did it? Southern, this is amazing. Can Southern go winless in the SWAC and one win? And I've had to think, literally in my lifetime, I have never remembered Southern only winning one game. That is just unbelievable. Hey, look, absolutely. That's on St. Joe. I know, man. All that stuff out there in Madison County, that's the new folks. See, I'm from the old school, right there off Highway 49, right there by 220. You know where we was at. Absolutely. That's old school. Bowling Street, exactly was at St. Joe. So, yeah, I come from that old school St. Joe. I love that. 15-mile per hour around the country, a lot of lunch travel for Delaware. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to make sure, because this, for me and the MEAC, like I say, FAMU came from the MEAC. I watched the MEAC, like I said, during my formative years in college and things like that. I am so glad. And MEAC, you talk, we don't need to have a championship game. It's mighty funny. I like that y'all having a championship game right there, because it does bring that energy. It does bring everybody to watch. So that's one thing I will give the SWAC what they've done. Now, I know the MEAC can't have a championship game because they don't have enough teams. But this is the reason why you like a championship game, because it's for all the marbles. Guess what? You got an upstart Delaware State that nobody would have thought had the ability to get to the Celebration Bowl. And then you got those old soldiers down there in Orangeburg, South Carolina, holding up the MEAC banner saying, we ain't going to let no newcomers come in here. So we want to see if it's old school versus new school. I'm old school, like I say. But I am happy for Deshaun Jackson of Delaware State to come in and really energize the MEAC, because that gave us some stories. We've got Morgan State and North Carolina Central playing now. Right now, I think they're in the second quarter, 10-0. North Carolina Central trying to finish off their season strong. Trey Oliver letting those guys know that we want to have one of the winners class of all time. So we got it. This right here, my people right here, from day one on Off Script, has been representing South Carolina. They were one of the first people when Jack State in that South Carolina State battle. He let them know that South Carolina State was going to take it now. So he's been holding down on the Off Script channel for a long time. Appreciate you, Blue Jay 3000. Appreciate you being here. Chasing the 20th. See, that's what I'm saying. South Carolina State Bulldogs know it. Chasing the 20th MEAC championship. There you go. Thank you for the update. 13-0. And matter of fact, I just looked over there to the screen, kicking a field goal. So guys, listen, I'm running the show by myself. Hey, I tell you another thing too. D2 playoffs, 5 HBCUs. I need for you guys to keep an eye on those scores. Drop those scores in there. We got a lot, number 1, number 2 seeds, I believe. We definitely know Albany State, FAMU alum, Coach Quinn. We had him on the HBCU Coaches Corner playing today. All those schools playing today at 1 o'clock. So again, drop those scores. I need a couple of people to help me out, but I'm going to hold it down. I'm going to give you some of the insights and things like that. But one of the things that I just kind of want to point out, guy, is the quarterback battle. Which one of these quarterbacks are going to stand up and make it? Is it going to be Bennett for Delaware State, who's been a running quarterback, not a lot of touchdowns, 8 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, or is it going to be Atkins, who had that almost tragic daisical run to the end zone and got smashed and almost cost his team the game, but 14 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. And again, we know that strong running tap, and that bad man Gillis should go over 1,000-yard mark, 991 yards. Smith, only 441 yards. And again, the wide receivers are what's really the strength of South Carolina State. You got Smith coming out there with 695 yards. And, of course, not the strength, but Lawler has made big plays when Delaware State is needing them. And I'll tell you what, on the defensive side, hey, man, Lutz for South Carolina State defense in 8 sacks. Robinson on the side, 5 sacks. And then that man Bates probably might be all kinds of defensive player of the year with 68 tackles. And Mr. Franklin, who made some big hits, will be laying the wood. So, guys, get ready. South Carolina State will be on the ESPN Plus. ESPN Plus is where you'll be able to see the game. So we're going to get that set up. Guys, I'm going to get myself set up on the TV. I'll be right back. And we'll get this watch party started. You are the Bishop on the All Script and Coach's Corner Rocky Miller channel. That's what we do. Appreciate it. Let everybody know. Come on in, man. Drop those scores. Drop your score predictions in the chat, and we'll see who gets it. There he is. We I'm in the house. That's how we do. Boy, listen. If this happens, it's going to be some mad folks. I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back getting it set up. South Carolina State traveling to Dover, Delaware to face those upstart Delaware State Hornets. It looks like we got a lot of Bulldogs in the house. Listen to what I'm saying. Unofficial Bulldog watch party over here. Unofficial Delaware State. And there we go. Already, as you can see, if you guys got the game on, they're already letting those know. The double trouble, the Jones and Gillis, law firm of Gillis and Jones. 800 yards for Jones, 1,000+ yards for Gillis. Big game. There you go. On game is on ESPN Plus. Check it out. Get your logins. Ask your friend for a login. We might show a couple of plays, but you know how it is. ESPN, we watch a Scotty channel. We don't want to get them banned. Okay, DSU All-American checking in. But, hey, man, you can't be just Trav 245. We need your name if you're a DSU All-American. We got to give you your praise, too. If you're a SWAC All-American, man, hey, let us know who you are. We appreciate you watching. Come on in. Check it out. Going to have a good time, man. Listen. Hey, listen, see, this is what I'm talking about. You know, the greatest thing is technology, guys. Like I said, I'm from the old school. Wouldn't be able to do this back in the day. You had to call your boy, man, what was the score of the Jack State game? Man, what was the score of the FAMU game? What was the score of the Grambling game? They have to tell you. And matter of fact, it wasn't even on. Have to be right there on the radio. Hold on, guys. Sorry about that guy. Had some background noise coming in. No, listen, man, I've been on the road a lot, and I take care of my mother, so been on the road. So I'm just going to sit down here and have a good time with you guys. Got the first kickoff. Looks like Delaware State's going to get the ball first, so apparently I think that South Carolina State must have wants to toss and deferred. So, yeah, man, I'm going to be here, but guess what? We still going to be here for the Classic. As we say, guys, there are other websites that are streaming the game. Just kind of go out there and look. I can't tell you who they are because, like I said, I don't want to get Scott in trouble, but you can go out there. There's some other websites that stream the game. Check them out. And like I say, have them up, but have the sound over here. And so, like I say, because I'm going to give you the best analysis of the game. So, Delaware State coming out first time on offense. Oh, wow. Delaware State switching up. Wow. What is this about?
That gives us the best chance to win. Inside give there. Not a whole lot of running room for James Jones.
Bennett not starting. Okay, maybe this is a one play. No, let's see. Let's see the Bennett come back in. This is interesting. Backup quarterback for Delaware State starting, not Caden Bennett. I know he was pulling on his hamstring in the last game. I wonder if that affected anything that's doing with him not playing starting. Here goes that Delaware State running game. Delaware State with the dark helmets and dark pants, baby blue jerseys, or that Delaware blue, whatever they want to call it. Big run by them. But Kanan Bennett, the story already early. Why is Kanan Bennett not playing? That's going to be interesting when they ask him what's going on with Bennett. If anybody, again, for Delaware State, was there any news that came out because he was injured? Gillis with a carry. Like we said, this is a very talented South Carolina State. Shout out to Travis Tarbley, number 5. Hey, man, appreciate you being in the house. Love to see our former HBCU players, man. Appreciate you watching, hanging out with us, man. And like I said, if you know, hey, man, why is your quarterback not starting? Why is Bennett not in the game? If you know that, call your boys and say what's going on with that. Give us the inside information. 2nd and 9. Modest pickup by Nathan Stewart, the redshirt sophomore out of Laurel, Maryland. You see what the flag is. This flag race, you giving y'all the chat rules. You know how we do it. Like I say, some people's feed, matter of fact, you guys' feed might be a little bit ahead of mine. So like I say, don't tell him. There he is. Mike, Mike Reed, might need you to come jump on this real quick and give us your analysis. You know what I'm saying? Who you think Jack State gonna play in the Celebration Bowl? Mike Reed, shout out to my nephew, Mike Reed. The Breakdown on Wednesday, the best Jack State breakdown show. Mike been holding off on those wings. He's been playing it kind of light, but we're going to see what he does. Maybe during SWAC championship game, maybe he'll step his game up. Mike, I got a surprise for you, too. If you all beat Alcorn, because the Alcorn folks say game ain't over yet, Mr. Cam, we ain't even played. We might keep those boys out, but we'll see what's going on. Shout out to Maryland. Let's say, shout out to Walter, Maryland. What's up, Walter? Come joining us. Well, third down and miss. Looks like Delaware State's going to have to punt. Mike, I got to put it out there. You know how it is, man. I'm trying to be fair and balanced. You know what I mean? I do believe that you all will see you guys in the SWAC championship game against Prairie View. Prairie View. See, there you go. See, Peasy. Thank you, Peasy. Camel back. See, Peasy Alcorn. You know what I'm saying, man. Tell him, man, this is Soul Bowl, man. I can't be right here just saying anybody. I'm from Mississippi, too, man. I got to give everybody respect. Peasy, go ahead and put your score in there. Tell us what Alcorn is going to do to get that big upset today. Now, this is one of the things, too, that I was kind of talking about when we broke this game down on HBC Coach's Corner. One of the things, can South Carolina State get that stop, get up early? This is one thing that Chennisberry has done in these big games. He's been able to punch teams in the mouth early and kind of hold them off. We're going to see if what this offense is going to do against a stout Delaware State defense on the run, but one of the worst in the MEAC on the pass. So this is the thing about it. You're talking about strength versus weakness right here. Now, this is where you're going to be kind of concerned at when you're looking at South Carolina State. And South Carolina State, number one passing offense. Delaware State, the worst passing offense in the MEAC. Oh, we definitely going to get into that during halftime or maybe one of these breaks. We definitely want to talk about that. That looks like a face mask. Peter said 26. Listen, you know, this is what breaks my heart. We got two people, and again, no energy there, probably no disrespect, probably do not know the historic nature of this game, especially on the Delaware State side. Probably, how many times are you going to hear, and I think one of the Bulldogs said it, this is South Carolina State going for their 20th MEAC champion. You got to talk about that. You can't just read that paper. You got to know these things. This is what I'm talking about. Sometimes you got to have people that know it. Scott said, drop the link. We're going to drop that link to you. Here we go. For the Bulldogs. Goes in motion back into the backfield. Atkins clapping his hands, going to look to the sideline. South Carolina State, 3rd and 6. It's over 3 minutes gone by here in our opening quarter. Johnson in motion there for the Bulldogs. Snap to Atkins here on 3rd down. Fires over the middle. Incomplete South Carolina State. Look like, hey, listen. A little bit, look like teams trying to feel themselves out.
Yeah, put it right there low for him to try to make that catch. So nobody else can get to it, but unable to make that catch. They're going 3 now. So both teams' defense is standing tall. That is exactly what you want if you're looking for a tight matchup here on championship Saturday.
Yeah, exactly what you're looking for.
Elliot Giannis will punt it away after 39 yards per punt here for the Bulldogs. Puts the right foot into it. Jaden Jenkins will let it bounce at the 34. Takes a Bulldogs bounce inside the 25, down at the Hornets 23.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. I'm not going to even lie. This is pretty bad. I hope, like I say, Scott is going to jump on. We're going to probably give you some better commentary to what's going on here, man. As they say, do like back in the day, the old folks say, hey, man, just cut that sound down and just listen to us because we are definitely going to get this. Well, you listen, let me tell you something, guys. Let's keep it 100%. You know what Tiffany Green is at. Tiffany Green is sound coming from. That's the sound coming from. Oh, there we go. That's where it's coming from. Let's close that out in the background. All right. There you go. There you go.
What's up, Mr. Campbell?
Hey, man, listen, man, you know how we had to hold it down, man. We had to open the door. You know, people want to come to church a little bit early, say their prayers and things like that. So I had to open up the doors of the church. Like I say, there go my main man, like I say, Mr. Off Script himself. Real quick, one of the biggest things, I don't know if you heard me say it, Caden Bennett's not starting this game. Have you heard anything why he's not starting this game? Yeah, I remember he was on his hamstring last game.
I won't say officially. I think he plays in this game in some aspect. I think you have to go with Saray because he's the better passer. And you can't let South Carolina State just tee off on you in the running game. So I think they're playing him to make him a little bit more dynamic. That's why I think he got a lot of playing time in the Howard as well as the Morgan State game to get that passing game going a little bit better. But I hope to see Caden Bennett in some form or fashion, if it's just to run the ball or to do passes. But I like Sultry has to hit that pass. I mean, like you can't like in this game, this magnitude, like I get it, maybe some jitters, but come on, man, like we're driving, you got to hit that pass. And we just we can't miss those opportunities. And I agree with everybody. These announcers are not it for this level of game. Yeah. You can't go out like this. But again, Mr. Campbell, I think it's on the same token, 1:00 in the afternoon. There go Caden. I think there go Caden right there.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, I think Caden just ran the ball.
Yeah, I just thought that was just interesting. Like I said, again, your leader of your team, and he just didn't start. I understand your point. Like I said, give him a different look. And maybe that's a little bit of coaching chess matches. You know what I'm saying? Now you're going to have to do a little something when we bring both quarterbacks in. To your point, I think what they'll do is when they bring 13 in, I think they're actually going to run the ball just because they think he's going to pass the ball.
Yeah, I think it just makes them more dynamic in multiple ways, getting both guys. And I'm not a big fan of, I'll tell you, I'm straight up, I'm not a big fan of the dual quarterback system, but I think for Delaware State, it works into their benefit because they're such a run heavy team. Oh, come on, man. You got to get a better block than that, bro.
Yeah, that was.
You got to block better than that.
So this is one of the things that we talked about. South Carolina State, top defense, in the MEAC, ready to come. And like I said, and again, I think what you're trying to see is I think they're trying to loosen them up to get that running game going. Scott, what do you think about that?
I mean, if you're South Carolina State, you know what you came to stop. You know what this, it doesn't matter how much passes they do, you know what we have to stop. And if we want to win this game, we have to stop their running attack for South Carolina State. And this just ain't it, man. Like, I'm not understanding the play calling. Like, you got running backs for a reason. You got the two best running backs in FCS. And you're doing QB draw on second and what, 15? Second and 16? What are we doing?
Who was 0?
Caden Bennett.
Okay. I think Bennett. Oh no, Atkins is 5. That's what I was saying.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not understanding the logic behind the play call. Like 2nd and 15, you going. Come on, man.
And now they're 3rd and long and 3rd and 22. And this is exactly what South Carolina State wants Delaware State to be at. Man, you better watch
Come on. Come on.
Yeah.
What are you looking at? Wide receiver? Look at the wide receiver at the top. Yeah. What is he doing?
This is what we talked about. Scotty talked about strength of Delaware State running game. Their weakness passing. And what did we talk about? What did I say earlier? Number 1 defense in the MEAC. Just show pick 6 South Carolina State. And that's one of those ones, Scotty, what does every coach do? Don't throw the ball across your body back to the middle of the field. Did not every coach tell you that? Is that not even almost in a little league?
The play calling put them in that position. The play calling's bad. Like you run. I mean, you do the side pass, which I don't have a problem with the side pass. No problems with that one. My issue is QB draw on 1st and 2nd and 15. What sense does that make? That's my issue with the whole thing. What sense does that make? And then you come back, and then Caden Bennett has all the time in the world. I mean, he's dancing, he's doing his thing. He buys time, and you throw a pick 6. And I said this on Outspoken. I said, if you give me Caden Bennett from Morgan, we're gonna lose. If you give me Caden Bennett from Morgan, we're gonna lose. If you give me Caden Bennett from Norfolk, we have a good chance to win this game. But it all depends on the Caden Bennett you get. And I'm telling you, to me, in this situation, you have to use Caden Bennett in spot duty, and you got to go with Sultry for passing because he's the better passer.
Right.
That's just what it is. And it just, that ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it.
And that's smart, like I say, because like I said, 3rd and 22, you just, again, this plays into South Carolina's strength. That's what you want. And this is what South Carolina State, we've seen it all season long, defense making big plays. And to Scotty's point, this is where Delaware State does not want to be. Because, Scott, I'll tell you one thing about this, and we talked about this earlier. Me and you've done some of these Delaware State games. And I think you said it. Delaware State don't want to be down 14 points. They don't want to be down 17 points against South Carolina State. That's going to be a hard hill to climb. So this is one of those things that I think they got to sit back and regroup and really try to come back and get points right now.
The thing is that you're not putting any pressure on Atkins, right? Like, this is for Del State needs Atkins to go beat you. He's capable of doing it, but at the end of the day, you got to make him show you he can do it. But when you're letting defensive touchdowns happen and pick sixes and all that type of stuff happen, then you get into a world where he gets more comfortable because he's not forced to do anything. He's
right.
not forced to, he's not. Look, we already up 7-0. I can come out here. I'm loose. I can play loose. I know my defense got my back. So there's a lush feeling he gets as a quarterback because you're like, oh man, we straight, we good, right? But if you put the pressure on him and you make it a battle, it is what it is. Delaware State, I don't think they have to score here, but they got to flip the field or get a field goal right here. That would be in their best benefit because defensively, I think they did really well in that first drive. But that can't. He's a grad senior. Like, I need people to understand that. This dude's been playing for like 6-7 years. You know what I'm saying? So you can't do that. You can't do that.
No. Well, the game doesn't. The Alcorn Jack State game doesn't start until 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central. So we've got this game first, and then we got that game after this. UAPB up 7-0 Alabama State. That game should be on HBCU Go that I saw.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I won't be on here too long. I got a family friendsgiving that I got to get to. So. I'm gonna jump on here, probably get off of here about 2:15 and head on over to that Friendsgiving I gotta go to.
Well, that's awesome, man. Well, like I say, go to the Friendsgiving. But see, man, I know you're gonna have your phone on.
Listen.
See what you just got to do. I'm gonna tell you what you just need to do. Just have the link on and then jump in.
you best believe I'm gonna have my phone on me at all times today. It's just too much.
Oh, there you go.
Got him. He jumped it. He tried to jump that slant. He tried to jump and he got him over the top.
He did. But Scott, this is what you talked about. Went to the other quarterback, the passing quarterback.
He's the better first down. He's the better thrower.
Hey, listen to that little RPO action right there. Great pass.
That's great time by the old lineman to let him double clutch it. Number 12 jumped it perfectly. He was going to pick six that jank. He double clutched it and got him going, man. That was a big time throw. Big time. But you see, Mr. Campbell, they went to that triple option quicker this time. I told you, I got mad at Nemo because he would keep it in his back pocket and he wouldn't bring it out till like the third quarter. He went to that. He's gone to that two-back system. I love it. I think it's one of their best formations. Boom. Come on. Somebody, got to hold y'all blocks. Got to hold y'all blocks. That was a good. They got to hold their blocks. But they got a lot of people in the box, though. I think they had like 8 people in the box.
Well, that's what to say. That's the whole thing about it. South Carolina State. Listen, you're talking about the worst passing game in the MEAC. And we know what the strength is. South Carolina State, they feel comfortable with their defensive backs. They say, hey, man, you're going to beat us over the top.
Yeah. So you got to go with Sultry. If that's the case, then you got to go with Sultry. He's the better quarterback. Right here, it looks like they're going man on man right here. Yeah, this man on man. Nah, little zone, probably cover 2, little cover 2.
Yep, corner dropping off.
Picked it again.
Unbelievable. Wow. Listen,
You can't.
one of the things
do
I
that.
said.
You can't do that. Like
The,
you can't do that.
the number one defense in the MEAC is South Carolina State. They are the number 2 defense in passing, and they're showing it right now. And again, you just can't make these. You just cannot make these plays in a championship game. And this is the thing. And this is what, Scotty, let's put it out. And I try to explain something. And shout out to South Carolina State people. And I'm going to talk about this going forward about some things I'm projecting is going to happen. South Carolina State's been here in these big championship games. They know what this game's like. What did Deshaun Jackson say? My guys have never been in a game like this. They've never even had a winning record. This is the thing when the pressure of this game starts to heat up and you want to see a team that has been to the Celebration Bowl, MEAC, former MEAC, and look at that play right there.
This is what I knew this was going to happen. You can't. They're not good. Delaware State is not good enough. They're just not. Like I knew what the fault of this team was. This team is not good enough. So in totality, they're not good enough. That's just what it is, right? So again, me picking Del State to win was simply because Perry guilted me into it, right? But at the end of the day, is you got to know football, and football wise, South Carolina State's the better team.
They're the better team.
They're the better team. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you've been putting yourself in situations to get what you want. You've been putting yourself in situations to get what you want, but you haven't capitalized on it. You know what I'm saying? So that is what it is. The Delaware schedule was not weak. That is a lie. That is a flat out lie. You can talk about the Lincoln or whatever, South Carolina, Connecticut State, but their schedule was not weak. Not with Monmouth, not with UD, and no, their schedule was far from weak. Far from weak. They should have beat Sacred Heart. They played Monmouth tough. You're talking about the same Monmouth team that has been whooping up on everybody else. Stop. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Now you just out here lying.
They said Perry played with John mind trick on you, Scott, to try to get up on those rankings on you.
Yeah, and I'm cool with that. You know what I'm saying? You listen, I gotta rock with my guys. I'm gonna rock with them. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, it is what it is. Hopefully, keeping it, if they can get out of here, then get out of here with 3. That works.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah, that's what they got to hope for. Because you just, like I say, this team here, you don't want to get down 14.
If they miss this field goal, be even better.
So 4th and 6th field goal opportunity for South Carolina State after interception in the end zone.
They got to be careful about special teams right here. You know, it might be a fake. You already know how Chennisberry get.
Yeah, I think they tight them.
Missed it. Let's go. We back in it, baby. We back in it. Come on. That's all we needed. A good stop right there. That's a good stop.
Yeah. College kicker situation, as you just saw. What's going on?
So, is that on SWAC TV, the Bama State jank?
Yeah, it's on SWAC TV.
Let me go ahead and go over here.
No, I'm sorry. It's on HBCU Go.
HBCU Go? Okay.
Yeah. (7-3) Arkansas Pine Bluff. Looks like Andrew Body is in the game.
What?
No, I'm sorry. That's more. I'm sorry. No. They got a 1 on defense. They got a 1 on defense because I was about to say, wait a minute. UAPB has the ball.
Can't have you at no. Huh? Boy, you would have got everybody high. What?
I saw the number 1, and when I first cut it on, I was like, okay, wait a minute. But he's a linebacker, looks like.
Bama State might really lose this game.
Listen.
Their defense is not good. I haven't said, listen, their defense is really not that good. Just in all honesty, their defense is not good.
No. And this is the thing about it. You cannot lose this game. You got to finish this game out. Because once again, I think going back, I think somebody said this. Because what would this be? This would be, have they won 8? They've won 8 games already, right? They're at 8.
I think so.
Yeah, I think they're at 8 games. And again, they haven't won 9 games, and God knows how long. Yeah, they're 8-2. So again, you're talking about a potential 10-win season Yeah, you cannot. Like I said, you want to have that on your record. Eddie Robinson really needs to have that because that 7-8, you know what I mean? 7-7 has always been there. So it's time for you to break through, get that double-digit win, make this one of the best teams ever in Alabama State. And that's what happens when you couldn't close out down there in Jackson. The what else will be for a long time.
Listen, and if Jackson was to lose to Alcorn today too, and you drop this game, oh my goodness,
you would be sick. Delaware State back with the ball.
Sick is not even a word. Oh, good tackle. Get loose. Yeah, that's what I need to see. That's what I need to see. Come on, Gillis, get up there, baby. He said, Scotty.
Scotty can get that honorary degree from clapping pretty soon.
That's exactly what I wait for. Come on, Gillis, run that thing.
We're going to talk about that too during halftime. Yeah, we saw that foolishness.
Come on, man. I do need to go to Claflin's homecoming. I think they do it during basketball season. I thought he fumbled that. I was talking about UAPB, not Del State. Get up there. There you go. Come on, hit it, baby. Come on now.
Let me see. We got any scores on the we got the D2 HBCUs playing at 1.
Oh yeah, they got the playoff jinx, right?
Yep. Virginia Union's down to Penn West. What's this? Western Cal. Teams I never heard of.
Come on, James. You better get loose, James. Let's go. That boy James Jones different. Come on, James. Get that boy the ball. Man, that boy different. That's an NFL back right there. I don't care nobody.
Both of those guys.
Gillis, I'm kind of falling off on Gillis a little bit. He be tiptoeing. I need let James be hitting that thing. James hits it. Gillis be tiptoeing. These last 3 games, Gillis been tiptoeing. I'm sorry, guys. If I'm ahead of y'all, I apologize. Listen, I'm hyped. Y'all just gonna have to deal with it today. All right, UAPB just punted it back to Bama State. They got it. Uh-oh.
Big hit right there.
He gone. Bama State gone. That Bama gone. Cut it back. You got it. Back. AJ Harrell.
Yes, sir. Well, oh man.
You can't get caught by the kicker.
Yeah, you can't get caught by the kicker.
Listen, this quarterback has to know if it's not there, just throw it away, get the 3. Can't force anything right here. I would get a hard count right here to draw him off sides. Oh, late blitz. Spit out. Okay. Oh, he got him.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he got him.
Number 7.
What a clip. Because he was gone. Oh, he was gone. He got to pick his feet up. Pick your feet up, young man.
Look at the big man run.
Oh, pick your feet up. Jesus.
Now, what's going on? You got us in the house. You know, it's me and Scotty holding it down on the Saturday. Scott's going to be here for a little while, and then he's going to be checking in. Got a couple of people probably checking in a little bit later. So we holding it down.
We need this field goal.
Field goal opportunity.
We need this field goal. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Hey, man, that's what we want from a championship game, man.
I'll take it.
Hey, man, big stop on the, big turnover. Got to stop and come back with a score. 7-3 South Carolina State. And what is the score, UAPB? That is still
7-3. 7-3 still.
7-3. Arkansas Pine Bluff is up on Alabama State. That game is down in Montgomery.
Oh, they just had to, man, Bama State jacked that up. They had a great return, but it was 2 personal foul penalties, so now they're re-kicking it. And AJ had brought it over to plus territory, so yeah, that sucks. That sucks.
starting to settle in a little bit as the first quarter comes to a close, trying to get everything ready. See Coach Jackson right there, coaching on his team up right there, getting them ready for everything for kickoff. We asked head coach Sean Jackson how they have proven the doubters wrong after being picked to finish last at the MEAC preseason poll to playing.
Appreciate all you guys joining us, me and Scotty, on the Off Script channel and also on the Rocky Mill channel, home on HBCU Coach Corner. Rivalry week, championship week in the MEAC, playoffs D2. Man, we got a lot of football today, so man, we'll be riding with y'all for a little bit.
Oh, come on.
What was up with the short kick?
Probably trying to keep it out of a certain person's hands, but you know, again, I'm telling y'all, the thing about Delaware State, what makes them so unique is 2 out of the 3 phases are not good. Their special teams, not good. Their defense, average. The only thing that's elite about this team has been their running attack, and that's what's been leading them to victory. And they just been a very opportunistic team. But you gotta play perfect. You gotta play. South Carolina State has a lot more wiggle room to do what they do. But if Delaware State can keep this offense in check, they have jump, young man, jump early. Once you see him cock it, jump early.
Atkins with a nice strong throw.
Watch the run right here.
That's why they're able to be the best in the MEAC passing, because they have a lot of guys.
Nice. Good D. That's actually the plays they should be running with Sultry to help him. You know, you don't gotta just
roll out.
Yeah, work the half of the field. Yeah, like because on third down, South Carolina State is blitzing. So to having a nice rollout to one side would really help him focus on half of the field, so he wouldn't have to worry about a lot of it.
Especially anything 3rd and 5 and shorter.
Yeah,
where you didn't run to get the first down. Delaware State doing a little bit of jumping around on defensive line. They've got almost 6 guys at the line, even though one guy's covering that slot guy. Oh, wow.
Be there. Oh, be there. He's short.
Man, he should be. I think he is short.
They punting it.
Yeah, I think that's good. Big tackle.
Good tackle right there.
Yeah, he was short by a good little bit. If that was the line, short by what, at least 2 yards.
Yeah,
there's no way he did go for that. Okay. Touchback. So now can that Delaware State offense get going? Can they start turning out some yards on the run game?
They gotta get James. What I would like to see is an option. I would like to see a speed option. Because again, you're used to seeing them hand the ball off. Attack that D end and make him make a decision and let these guys get on the edge. I would like to see something like that from Nemo Washington on this drive.
Offensive line coached by the former NFL player Eugene Chung has done an amazing job coaching the Delaware State offensive line.
That was a good run by Gillis. That was a hold by, man, that was a mean hold by number 50. Mean hold on that tackle. Mean hold. He had him dead to rights, and he had him dead to rights and held him.
Yeah.
Had him dead to rights, and I mean, Jesus Christ.
He turned him around almost.
Ooh, Jesus. Bama State driving. Caden Bennett's in the game. Watch the QB run right here.
There go your option.
But this is the thing. They're sitting on it. Like with Caden Bennett, they understand what it is. right? So there, you see the safety up, you see all these guys up. You got to, that's the thing. If the safety's in the alley like that, you got to take the shot over the top because there's no safety help. So I love the option call, but not with Caden because
Right.
the safety was damn near 5 yards off the line.
Limit what you can do when he's in there in the game on that.
Coming on this season, to say the least, 3rd and 6.
Woo!
What a defensive play for the Bulldogs coming in.
Again. Oh my God.
Contrary Harry with the slot.
That's a great blitz
Rush.
call. That's a great blitz call. But again, my issue is with a young guy. Great way he didn't fumble the ball. Let me just say that he didn't fumble the ball. Great job not fumbling the ball. But again, if you understand what South Carolina State's team is in the defense, they like to blitz. So what do you do with blitzes? You have to beat blitzes with motion.
Yeah.
Motion will make you identify because again, if that slot receiver comes across or goes across, if he doesn't follow him, you know it's okay. He's either dropping or he's coming. You see what I'm saying? That's what motion allows you to do. Even if you go trip side to it and he doesn't kick out with the outside guy, but you got to start identifying these things, and it's tough. It was a great defensive call though. Great defensive call by the defensive coordinator. Bama State is getting into the red zone.
Yep.
Boy, that was a tough throw by Smoot. Very tough throw by Smoot.
What is Smoot, a redshirt freshman?
No, he's actually a redshirt junior.
Redshirt junior.
Tough throw. Tough catch by the Jet.
Wow, that was a good catch. Hey, man, this is the Bishop, Mr. Campbell, and we got Scotty here on it. Rivalry week, MEAC championship game, right here on our script, right here on HBCU Coaches Corner, Rocky Miller channel, man. Just come in, man. Tell all you people come join us, man. We'll have a good time, man. Got a lot of football that's going to be played today. This guy's going to hang out for us a little while and then be our special correspondent as he can dip in and out from his friends.
Yeah, family's giving. That's what I'm going to.
Family's giving.
A family's giving.
Family's giving. That's a new one.
Well, it's like a whole bunch of 1, 2, 3 generation versions of Key's family.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. And you're added to that.
Yeah. And all my children. All my children.
All your children. That's
all
awesome.
my children. So yep. So we went to it last year. It was at somebody's house. That house was so huge. That house was so damn big. I was like, oh, this is nice.
Well, man, I'm really proud of you because you have not had any more stories of Thanksgiving horror stories since that first year. And I'm very proud of you. I know those people never invite you back again, but I'm very proud of you.
And I hope they never do. But the crazy thing, though, Mr. Campbell, is that dude's mom, if you're talking about barbecuing, A1. That's who I call. If I'm in Atlanta and I need somebody to barbecue, I'm calling his mama. But not for Thanksgiving, though. Not calling her for Thanksgiving.
Can't do it.
Nah. She can grill anything for me, like ribs, pork chops, whatever you want. She can do that. But Thanksgiving, no, I'm good.
Can't do it.
No, I'm good. You know what? I was on this radio show, Mr. Campbell. I do this radio show on Wednesdays, but question for you. They asked, what is your top 5 Thanksgiving dishes? And mac and cheese can't be on the top 5 because they called it Jordan. They said mac and cheese like Jordan.
Right,
Everybody gonna put that one, but what's your top 5 Thanksgiving dishes?
Okay, so is dressing considered a dish?
Yes.
Okay. So good dressing, old school dressing, got to be in top 5.
Okay.
Candy yams, got to be in top 5.
No, you got to rank them. You got 1 through 5, 5 through 1, however you want to do it.
Okay, so I'm going to go candy yams 5, green beans 4, turnip greens 3. Let me see. What am I missing? Because you said we can't have mac and cheese because that's the GOAT. Dressing is going to be my number 1. So I got to add one more in there because I'm trying to think of what we usually have.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I tell you what, my aunt, my daddy's sister, makes an incredible broccoli and cheese casserole that is straight fire for Thanksgiving. So
let me tell you mine. So I have mine ready. I said giblet gravy number 5. Gotta have gravy, you know.
Okay.
For dressing.
Okay, so you consider gravy as a dish. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh, let's go. Come on, good hit, baby. We here to play. We here to play. All right, so number 5, giblet gravy. Number 4, greens.
Yeah.
Number 3, dinner rolls. Gotta
okay, see, I don't consider rolls a dish. See, you talk anything other than turkey.
Anything other than mac and cheese
is
considered part of Thanksgiving, right? Number 2 was dressing for me, and then number 1 was ham. Ham number 1. Ham, I don't do turkey.
Okay. So all right, so that's why I kind of so you're adding meats in the dish.
Everything.
I thought they were talking about side dishes. That's what.
No, just dishes in general.
Oh yeah, well yeah, man. I'm sorry, man. My classmate, man. Listen, he do a smoked turkey, Cajun smoked turkey, man.
I bet it's good too. Now
look at Rocky coming to join us right here. Rocky, have you been able to look at the game?
Yeah, I am, man. I'm watching it, and in an unsafe way. So I decided I just get on here since y'all were talking about something I'm an expert in, which is food. You know, this is where all you swag people, y'all can't say I'm a novice when I get to talk about food and Thanksgiving sides and entrees. So I don't want to hear that shit. I'm an expert at this. I got the figure to prove it, and so I just want to say that. But you say mac and cheese. See, that's crazy to me because I'm not a real big mac and cheese person. You know what I mean?
Just makes you your whole opinion after that is done. If you're not eating mac and cheese for Thanksgiving,
no. This is what I'm saying. How many different ways can you do cheese and noodles, bro? Like that's just what it is at the end of the day. Cheese and noodles.
The disrespect that you're showing mac and cheese right now is outrageous. Cheese and noodles? Disrespectful.
Yeah. You know. But since I can't choose the Jordan size, I can definitely choose the LeBron size. You know what I mean? And
somebody calling you, Rocky.
It better.
Yeah, because I don't even know where he's taking this. You know what I'm saying? Like, Maggie, what? Just cheese and noodles? The disrespect.
Look at what Blue said. Got to have a white offensive lineman.
What are we? What are we talking? Man, just the disrespect he is showing the mac and cheese is just unheard of to me. Like that's crazy. Listen,
Rocky don't have that good old school aunt that know how to cook that mac and cheese that don't allow nobody else to touch it. And you know that plate that they cook it in, that pan that they cook it in, still got the cheese that's been around. They use that same pan for the last 55 years. With
it got the burnt rim. It got the burnt rim around
it. They give it that flavor and spice to it. Come on, man.
Listen, you know mac and cheese is serious because you can't just let anybody bring it. You know, it got to be one of the goats of your family to make it. Like anybody, not know anybody just bringing that dish. Like you gotta know the person that. Who cooked the mac and cheese? Okay.
Not only who cooked it, it's somebody that usually gets assigned and has been assigned to that duty
years
from Big Mama and has been passed on to the auntie. And then the new wave, they take them into the secret bat cave. They don't know where you go. I gotta go to my aunt's house. I'll be back in 4 hours.
Yeah. She gonna show me how to get this done. You know what I'm saying? So
auntie about 92 years old. Talking about can't do it no more. I gotta pass it down.
We're not doing that. And then the fact that, listen, some of y'all, I'm gonna be honest with y'all, some of y'all ain't seasoning y'all mac and cheese. Okay, like I agree, Rocky. If you just doing cheese and noodles, ain't nobody eating that. Okay, you gotta have some seasoning with your mac and cheese. I just want to be very clear about that. So don't
down isn't right here, Scott. In third down.
We'll take it. No flag. Okay, great. Yep. You know what I'm saying? So. He said, "You see that the arms got to be big,
bro." I'm talking about the arm. He talking about the arm that hang. That right. with that moo on, bro. Moo and house shoes first.
Oh man, not they, yo, boy. Listen, y'all man was just wild. Dirty rice. Now I ain't mad with you on that one, Peas. I love man.
Yeah,
Listen.
oh yeah, listen.
Woo. Man, but to see, you gotta have somebody in your family that makes that dish. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. You gotta have somebody in your family that make it. You could want something, but if nobody in your family makes it, it's like, damn. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
no Velveeta.
Listen, Velveeta is not the problem. Velveeta is not the problem with people making mac and cheese, because 9 times out of 10, block cheese is the main part of it. It's just how you season, because some people do a cheese sauce. Like my wife and her mom, they do cheese sauces, like, and they pour the cheese sauce after they in the season. So it's kind of like they make their own version of queso, and then they pour it over the noodles and make it all that type of stuff, right? Then you have people like my mom. How my mom does it is she puts the block of cheese in it and let it like cook throughout it, and she seasons the noodles and all that type of stuff. Yeah, so it's all about, you know, it's all, go be there. Somebody gotta be there. This camera, dog, these cameras are trash.
Yeah, listen, I don't understand, man. Listen, I'm sorry. We can not have cameras just using somebody's iPhone. That is crazy. We cannot listen, man. What is with the iPhone camera angles? Bro, they got like all the 2 cameras at this joint.
He had them beat too, man. Albany State 14, Valdosta 9. Shout out to Albany State, man. Shout out to
Coach Quinn for coming on HBCU Coach's Corner. FAMU legend.
Man,
these check that interview out.
These Bama's are tackling.
And I'll tell you what, guys, if you have not seen How to Build an FCS Champion, man, please go back and watch it. One of the best shows on the Off Script channel. That was amazing. Shout out to Scotty letting us do that. Shout out to Blue bringing the heat.
Shout out to Blue, the data. Shout out for Blue for the encyclopedia.
Come on, man.
Oh my goodness. These Bama's, listen, South Carolina State is playing really, really good eye discipline. Really, 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 really good eye discipline. So you're not going to just catch them on some easy stuff. You're going to have to remix this a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 4. They're going to drop. They're going to have to drop. They dropping. Yep. Come on. You got time. Oh, and he falls.
Oh. He was wide open.
You got a turf monster get you. I prefer a roux over the egg custard. The roux allows the noodles to stick to the sauce. You a cooker, okay? Because this sound like Japanese, okay? Listen, I don't be doing no type of cooking in my house. So yeah, see, deep fry. I'm not a turkey guy. Now, again, see, to me, I think some of these dishes should just be good, right? You don't got to worry about who cooking it. Well, you always got to worry about who cooking. Never mind. I don't know. Look, I'm just not the biggest fan of turkey. I'm just keep it a buck. I'm gonna tell
you something about deep fried. The biggest thing about any smoked or deep fried turkey is the season, especially on deep fry when you got to do the injections. You don't have somebody know how to do the injections, right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, the turkey. I mean, if you just set the timer, 99% of the time you good with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Same thing. But if you don't know how to do those flavor injections, horrible.
Yeah, I'm just smoked turkey, fried turkey. Like if it's good, it's good. But turkey is not. It's not a have to be there type of thing for me. That's what I'm saying.
Now you a turkey or a ham guy?
I'm a ham guy all day, every day. Like I have ham for any major, like Christmas, Easter. I better have ham. Okay, ham better be on the table, and don't be sleeping on that honey baked ham. It is so daggone good. All right. Me and my wife just bought $100 honey baked ham to be at the crib. I'm not asking my wife to cook no crazy ham. I'm gonna tell honey baked ham.
Let honey baked ham do it.
Send it my way. Send it my way. And I hate cranberry sauce. I can't stand cranberry sauce. Don't put no cranberry sauce on my
PZ 100% because a Thanksgiving meal is all about the sides.
All about the sides.
Oh, 100%.
And I want to tell y'all this. Y'all will stop disrespecting Thanksgiving and talking about Christmas before Thanksgiving even gets here, okay? That's what y'all will stop doing. My wife's trying to decorate for Christmas. No, ma'am. You will focus on Thanksgiving, and then the day after Thanksgiving is Christmas from here on out. But you will not treat Thanksgiving like some side.
I can't. I'm old school, man. First week in December, that's when you're supposed to put your tree up. All this Man, I see people. I'm driving down to Atlanta. You got people got Christmas stuff up already now.
Nah.
Disrespectful.
Disrespectful. No, we're not doing that.
I'll give you at best. I'll give you the weekend after Thanksgiving at the earliest. I'll give you that.
Yeah,
Black Friday. Then you want to do your little thing Saturday and Sunday at best.
Yeah,
but y'all pre-Thanksgiving now. We ain't doing that.
No, we're not doing it. Look, Mr. Campbell, you've been around. Why they call it Black Friday, not White Friday?
Bro, listen. There is a story about that, and actually, as they say, I can Google it because that has been one of the mysteries. But you know what, though? Like I said, so we got a little time.
Yeah, I want to know because I feel like, low key, I feel like they talking about us. He said, "Shit, my mama threw her tree up at the beginning of this month." See what I'm saying? The disrespect that y'all have for Thanksgiving is just outrageous to me. Be there. Come on, good tackle. They can't go that 3-down lineman too often, man. They cannot do that 3-down lineman stuff too often. They're gonna get ran through if they keep doing that. They gotta go heavy. Because Atkins is not looking sharp right now, so
no,
they
not
gotta
at
go
all.
heavy.
It is what I'm saying, man. Okay, thank you. Can we get the down and distance right?
Oh, they got him. Oh, they didn't call it. Oh, what a throw! What a catch!
Nice little back shoulder catch.
Yeah, that was clean. You got to give him that. That was clean.
Oh man, hopefully this is better now, guys. I apologize for.
We just want to make sure that, hey man, listen, when you driving, we want to make sure you were good. But I was getting ready to call you.
No, man. So I'm going to announce this high school football game, and I went down to like the main highway here is I-35. Anybody in Texas know I-35? I got to I-35, and it was a parking lot, and so I have to go what we call the back way, pause, but it ain't got nothing to do with because you got to say anything that's out of line nowadays. You got to pause.
Rocky, listen, let me tell you something. We over 50. We get to say the way we want to say.
Yeah.
That's anybody 40 and up. That's their thing. 40 and up. 40 and up.
Thank you.
Yeah. So us, we just say stuff. 40 and up.
We can get to talk.
Yeah, we can
get to talk. All right. I like that, Mr. Campbell. I like that.
Yeah, y'all got.
I'm gonna adopt that.
Because, bro, when I go to the barbershop every 5 minutes, it's like when them dudes are talking. I'm like, bro, can you just complete the sentence? Man, just complete the sentence. Y'all vocabulary is not deep enough to start thinking, man. Just say what you're trying to say. Oh, man, pause. Bro, I don't even know what you said yet. You said pause before you finish the sentence. Come on, man, just say the sentence.
Yeah.
But before you got taken off, you was about to have this horrible Thanksgiving take. So what was your horrible Thanksgiving take?
So I was just simply saying that mac and cheese at its essence is just noodles and cheese, bro. And at the end of the day, that's what it is to me. Now I think everybody has a special recipe, and I understand all of that. But how many different ways can you make noodles and cheese? You know what I mean? Some people make it with elbows. Some people make, surprisingly enough, some people make mac and cheese with spaghetti noodles. You know what I mean? Like they do all kind of.
Don't do that.
That's a New Orleans thing. That's a Louisiana thing.
No, don't do that. I'm not going. Yeah, no, sir, no.
So
elbow macaroni.
Yeah, but I done had people use like bow tie and then all these fancy names for different kind of mac and cheeses, and I'm pretty basic. I'm like you, Mr. Campbell, as far as traditional. I like the traditional sides, man. I like dressing. I like greens. I know a lot of people will reserve black eyed peas for New Year's, but I'm not even mad at black eyed peas on Thanksgiving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Come on.
I like black eyed peas.
How did he get that open? Oh, pick route. Good pick route. Good pick route.
Hey man,
so Scotty, you
yards with that throw.
You said what?
He just went 100 yards with that throw.
But Scotty, you do realize that Delaware State is not going to win this game without overcoming some level of adversity. is just not
their
gonna.
whole team
They're
is
just not gonna
adversity.
win it without come.
The whole team is
Absolutely.
adversity. I just told Mr. Campbell they're two out of the 3 phases are average. Their defense average and their special teams is average. Like the whole team is adversity. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that's made them elite is their running attack, their rushing, their offense. That's it.
Yeah.
So is that an indictment on HBCU football in the MEAC, or is it just an amazing coaching job by
Amazing coaching job? You know, because the thing about it, the Morgan game was a tight one that they pulled out. You know what I'm saying? The NCCU one, they stayed to their strengths and they pulled that one out, right? The Norfolk game, they pulled, like, again, you can't deny a team pulling out victories. That's just what it is to me, especially in year one. For me, year two. I don't think there's. I think year two might be like how I felt about FAMU when Willie had that year. I'm like, it's Delaware, it's FAMU and everybody else. Like it's literally nobody on their level. And I think when you add Deshaun Jackson's success in year one, including his ability to recruit, yeah, you're going to talk about a meet because Marquis Adams is coming back. He was supposed to be their starting quarterback, right? So he's on the team. He's coming back. James Jones, he might come back, but if I'm James Jones, I come back because I got Clinton Portis as my coach. You know what I'm saying? And now if the Power 4 teams come with a big enough bag, he might be gone.
Yeah, I was about to say, what about the portal? That's another thing too.
Yeah, he might be gone. But you know, let's stop. They got that stop. They stopped that and they fumbled. Fumble!
Yeah.
Come on! Rocky, that's all we do is pull it. We pull games out the hair.
Hey, Scotty, I was gonna mention this to you. You know, Baylor kept their coach, right?
Yeah, for another year. I saw that.
For another year. And I know some people with their program, right? And don't you know these NIL I ain't gonna even say, I guess they're just agents, right, Mr. Campbell? These people are getting so serious right now with they paying these kids to go in the portal. Like the agency
100%.
is paying the kids to go in the portal.
Oh, wow.
The problem is what they've done is because it's not the NFL where you have to be licensed. See, there's no licensing. So anybody can be an NIL agent. And they're taking these kids a crazy amount out their money compared to the NFL.
Hold on real quick. Mr. Campbell, this is exactly see how the safety's just sitting right there because he's expecting that slot guy. You gotta keep throwing that, right? Because again, that corner is sitting there for the option, for the run, to play the run. So you got to do stuff behind them to get what you're looking for. Get out of there, Bennett. Get out of there. Come on. They're figuring this defense out. They're figuring it out. Come on. They are figuring it out.
You know what makes this game so bad is the announcers.
We're doing
much better. I mean, I'm sitting up there. I cut it up just to hear what they were going to say, and I'm just okay. Let me cut this back down.
No, that's why I was watching the game, and I wasn't watching the game, but I was listening, and I couldn't listen to those guys. That's why I end up just calling, just tapping in with you guys and keep up.
Oh, woo! Man,
you gotta block it. Why?
Yeah, he let that go. Man, he is lucky on a couple of. He could have fumbled that, or beat almost could have been a pick.
Supposed to block the guy in front of you. It's a bubble route. You don't block the inside guy, you're gonna get your man killed. Yeah, that's not on the quarterback. That's on the receiver. I'm sorry. Oh my God, that is such a
13.
That receiver is set. Man, the receiver has to block the man in front. It's a bubble route. Jesus.
And appreciate it. You got, keep dropping those scores from the D2. We want to keep that up. Albany State 21-16 second quarter. Hey, also give us a time check on that too on the second quarter. I just wanted to see how close they are to halftime. Appreciate y'all. Keep dropping those D2 scores in the chat.
Man,
Hey,
Caden
Mr.
Bennett is
Campbell,
wiggly.
when they get a break in action, let me know because I want to discuss because I just found this out last night that these kids are getting paid to go in the portal, and I want you to kind of understand what is the mindset with the agency paying the kids to go in the portal.
Yeah, I'll definitely talk about that because that's a big thing. Because again, like I told you, I used to be an agent. Got a lot of friends still in the business, and man, these street agents, man, it is horrible. And they're driving
getting the money to pay the kids, though?
A lot of those kids in the portal because of street agents.
Where are they getting the money to pay the kids to go in the portal?
Yeah, just hold on. I'll tell you that story. I'll tell you a funny story about that. Got fourth down, Scott, and what you think here?
I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what happened. Right? So what happened is they ran the play before. They saw that James Jones was wide open. Well, now the defense they're like, okay, because if you go back and watch the play before, James Jones is jumping and yelling because he's mad he didn't get the ball, right? He's hot that he didn't get the ball. So they come back and run that play again, and they thought they were going to get it, but it's a bad throwback. It's not a great throw. It's not a bad. It's just like it just wasn't well executed, right? To me, I think you take the points. Like,
yeah, that one. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think you take the points.
I think you take the points. Like, you know, 6-7 is 6-7. 6-7 is a better situation to me going into halftime than you trying to. You know what I'm saying? But again, it is what it is. The thing for me was that I just think there should
Was it a gimme kick, Scotty? Was it a gimme kick?
Yeah, it was what?
Yeah, about 35. Probably like 35.
Oh, that's a gimme. That's a gimme. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So the guy just made a 37-yarder not too long ago. I mean, so
kickers go for it.
and now where do you put South Carolina State in? No, your offense was not in the drive. I think your offense was in a drive until you got behind the sticks, and now you're able to come back up because you got behind the sticks on that throw. So you're able to get back up into a 4th and 3. You take the points. Like, just take the points. I'm not understanding it. But again, they've been an aggressive team here and there. I don't know if that's the play I call. I think I just maybe go QB power with Caden because he's getting freaky with it, like he's getting really loose with it, or maybe like a fake with a slant behind the linebackers or something. But they wanted that play for James Jones because James was open on the last one, but Caden Bennett didn't see it. He forced the go ball, right? So, it's just little things like that. It's just little things like that.
Now, let me ask you this, Scotty. Is you saying that they're figuring out the South Carolina State defense, right?
Yeah.
Is the product of them making it difficult is just the number of people they have in the box, or what they're doing with their defense?
I think it's two things. The people they're keeping in the box and their and South Carolina State's eye discipline. They're not getting caught up in the minutia of the fake. They're not getting caught, and that's what got Norfolk. That's what got NCCU. They get caught up in the backfield, and they're so hyper focused that they lose containment. South Carolina State is not losing containment. They're playing really sound football, and they trust their DBs one-on-one, so that allows you to bring more people into the box, right? So, and then they're also saying, okay, Delaware State, if that's how you want to win the game by throwing it, because you ain't won a game by throwing it. You ain't. So we'll live mano-a-mano, and we'll just make sure you can't get it going by the run. So that's how they're playing it. They're just playing really good discipline, really sound football, gap integrity, and they're making tackles.
So you got Delaware State on the 24-yard line. Aggies back on it, back in the controls again for South Carolina State. Delaware State has 181 yards rushing already, but only got 3 points. If you would have told me that they had 181 yards with 4 minutes left, I said they got 2 touchdowns at least.
Yeah,
we know what it is. 2 big, big six and an interception in the end zone. That's really what changes game.
Here's the thing, Mr. Campbell. The running game usually during the course of a game don't get less effective.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? It
That's
usually
fair.
gets more effective as the game wears on. And I'm just saying that's why I think when you guys said 7-6 is a better score, it's certainly a better score when your running game is working.
Oh, what a catch!
Oh,
You can't ask for nothing better than that.
that boy did a Jerry Rice right there.
That's a damn good catch. That is a damn good catch.
And I almost could have called a flag on that. But then
That's really offensive if we're being honest. That's really offensive if we're being honest. But
Yeah.
no
I
ref
thought that
gonna
was. I
call
thought the
that.
defensive back that did that. That was the offensive guy that did that.
Yeah, ain't no ref gonna call that. None whatsoever. And that's a great point. Yeah. Delaware State's defense has not allowed an offensive touchdown.
No, they haven't.
You know what I'm saying? So you got to give them that. But that's a damn good catch.
And see, Rocky, to your point, this is the thing about it is that's why to me South Carolina State's got to get up by 14. That's why I think they got to make Delaware State play from behind because this type of game, and that's why, again, kind of going back, why we think the 3 points is important because that running game starts leaning on you. Didn't one of those guys break wide in a close game.
It's a wrap.
Well, like I say, the running game usually doesn't get less effective as the. It sounds like Delaware State is just grinding the ball. They're not just getting big plays. And when you grind on somebody,
they've got a few of them, but not enough.
It wears on you, man.
Yeah, they gotten a few big plays, but their big plays usually turn into touchdowns.
Right.
And their big plays haven't. They've been stopped, 10 yards or in the red zone, and they haven't been able to execute within the short field.
Yeah, the big play has been between the 20 to the 20.
Now, let me ask you guys this. With that being the case, do you think the number of possessions that South Carolina is going to get, is that going to make South Carolina press on offense? Because the running game limits the number of possessions you get.
You don't need to press on offense because defensively, Delaware State hasn't made you have to do anything, right? Like
okay.
You know what I'm saying? It'll be different if you have to press because you can't stop them. You've been able to stop them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, what do we need to press for offensively? Well, hey, let's just take our opportunity when it comes and make the plays that are there, and we go from there.
I'm just talking about speaking to the fact that they hadn't put any points up. You know what I mean? Is South Carolina State going to get, frustrated with not putting points up with their offense?
Well, I don't think, but see, frustration comes from the top. Chesberry's not going to get frustrated. You're talking about maybe the best coach in HBCUs. I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think what Chennis wants to do is to finish drives, which they have not done. That's the thing. I think he's going to go in halftime. We finish drives, we can beat these guys. Because I think he feels very comfortable with his defense. I think he feels comfortable, and really, the bigger advantage is their offense versus Delaware State's pass defense. That's the big gap.
So why isn't South Carolina State just dropping back and throwing the ball like they did against who they play last? Was it Norfolk State?
NCCU.
Yeah, NCCU.
I didn't think they just dropped back and passed. I mean,
because the kid 32 took that game over late in the game. Remember, they started getting the winning game going.
I thought they were passing a lot in the first part of the game. You know what I mean? I thought they came in there to pass the ball. In other words, and that's what I expected them to do with Atkins. Is to use him.
Well, Atkins right now, and again, looking at what Atkins has got, listen, that's what I'm saying. Atkins is now for 14 for 165 yards. He's up on the way. He's already half the 300.
So they're all passing.
Exactly. And they've had big catches and big plays. So again, the point, both teams have, to Scotty's point, when they've gotten to the point where the score, they made mistakes. And then remember, South Carolina State missed a field goal.
How much time left to go in the first half?
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Oh, yeah, they got plenty of time to put points on the board.
That's a flag. That's a flag.
Oh, yeah.
That's a flag.
Gotta be.
Flag.
And I mean, he had time, man. I could have walked down there on that field and thrown that ball. That's how much time he had. Jesus.
Yeah, that's a flag.
Cannot give him that much time.
Yeah, when my people called me yesterday and told me that's what these agencies are doing, I was like, wow.
Oh yeah, man, it's bad. It's these street agents. They go in here and they promise these kids, and they front. But see, it's the same thing with the NFL.
These are agencies. These are agencies. They gave me. I don't want to get a name of the agency, but these are agencies on the West Coast. I'll say that, and they just paying these kids to go, and not just any kid. They paying certain kids. I just
the thing about it is because they've already talked to another team that had a kid go, and they've already talked to the NIL. And remember, in the NFL, you can only get 3% of a contract. There is no rule or regulation in NIL. So you got some of these kids being idiots, giving these people up to 25% of their NIL money, which is insane.
Wow.
So of course, if you got to your point, right, if you're talking about a kid that's getting a 6-figure NIL, right, and I'm getting 20% of that, right?
That's a nice little chunk of change.
And I give you $10,000, $15,000 cash to get in the portal. I'm winning all the time.
How is he that open? How is he that open?
Because they're playing
How
zone.
is he that open?
Touchdown, South Carolina State.
Christ. He's wide open. Like nobody over top of him.
Jordan Smith. And this is what I was talking about when we kind of talked about it earlier. South Carolina State wants to get up 10 points, 14 points, make Delaware State get out of their comfort zone, make them play from behind. That's the thing about it. And this is what South Carolina State. And hey, for my people from Central, you know that whatever they've done to Central, gotten up and make them play from behind, and then they win the game. And this is, I think, the same strategy they're going to try to do right here.
This is a big drive for Del State. If you can get any type of points on this drive, is your best bet.
Yeah.
But again, you would only been down one score if you would have took the points.
But here's the thing. This is what I'm talking about. So listen what you're trying to say. Do you try to get a big run? You're not talking about a minute 10. That means you're probably going to have to throw the ball. Their weakness. One of the things you don't want to do is turn the ball over again.
The thing that's been concerning to me about Del State is they score on big plays. And I don't remember a drive where they drove the ball down the field and did score in a big moment. But, Scotty, you watched it way more than I have. Have they been able to, like, drive the ball down and score in big moments, or have they been overly dependent on big plays?
The NCCU game was probably the best game that I've seen them drive the ball down.
I was just about to say that. That's exactly how they won that game.
Yeah, that's exactly how they won that one. But outside of that, nah. Outside of that game, no.
But they had a lot of big plays in the NCCU game, though.
Yeah,
overall.
But to close it out.
To close it out. Yeah.
They ran it on
4th and 2. They converted on a 4th and 2. They had multiple runs, big throws on 4th down. On 3rd down, stuff like that. So, in just multiple ways, they did what they needed to do to close that game out.
I just got a text somebody talking about they watching Harvard, Yale. Well, I'm not. I'm watching MEAC football, HBCU football. I don't care nothing about no Harvard and Yale. South Carolina State, Delaware State. South Carolina State 14, Delaware State 3. MEAC championship.
Yeah.
We're gonna see Caden Bennett back out there, Scotty, with Gillis.
Yeah, they're gonna need his speed.
I like Zero as a quarterback, man. He's my kind of QB now. Is he the dude that threw the pick 6?
Yes.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me. He's not a very good thrower.
He didn't start the game, though, which was interesting. The other guy started the game, the other quarterback.
I'm like Scotty. I love that formation with him at quarterback and those 2 running backs. I think that's dynamic.
Gillis and Jones, right?
Coming
out throwing again.
They got to push the ball down the field.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
These pass plays don't make any sense because
this is what I was talking about. And now they're stopping the clock. And guess what? South Carolina State got 2 timeouts. We're talking 3rd down. They stop them here. They call a timeout. They're going to get the ball back in really good field position.
Why are you trying to go to the out of bounds when you have 3 timeouts? You have the clock stops on 1st downs. The clock stops when you call your timeout. you should be running stuff to the middle of the field to make these throws easier.
Only if you trust your quarterback to throw it in the middle of the field, or more defenders in the middle of the field.
See ya.
Wow.
Timeout. And you call timeout. Like, it's not hard. This game is not hard. Timeout. You good. Reset. We good.
What just happened?
What was about almost 30-yard run by Caden Bennett on third down.
Man, he's special, bro.
45 seconds. First 10.
I gotta go. I'm gonna catch y'all on the flip.
All right, man.
All right, peace.
Okay.
It's from our script. Rocky's still hanging out with me, man. Listen, we're gonna be going all day, man. Got a couple games following up here. Rocky's gonna hang out with us till he got his thing. Rocky, what you got? Another hour? Almost, a little bit less than that.
About 45 minutes. About 45 minutes. Yeah.
Rocky Miller and Steve Campbell, HBCU Coaches Corner on the Off Script channel, on the Rocky Miller channel.
Man, we had a great show. This has been a great week on the Off Script channel, to be honest with you, with HBCU Coaches Corner, also with Quinn Gray interview, and you guys doing how to build a championship program. Like that, those are two. And even on Monday when Scotty had his show with Perry, man, those are three great shows. I suggest anybody, y'all get some downtime to go check it out, because it was a great conversation we had. And in a minute, we're gonna have a conversation about this NIL and what's happening what's really happening in the transfer portal.
Absolutely. But one of the things that I like, Rocky, and to kind of set it up, because you're talking about Quinn Gray, a lot of people looking at him maybe be the next football coach for their team. And you talked about his philosophy, what he thought about how to build a team. And then we come right back and kind of break the numbers down. Shout out to Blue with the great breakdown on the numbers. Kind of let people know the portal is not always the be-all or be-all. And really, you want to have a balance when you build a team, more so leaning on the high school players. And I hope you guys got a chance to watch it.
It seemed like, Steve, that the portal is most effective as a supplemental strategy, not a primary strategy.
I've been telling people that from the get-go. You build with kids that want to be there. And this is the thing about when people say, well, you get a high school kid's going to transfer. More likely than not, you know when he's going to transfer? His senior year or his junior year, or he's been there 4 years. But more like, I would rather have a guy for 3 years than have a guy for a year. I'd rather have a guy that wants to be at FAMU, Jack State, Grambling, Southern, Delaware State as a freshman that builds the culture. Because I'm telling you, it's very few times that the guy's going to be that good as a freshman that he's just going to jump, right? Would you not agree with that? Then you get into the sophomore year. Even at the sophomore year, he's kind of like, okay, it's the junior year when he's going into his senior year and people say, hey, you need to go. If you go look at most of these guys transfer, most of these guys are juniors or grad students transfer. I'm talking about out of our conference, right? And I'm talking about the HBCU conference. So my thing is, why not have the guy for at least 3 years compared to a guy for 6 months?
I have a friend that works in the recruiting department of a Power 4 school. And I asked him after you guys talked, I talked to him yesterday, and basically what he says the issue with high schoolers, he says, if you're gonna take high schools, if you're gonna build your program with high schools, you no longer can take developmental high schoolers. The undersized high schooler,
right.
You know what I'm saying? You have to have a kid that already has the measurables and has already played some level of big-time high school football. He said, so the kid that you took from a small town, like those 2A kids that that can develop into a player, he says you just really can't. If you don't project a kid helping you out the second half of his freshman year,
hold on, Rocky.
You gotta let him go to another program.
Yeah, hold on, Rocky. Just had a big miss by Delaware State's kicker. 25 seconds left, 4th or something. Big time. Really need to get those points on the board. Kind of held them out. No, they're going to be really frustrated on that. Just want to kind of lay that out. Go ahead, Rocky.
No, and he was just simply saying those kids, those high school kids that are largely developmental and can't help you the first year. At a P5 program, you almost got to let those kids go to another program and develop.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because you want to recruit high schoolers that may not be able to help you day one, but in the second half or later on in their freshman year, they could be a rotational player. And I think that's what the P5 guys are doing. And that's why, if you notice, our D2 guys and our FCS guys are saying they're getting better high school recruits.
Let me answer this question. Let me answer. So, EA, shout out to my family brother, man. Shout out to good brother Alpha Phi Beta New Chapter down there, all my boys down there. But EA, we proved the point. Here's the thing. Can a freshman redshirt? We're getting a 21-year-old grown man that doesn't have any stats. And I'm just not being funny. Look at all those recruits that we brought in through the portal on the defensive side. That answers your question. So a 21-year-old guy that doesn't have any stats that can't play, give me a freshman. And I'm just going to say that. And again, just because I'm so familiar, because I can just run the names, and this is more on the offensive side. Hey, man, give me a Travis Terrell. Give me a Amon Miller. Give me a Lockhart. Give me those guys that are going to build. And I know that's on the offensive side of the ball, but I'm just answering your question. Compared to these guys that we've seen, and I think that's the reason why, and I'm telling you, EA, this is the main reason why we did this show, because we had a lot of people believing that it was nothing, and Cozy made a statement, all the great players are portal guys. That's not true. And I'm not saying that you don't get portal guys, but the point of it is the balance. And I think some of the schools, our school specifically, is going too heavy in the portal and not using the pipeline of Florida. We are in Florida. And to Rocky's point, we don't have to. Florida might have 6, 7, 8. Rocky, I don't know. So let's just say to Rocky's point, let's say 7, 8 high. But Rocky in Florida, a 3A guy could be good on our level.
Yes,
a 4A guy.
Yes.
So give me the 3, 4A guy that is going to be there. That's going to be. That's and let's be clear. That's the guy we've been getting in HBCUs our whole life, Rocky. So now all of a sudden that's who we got. Y'all think Jerry Rice was a blue chip? Come on, man. No.
Now this is also what
you think Michael Strahan was a blue chip? No.
This is also what we discussed too. He said, say a kid goes to Prairie View that they were really interested in, right? He goes to Prairie View and he doesn't make all conference, but he plays really, really well for Prairie View as a freshman. He said, we're going to get him. We're not going to even worry about him making all conference at PV or anything like that. He says, we just want our evaluation of him validated on some level, and then we'll go get it. And that's what's happening as well. Like, they're going to get kids that they recruited that were marginal. They play at the FCS level. They validate what they thought, and those guys are coming to get them.
Yeah, and but Rocky, listen, when they come to get them, though, they're not coming to get the guys until they're juniors and seniors, though. So you've already had the guy for 3 years.
Now he said he'll get a freshman that they've been validated as well. Not like if it's a kid
but I'm just saying, even the numbers don't. I'm just saying for us.
Yeah,
it is very rare that you're going to have a guy that great as a freshman.
Yes.
Okay,
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. It just doesn't work like that. Most of those guys, if you go look, and Blue did the breakdown, most of those guys are upperclassmen that have played through, like we just talked about Jones, right? Will he get in the portal, right? But Jones been there for a second. Jones ain't no freshman. You see what I'm saying? For Delaware State. Most of these guys, Keyshawn Johnson, he had been at Alabama State for a second. All these guys, we can go on and on and on and on of guys. The kid that was at Arkansas Pine Bluff that went to Oklahoma. That kid was like a junior. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So again, they're not getting freshmen and sophomores. They're not. Those guys are usually definitely. So I'm gonna say this again. Give me a guy I've had for 3 years, right? Because I'll give you an example. Let's just use Lockhart. Lockhart has college size. You see what I'm saying? Jackson State gonna have Lockhart for 3 years. And let's just say Lockhart goes crazy and somebody go give him like the Andrew Body situation, right? Right? But Jackson State had him for 3 years. They might have won 3 SWAC championships with him. I'll take that all day long. I'll take that all day long.
And he said the other thing that's happening is overpaying for these graduates. These Power 5 schools have overpaid for these graduates. And he specifically pointed out Caden Salter for Colorado. He said they paid that kid over $1 million to come to Colorado, and now he's not even a starter. He says they stuck with him so long because they asked for a donor to give this kid $1 million. So they have to give him a shot.
They do. And guys, see, this is what I'm talking about. Listen, man, we got
this is the same donor you're gonna have to go for again for another kid.
Well,
You
see,
know what I mean?
but Rocky, this goes back to the reason why we did the show, because it's all relative to all levels, right? So, and we got people in chat. Thank you, people in chat. You're proving kind of what the point we're saying. We got guys that are leaving and they're not even playing. That's another thing too. And they'll say, well, they got NIL money. And I get that. But I'm a person that say, if you play, you make money. It's great words down. Say, if you ball, you'll get the call. But here's the thing, Rocky, to the point, and this is the reason why I did the show, because NIL is very interesting especially at the HBCU level. So if we have an NIL at FAMU, but here's the thing. If you're bringing guys in and you're saying, give this guy $5,000, again, we'll just use small money, right? And he's not producing, I'm not giving him, we're not giving you another $5,000. I'm going to get that $5,000 to academics because these guys are not worth it. So that's another thing too, where you get these guys coming out the portal. Well, I'd rather, and again, hey, shout out to HBCU Coach Corner. Rocky, who do we have? We had Trey Oliver. What did Trey Oliver say? I'm not giving a guy to pour money. I'm going to give him guys that have produced, right? Isn't that what Trey Oliver said?
Yeah.
Okay, come on, Albany State. Let's go. Number 1 seed. Cannot lose this game. Come on, Coach Quinn Gray. Let's go.
What's the score?
So just thanks for Chip. Valdosta 23, Albany State 21.
Oh, okay, they in a dogfight then.
Yeah, they're in a dogfight. And that's one of those ones, and I'm going to say this again. For my black school, we have got to show and prove in these playoffs. We've got top seeds. Games are at our home. Valdosta State, the number 1 seed, not Valdosta State, Albany State, the number 1 seed against Valdosta. This is one of the things we don't want to have that upset. Coach Quinn Gray, let's get it going. You know, Chris, I'm going to tell you something. I think Delaware State, let's see. I'll tell you that right now. It's not a lot. He wants to know how many MEAC changed. Not a lot. And I think the last one they had was like in 2000. They won 6 MEAC football championships, and the last one is in 2007. They won in 85, 87, 88, 89, 91, and 2000. I don't know about that now. 85, 87, 8. I'm about to check that. I was in school then. That's what they say. Yeah, I don't know about that. 85, 87, 88, 89, 91, 2007. That's a hell of a run.
Now let me ask you this, Mr. Campbell. You the historian for HBCU Coach's Corner and Off Script Channel. Why has there been much more volatility in the MEAC over the course of, say, the last 30 years than that of the SWAC?
Well, I'll tell you, I think, first of all, the SWAC has been better run. And I think the SWAC has you got to understand something. These schools are much more connected than the SWAC. When you're talking about the Gramblin's, the Southerns, the Jackson States, the Alcorns, even Texas, you talk about old school, you talk about Prairie View, one of the original members and things like that. And then even Alabama State and Alabama A&M and Florida A&M that came in later, they're just more cohesive. The MEAC just has never been one because of you going all the way up to Dover, Delaware, all the way down to Daytona Beach. That is a long haul. I think what a lot of people don't understand with the SWAC, if you're using Jackson State as a center point, Jackson State can basically get, other than the Texas school, can get to, and Bethune-Cookman, they can get to any other school under 6 hours. That's what people say Jackson State people travel. Absolutely, they do. They're in the center mass, and they are able to get to all those schools. Same thing with Southern. It's not a long drive to Jackson.
And they're just 8 hours from Houston, right?
Well, exactly. It's not even that far. So the center mass and the football tradition, you're talking about a lot of football. Like I say, people dig on Prairie View, but Prairie View had a strong football tradition in the 50s and the 60s, you know?
Yeah.
Then you look at, and again, it just kind of fits, the map just kind of fits better than the MEAC. And unfortunately, MEAC has not been run as well as the SWAC.
You know, in Texas, I'll say this, and I'll talk, because I can talk about Texas with some level of knowledge. Yeah. The problem with Prairie View in Texas is their reputation.
Oh, 100%. Right?
Like it's nothing that's real that makes Prairie View a perennial loser or a substandard program in the SWAC. It's just their reputation only in Texas. It's crazy. Yeah. Prairie View has a more esteemed reputation in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama than they do in Texas, to be perfectly honest with you. And it gets lost in all of the football that we have in Texas, right? Again, y'all know Prairie View as an academic school in the SWAC. In Texas, Prairie View is known as a party school.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, but you know though, let me tell you something about that. That moniker of HBCUs being in a party schools, and I'm gonna say this again, and I don't care who doesn't like this. Those are black folks that don't know nothing that throw that out there, because you're gonna tell. I've been hold on, Rocky. Let me cook on this. I've been down to University. I've been on 6th Street. Texas ain't a party school. I've been up to Georgia. Up to Athens. I've been to North Carolina on Franklin Street. North Carolina ain't a party school. I was at Florida State. Florida State ain't a party school. LSU ain't a party school where they drink all day, all night. Come on, man. So I don't see when people put that out there, it is the biggest foolishness. And those are black people that, again, don't love themselves. And because I've heard more black people say this, and they talk about this about FAMU. And in Florida, oh, well, I don't want to send my kid to FAMU because that's a party school. But you send them to Florida State? What? You send them, I don't want to send my kid to Southern, but you send them to LSU? And then what always happens, and I'm saying this for a fact, is then they go to LSU and they'll get a degree, but they never go back to LSU to do anything else ever again because they have no connection to it. And then they go and they get out with all the Southern people and the Grambling people, and they're like, they go get a job, and guess what? Guess who their boss is? A Southern person, is a Grambling person. And I'll tell you this story, and I've told the story a billion times. Again, I knew a lot, and I know a lot of them guys at Texas A&M in our age range, right? All of them my boys. And one of the main players for Texas A&M, and I will never forget this quote. He said, Steve, when I got out of the NFL, it wasn't the white people at Texas A&M that I was doing business with. It was the people from Prairie View, the black guys that I would play high school with, that were engineers, that were owning businesses and things like that, because he had a security service, and he was doing all this for all the Prairie View guys. So when I hear that, I know exactly who's saying it, because it doesn't even make any sense. Every school, hell, Harvard is a party school. You don't think that white folks are not up there partying at Harvard? So what makes a party school? I don't even know what that means. When somebody says it's a party school, I don't even know what that means.
Well, can I explain to you what the context of a party is?
Yeah, please.
In the context of the people in Texas, the black people. Yeah. It's where black people go and congregate and have fun. We call that a party school because in other elements, in other environments, our culture is not put on display like it is at a Prairie View and a TSU. You understand? That's why we say it is a party school, because for a black man or woman, we go to that, whether we are graduates or a street fan, we can go there and feel welcome. That's why we call it a party school. You get what I'm saying, Campbell? It's not that it is a quote-unquote party school.
So because you're around your people and we have fun, and we just like the Florida Classic, just like the Soul Bowl, because we can get together. So you'd rather go to Ole Miss and be by yourself, be miserable, have them white folks treat you bad, and then what you do is then you do the Mississippi State thing and say or Temple or USC, and we call it HBCU-ish. We're HBCU-ish. All the black folks have to get together, have their own little party for homecoming. Y'all still do the same thing. Last I checked, and again, shout out to the little, and I think a lot of people have seen this, the little young girl Williams, the basketball player. She just plays Delta down at LSU. She's one of the top players in the SEC. But you see what she had to do? Because she wanted to have community, she pledged Delta. So don't tell me, like I say again, I have too many friends. I think we all have. I have friends that go to these schools and they party just like they do. Now, the thing about it is, unfortunately, their partying stopped. And I'll tell you the difference again. We party with a purpose. Because one thing, when we get on that campus, we're going to finish our business and we're going to go get jobs. And then we can come back to our homecomings with our big Mercedes-Benz, with our 6-figure jobs, and give money to the school like I do because of what we did. But then compared to them, like you say, they can go to Texas Tech, they can go to Baylor, and guess what? I guarantee you 90% of your friends that went to Baylor, Texas, they never go.
You know this, Campbell. I have a very close friend, best man in my wedding, who's a 2-time Southwest Conference, all-conference wide receiver, and he was in the school. He was all-conference with guys like Jason Phillips and all those kind of guys. Like, so they're our contemporaries, right? They're our age. My point in saying you is, these guys don't go back to their schools for homecoming. Do you think if he was a Prairie View grad or a FAMU grad and he had went on to the NFL, played ball, all this kind of stuff, you think he wouldn't go back to FAMU? You think he wouldn't go back? You think it would be 20 years before he go back to
exactly? Because they have no
his
connection.
homecoming? Yes. Now, I'll say this: if they offer money to come back, they come back. But other than that, they don't come back. We gonna have a guy at A&M from A&M. I'm gonna talk to Warwick Holman. He want to come on the show because he see what we doing.
Mhm.
But this guy was All-American at Texas A&M.
Yeah.
And at 40 years old, he sees what's going on, what we got going on, and he wants to kind of get involved in that. Because at the end of the day, this is the thing that's most pleasant to me as a father. My daughter's gonna graduate from Prairie View this spring, and I'll be in the dirt. And I would have facilitated her having a community that's going to last long after I'm gone.
Hold on, wait a minute, Rocky. We got breaking news. They said Jacoby Morgan is suited up for the Alcorn game. So the general will be back for the Soul Bowl. We had kind of heard that he had been practicing all week. So the question is suited up. The question is, will he play? Go ahead, Rocky.
That is a development. That is a development right there. No, what I'm saying is my daughter has a community that she'll be part of that's long after I'm in the dirt, bro. She'll be part of, and she'll be able to go back to and say that she's a part of something really special. And I'm actually proud of that aspect of what I was able to assist her in doing. You know what I mean? The money that me and my wife spent at Prairie View was well worth it, Campbell. I'm just gonna tell you that.
Yeah.
It was well worth it. And I'm proud of the fact that she's gonna leave college, she's gonna leave Prairie View, and she's not gonna have any loans. She's gonna have her education free and clear, and she'll be able to start her life and have a network of people that can help her get anywhere she want to go in life.
Well, let me tell you what's funny about this. And again, I always say this, social media is totally a fraud about, when I see people going back and forth. So let me tell you something about your daughter. She went to Prairie View. Now, she can go and she'll meet someone out of Texas Southern. They'll tease her, right? Oh, you went to PV? And they'll tease her. But I tell you what that Texas Southern alum is going to do. Make sure she right.
Yeah.
That FAMU alum, that Jack State alum, that Southern. We gonna get our jokes off. We're going to get our jokes off. But bet your bottom dollar, because it goes both ways. I've had people from Jackson State. Again, shout out to my HBCU niece, KJ. KJ's gone place. I say, hey, I got a rattle up there. Go holler at her. And they take good care. Now, they going to get their jokes off. And she going to get her jokes off against the FAMU folks. But the one thing that I will say is that no matter where she's gone or even in reverse, is when she's been able to help people from FAMU, she's been able to, and I can go on and on and on, man. We all know the stories. Anybody that calls me, because the one thing about it is not that you went to Prairie View. You were HBC, you part of HBCU family. And that is totally different. That is totally different because when you go in most of these corporations and you always see it, because again, we know all our alumni at, when somebody's a vice president, when somebody's a manager, when somebody that, they're more likely than not got an HBCU degree. That's just a fact.
And I'll say this, man, and I'm gonna say something that from a observer perspective. A lot of the situations that people deal with at HBCUs really is not because it's an HBCU thing. It's because of the circumstances that you come from. And I'm going to leave that right there. I'm not going to say anything more about it because my daughter never had a problem with financial aid. She never had a problem standing in line. You know what I mean? She never had a problem with her housing.
Hold on, let me freeze you. Well, your daughter, we'll see. And EA will know this. That's what we call seasoning. EA knows about it. When you got to go and fight, like I say, I know it might be a new day, but for us old heads, going down there to Foothill building at 5 a.m, stand in line for 3 hours and get to that old lady who say, yeah, baby, I'm going to make sure you get a little extra money. You come on back. Hey, man, that's part of what make an HBCU great. And it made me tough. So if I had to stand in any line, I don't have to worry about that. I said, man, I've been there and done that. I've been there and done that. He ain't know what I'm talking about. So that's anything. Jackson State, Southern. Hey, man, listen, our great president, Dr. Humphreys, people complain about financial aid and you can go to Florida State. And Dr. Humphreys said, listen, man, over at Florida State, 15% of people are on financial aid. At FAMU, 90%. So that's what it is. That's part of it.
And that's what I wanted to say, Mr. Campbell. I wasn't trying to make the point is, it's the mission that the college serves and the circumstances that the people are in that go to that school. You understand? It's not the school. It's not the school that's the problem with financial aid. It's just that they service the majority of the population in school.
Right. You can't have, if you got a FAMU that's got 10,000 students, 90%, that means 9,000 students on financial aid, and you got 6 people working. What do you expect? I don't want to hear you going over to Florida State where they got 50 people working and they only got to service 1,000 people. You see what I'm saying? So come on, man. No.
And again, it took my daughter's roommate to kind of explain it to us, because I was like, hey, man, I heard all these nightmares and all this. She said, Mr. Miller, the reason why is Gianni don't got to stand on financial aid line. She had to wait on financial aid to pay her housing and tuition. She had, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why it's easy peasy. You know what I mean? And that ain't got nothing to do with her, my daughter, as much as it has to do with her mom and dad made provisions for it, right? And I'm not saying that nobody else, mom and dad, don't make provisions.
Oh no, but you got people that have scholarships. They had to stand the financial aid line.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So again, if you got listen, I had big money classmates. Especially if you came down to Florida, all the way from Chicago, Detroit, DC, man, them folks had money. Their parents had money. But they still got, and they were 4.0 students, and they got scholarships. They still had to stand in line. So, it is what it is. But I will say, Rocky, to your point, and this is why I just want to put a pin up because we're starting the second half, is the biggest thing is that party school thing is for Black people that don't love themselves. Because, like I say, first of all, we should be able to relax and let our hair down because there's nothing worse. And I've seen it at Florida. Again, every Southern people know this too. When you're in a city and you can really look across the street and see how them Black folks are over there at Florida State, man, it's just like they in Get Out. They're just like, what can we do? And they had their own little parties and things like that. And the stuff is not built for them. FAMU's built for me. Jack State built for me. Southern's built for me. Prairie View's built for her. And I love it, man.
I'm going to say one more thing because I know people that went to Florida State, right? They claim that they got an HBCU experience because they have a great Black student union. That's what they try to claim.
Bro, you've seen that. You can go Google this HBCU-ish. It ain't no ish. Either you are or you not. Because like I said, my girlfriend was at Florida State, and she was just like, man, I was at Florida State all the time. Florida State, there used to be a joke. Florida State had all the pretty girls to keep the football players. So, man, Florida State had some dimes over. I was over there at Florida State, but Florida State, man, no, sir. No, sir.
No. What you say? That's why Dion found his honey at FAMU.
Thank you. Right there. He ain't tell you. That convertible Grand LeBaron. And I asked Dion about this when I last saw him. We was playing for Dallas. He said he still had that car, convertible LeBaron with the 5 stars with prime time on the side.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. He said, "Hey, I watched his not 30 for 30, but what was the thing they were doing on
when he was playing for the
No. The thing they used to have on TV One. I forget what those unsung. They did something on Dion on TV One. Maybe it was a Hammer deal, and they were just talking about how he met. I can't remember what. I can't remember how he met. Somehow he met Carolyn at some little club y'all had off campus, and she say they met that day, and they didn't leave each other's sight.
No, that's true. That's true.
I say Dion was watchdogging because she was over there at FAMU, and them hounds probably was out there.
Man, listen, but let me tell you something. She loved that. Man, listen, boy, Dion ain't the Dion day. Dion had that old Jerry curl with them crooked teeth. Man, wasn't nobody checking for Dion like that. I ain't gonna lie. Nobody was checking for Dion like that. I ain't gonna even lie.
Yeah. But no, I love that documentary. I've watched it a couple times and talk about Dion and Carolyn's love story that happened in Tallahassee.
Yeah, and they're still good friends this very day. You know what I mean? So stuff like that. So yeah, man, we got the start of the second half. South Carolina State first. South Carolina State got the ball. 2nd and 6 going to 45-yard line, trying to drive. Looking like they're trying to see if they can get up with another touchdown. We'll see what's going on here. Delaware State, again, got to get points on the board this second half, got to get that run game going. 2 turnovers really has been the tail of the tape of this game. A couple of missed field goals on both sides. Little contact, no call there.
Hey, Steve, I'm about to jump.
Okay, Rocky, appreciate you, man.
All right,
appreciate you, man. All right.
Problem.
That was Rocky Miller, the Rocky Miller channel, and HBCU Coaches Corner joining us in Teller, and proud of Rocky because sent his daughter Prairie View. You know, so he understood with us, even though he lived down there in Waco, did not make a mistake and send that girl to Baylor. Send her to Prairie View, get her that good education. Proud of you, Rocky, on that.
Oh, yeah, kick me down, Steve.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. So now, guys, you got the Bishop riding solo for a little while. We got a couple of people. Rocky Scott will probably jump back in. But hey, man, listen, this is what we got. Hey, man, do me a favor, my chat warriors, do me a favor. Give me scores on our HBCUs on the D2 because I'm trying to watch a couple of games going on, so I can't watch them all. Trying to keep an eye also on this Alabama State game. They're at halftime. Let's get a couple of quick score updates real quick. Alabama State 16-7, Arkansas Pine Bluff. Of course, we got Jack State Alcorn starting a little bit later. Bethune-Cookman, Florida A&M starting at 3:30. Mississippi Valley and Prairie View kicking off at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's what we got here. Then let's run over here to the MEAC, see what we got going on in MEAC. I know at the time, let's see, going to MEAC, Central was still up. Central up. And the end of about to go into the fourth quarter, 27-14. South Carolina State, the game we're watching right now, 14-3. And we got Norfolk and Howard at 3:30. You know, you guys, again, put some of, some of my HBCU financial aid warriors, put some of your crazy stories. You know, I had a couple of friends that met their wives in the financial aid line. I got a couple of people met some girlfriends. Got a couple of people met some of their best friends because of financial aid. Got a couple of people talking about how they had to go get food for somebody because they went to the financial aid line. So drop a couple of those stories. You know, we're going to have a little good time, man. We just talking a little bit HBCU football, HBCU life. And there we go. Jones getting on outside. I wanted to go to North State, but I'm from New York and could not. Hey, listen, that's the one thing that I do hate for a lot of people that don't have, because of course most of the HBCUs are in the South, and a lot of people, especially like in the New Yorks and places like that, who want to have HBCU experience, unfortunately had to go a long way, and then just cost money. So no problem. And I want to be clear: wherever you go to college at is great, no problem with that. What we're talking about is when somebody tries to say that our schools are a party school, or try to say that you don't get a great education at HBCU. But if you go to school, man, you go to Florida State, hey, I just want you to be educated, want you to be able to get a good job, and make sure you ain't robbing me. So that's all we care about. Listen, that is a tried and true tradition right here. Every August, folks know to already be ready to wait in that financial aid line. Thank you. Okay, Miss Griffin, there you go. Give us a bit. Come on, my HBCU. Benedict 0, Wingate 17, second quarter, 10:45. Keep giving us those score updates. We got 5 HBCUs playing in the D2 playoffs right now. We want to see where they can all move on. Really, what I was hoping was all HBCU Final Four. I know that is kind of hard to ask for, but, hey, just got to see if we can get it. Caden Bennett, South Carolina State with the defense. I think one of the things that we want to see on the second half, can Caden Bennett get this team on sustained drive? Can they start working this clock? Can they start beating down the South Carolina State defense? One thing about South Carolina State's defense this game, they've been fast the whole game. They've been getting to the ball, game tackling, been really sound. Oh, awesome, does it? Oh. Look at it, we got all that. I haven't thought about financial aid until you did. Listen, you come on, man. Y'all know the financial aid line stories. You know what I'm talking about. Shout out my nephew, Alan. What's going on, Alan? You big supporter of Script family. Always showing up, always giving support. Appreciate you showing up. We know that's your family, folks, down there. Alan, what do you think about your South Carolina, your family, South Carolina State? Oh, wait a minute. Big run. Big run. This is what Delaware State does. Marquise Gillis with the big, long touchdown. This has been Delaware State's tried and true. The big play on the running game. They're going to show it. Let's see how this. Look at that crossbar. Listen, man, the block that sealed his fate was Jones with the big block on the linebacker, man, that freed him up. Great run by Delaware State. Delaware State right back in the game. Right back in the game. But again, this goes back to the point why I wanted them to kick that field goal. We've all been down by a point. Oh, no. See, this is the real. See, and guys, every game that I do these broadcasts, if you pay attention, I always give you one thing to look out for. And this is exactly. So now they're still down by a touchdown. You kick that field goal, you're 14-13. And this is what I'm talking about on the margins on a game like this. You kind of want to stay pace. So we're going to see how that looms large in this game. Oh, yeah, great center block too. Absolutely, yeah. That was a really big block. Lauren, unfortunately, we can't show the game on the off-script channel. We have been flagged and warned by ESPN. If we do that, they're going to shut this channel down. There are other channels that are out there that I will not name that are showing the game. So what you can do is you can have that on one screen and you can listen to me on the other screen because I'm going to tell you what's really going on and give you all the things that's going on. Oh, look, they said 12 o'clock class. They won't have that class. Got to be out there on the yard right there. So, yeah. So, listen, Philip, see, I came back in the day when you could drive through the plaza back in the day. So, yeah, you had to be out there in the plaza. Same thing, family. We had to set, man. Y'all know you didn't have, like I say, that 11:30, 11:45 class. Yeah, you didn't want that. Now, that 2:30 class, you could do that. But between 11:30 to 2 o'clock, oh, man, that was set time, what we used to call it. So that's the thing about a MEAC, Mike. And Scott has always pointed out this: why not stay in the two-back set? It gives you a lot more options, and that's the thing about it. But again, I think sometimes what Nemo tries to do is try to shake it up a little bit. But I'm the type of guy like this. If it's work, you keep going to until they stop. I think that's their most effective lineup, their most effective play set. And once again, we just saw that right here with Jones making the block for his brother running back, and again to go almost 75 yards. Again, we got a big game. That was one of the things that I really like. South Carolina State people, you see them all on stand showing up. And this is the one thing about the MEAC. And man, listen, I don't know if the MEAC is lucky or the MEAC pays somebody, but the fact to have this game, last game of the year for the MEAC championship, the MEAC couldn't ask for anything better, guys. I think that's just utterly amazing. I think they maybe did that because of Deshaun Jackson and say, you know what, no matter what, people watch the game, but they got even better. They got the fact that they got a MEAC championship game by the upstart Delaware State Hornets versus that MEAC power blue blood South Carolina State going for their 20th MEAC championship. Man, I have not been able to watch that game. I guess I'm kind of got all my HBCU games on the screen. So you guys are going to, so again, there are other FCS games going on. You guys are going to have to kind of give us these things. These are the only games I'm kind of watching because I've got like 4 screens up trying to keep up with Alabama State and UAPB. Of course, I've got Central, and I'm getting ready to switch over when we got Jack State and FAMU start. South Carolina State with the ball 32. This was the guy that I was wondering when they would get this guy activated. This kid right here was the one that really won the game for South Carolina State. Shaw came and had a big game against Central. Now they got him in the game. Looks like they're going to try to go fast and get the running game going. Shaw with the back to Shaw again. Now, this is one of the things I want to see what South Carolina State does. Again, they bring Shaw in. He's been the guy that's been making big plays for him, but I still think they still need to go to the pass. I think there's several opportunities. One of the things I have not seen for South Carolina State is them throwing it to a tight end or anything down the middle of a streak pattern. So look for that to come up. That infamous 3-3-5 defense that everybody in HBCU hates. Shaw again. So here we go. Big third down. Should be about 3rd and 6, I would say. 3rd and 7, passing down. How about that? Hornets Nation on their feet. How many times you heard that before? Big 3rd down. Here we go. Atkins looking over the chin, barely looking for the play call. Delaware State trying to get the fans in it. It looks like got a man-to-man winning motion. Going man-to-man, Delaware State. Drop out, 4-down rush, 4-man rush. Atkins, basically all over him. He'll move the ball for, but that basically was a sack. Yeah, big defensive stance right there. Yeah, I totally agree. That was one of those things, big defensive stance. Man-to-man at that, too. Couldn't find a guy to throw it to. Good plays by defensive backs for South Carolina State. I mean, by Delaware State. Nice punt. Not nice. Can he down it? Great punt by the South Carolina State kicker down at around the 5-yard line, looks like. Yeah, exactly on the 5-yard line. Delaware State will start on their own 5. They got to go 95 yards to get a touchdown to get ahead of the game. Look at everybody got their 3-3-5 stores. Now, listen, Coach Jones, I'll tell you what, I was down there when Grambling made those runs. I sponsored Grambling those 2 years, man. Listen, I'll tell you one thing about that 3-3-5. You got to have players to run it. So they did run it, but Grambling, those 2 years that Grambling was a beast. And that defensive line, those big, hey man, Grambling's known for big defensive tackles. Man, those guys wrecked havoc in that defense. Delaware State is making them earn it. I'll tell you one thing what Delaware State needs to do. They need to earn a touchdown right here to really get back in this game, because this is one of the things, again, I'm going to keep saying this again. You don't want South Carolina State to get up by 10, 14. You want to stay pace with them, try to win it with a big run game with a big run. Oh, listen, Coach, 100%, man. I was lucky enough, like I said, Dooley was the offensive coordinator. And I was lucky to see those guys. I went to basically every Grambling home game when we were sponsoring them, went to the Celebration Bowl both years. And I got to see that team up close and personal. And offensively, they were wide open with Devontae Kincaid and Mr. Excitement. They had a wide receiver, too, that I think got drafted by the pros. They were really, really good. Well, I tell you one thing. EA, we got a big game that's going to be happening in 30 minutes. Of course, we're going to go all the way through to those games, man. I'm here all day long, man. Did not make it down to the Florida Classic, man. I've been on the road all the time, going to all the FAMU games. I just want to sit back and enjoy this game and hang out with you guys today. There you go, Chad Williams. That's exactly who it was. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate you. And, Coach, appreciate you joining us and hanging out with us. I know you guys could be doing a lot of things and listen to me. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I'm giving you some information. I hope you're having a good time just hanging out with me on a Saturday. Hey, man, it's your Bishop Steve Campbell, HBCU coach, going on the Off Script Network. Rivalry weekend, championship weekend, playoff weekend, bunch of HBCU playing. Hey, man, just enjoy the ride and let's have a good time. So you're talking about, and here's the thing about Delaware State. You talked about James Jones, 114 yards. Marquise Gillis with 95. Caden Bennett with 95 yards. Hey, man, we've seen this before. Jackson State with 300-yard rushes. Delaware State trying to use that same type of game plan. But the difference is you got to score. 2 turnovers has really hurt Delaware State. Here's that running game that we're kind of starting to see, getting up the middle, starting to work, starting to hammer guys. Delaware State looks like they're kind of getting in their bag now. Listen, here's the thing. I saw this firsthand of a running game pounding when Jack State came down to FAMU. And again, I think most of you guys saw the Bethune-Cookman game. When you start running this ball like they're running it, they were holding, unfortunately. Big holding call. Saw the flag come, going to be a holding. But when you can run the gun, when you got multiple guys, and that means those guys are all fresh, and they keep pounding, all Delaware State wants to do is be within a touchdown, fourth quarter, break one of those off, win the game. That's why South Carolina State, to me, has to play in front, has to get up by 10, keep making Delaware State chase them. 100%, it definitely wears on you. That's the thing about it. When I think what you're going to see what Jack State does against Alcorn, they are going to run that ball. They're not going to put Lockhart or if Jacoby Morgan. I don't think they're going to. I don't see Jacoby Morgan. If he plays, I don't see him running a lot in this game. I think they're going to protect him. I think they're going to let him throw the ball and let those backs do the work if Jacoby starts. Got Trey thinking in the house saying, let's go Alcorn. Soul Bowl. Got my boy Pete. Got the Alcorn family in the house, man, going up there to the vet, man. Always a great game. Big game between Alcorn and Jackson State. Once again, Jackson State has something to play for. They have to win this game to go to this whole and host the SWAC championship. Alcorn could be the spoiler and, finish their season off right. Alcorn is on a winning streak. They would love nothing better than to ruin Jackson State's season. Got a player down. Jeffrey Carroll in the house. JSU Tigers hanging out with me. You know, I'm from Jackson, man. Root for those Tigers. But I'm going to tell you this. I always like a good game, too. But like I said, I got to root for those Tigers. That's my family school always. All my cousins ask me when they're coming in. I will probably come to Jackson for the SWAC championship game. That is my thing. I'll probably come there. But I wanted to hang out with you guys. I wanted to see this game on TV. Going to be watching the FAMU Bethune-Cookman Florida Classic. You know how we do it down there. Big game right there. Big game for both teams. Bethune-Cookman could finish basically at a 500 record. FAMU looking to get to a 6-win and get to a 7-win. We'll see what happens with Coach Coles after the season. And listen, this right here, if this happens, Scotty might have a 40-hour show. So absolutely. That's one thing, too. And that's one of the things we kind of point out in the HBCU Coaches Corner. And shout out to Blue, he talked about this. But Coach Cole talked about this. A lot of penalties by Delaware State that hurt them the last game. So one of the things here's another one of those penalties. Puts them behind the sticks. That's not what they want to do. Second down, probably, was it second and 15? Listen, let me tell you something. If this happens, you won't see a car on Lynch Street. I'm telling you, if that happens, you will not see a car on Lynch Street this evening. Had to choose the thing who had a better passing game. Ken and his crew. Woo! Listen, I saw both. I think you guys really need to understand. Kent was throwing for 300, 400, 500 yards a game. Had games of 300, 400, 500 yards. Shador and that crew, and I'll tell you another thing too. That SWAC I grew up with, that SWAC wasn't side to side. That SWAC was vertical. That's why when you look at the guys, the Tim Barnett's, the Jimmy Smiths, the Chris Burkett's, these guys that all played in the NFL, they didn't make their hay catching screens. Those guys were downfield guys. So now, man, like I say, that crew that Jackson had, man, Kent and them boys, man, they were something serious. And we had Robert Superman Kent. Go back and look at that on HBCU Coaches Corner interview. And we talked about that great game between him and Darnell Kennedy against Alabama State, where when both of those guys went nuts, and Kent went for 595 and 6 touchdowns. It was all downfield throws. Good tackle. Good tackle by the Delaware State special teams. Plenty of wing. Listen, let me tell you something. Alcorn going to eat all of Mike's wings if that's the case. Shout out to M-Bar. Shout out for the M-Bar being the sponsor of the D Breakdown, man. Appreciate y'all having fun with the wing, little wing count with me and Mike and Scotty. Appreciate that. Something that we kind of created. You guys support us. We always love doing that. Man, shout out to you guys supporting me. Love when I come on and having my back, man. I hope I'm giving you some stuff. I hope you enjoy when I come on. Just let me know what I can do a little bit better. But also check us out on HBCU Coach Corner every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. The only thing missing is being a traditional day for a major soul balls that JSU's a solidified bid. So they should be safe today. Well, they have not solidified because if they lose and Alabama State wins, Jack State does not go to, if I'm reading this correctly. The only thing missing is this being a traditional day for a major Soul Bowl upset. Right. It should be safe day. Well, yes, they should because they're favored. And like I told people going back, you usually see in the Alcorn and Jack State rivalry, usually the better team usually wins 9 out of 10 times. It's only been a few times when a team that's been this much of an underdog has won the game. So again, I think Jack State is favored. If you guys know what Jack State favored by, Jack, drop that in the chat. Love to see what you guys think about that. I predict Jack State get 5 sacks today and 3 turns. Guess what, Phil? We're going to be right here and find out because you know what? I'm going to be out here all day riding out with you guys, covering both of those games, FAMU, Bethune-Cookman, Jackson State, and Alcorn. Philip says 19.5. Wow. That is a big spread. Guys, I'll be right back in 1 second. Hang tight for me. Had to come back, man. Just running. Big play touchdown by Jones, South Carolina State. Shot play. As soon as they got the ball, went right. And hey, guys, remember this. We saw this exact same play what South Carolina State did to Central to blow that game up. Big play by South Carolina State. Looks like Delaware State was sleeping. Same play that they did against Central. Oh, wow. What is this about? Big play right there. And this is what I was talking about, guys. This is what South Carolina State has done. When they've been in these big games, they have constantly put the pressure on the Centrals and the Delaware States is keeping ahead to make them play from behind. Big play, big play, big play. Yeah, you didn't want that to happen right there. But now you got to come with a drive. 3 minutes and 54 seconds left. Soon to be the fourth quarter. Big drive needed right here by Delaware State. Alabama State and Texas Southern has now kicked off. Mississippi Valley and Prairie View have now kicked off. We'll keep our eye on those games too. Prairie View, yeah, have solidified themselves in the SWAC championship, but I'm pretty sure they want to finish their regular season on a winning streak and to get to a 9th win. JT, this is exactly what they did. They really, like I say, they literally ran that same play against Central, where it looks like they set the same formation up, went deep on them, and scored. Exact same thing that they did last week.
Get your name down the field and make it a great tackle right there. We're going to use some changes to understand what this flag is all about. Did McCray go low for the team? It's hard to know.
Oh, wow. Push them back. Okay, Coach, let me get that game up. That's on Swag TV. Let me pull that up on Swag TV so I keep an eye on that game. Got PV up on. Guys, check out Mississippi Valley and Prairie View on Swag TV. Prairie View down there on looks like the 11-yard line. And Cam Peters making a move going towards the end zone. Shout out to Mr. Peters, Cam Peters' father called in to the HBCU Coaches Corner. Kind of messed with me a little bit, but shout out, great father and great son. Woo! Ford right here making hits for South Carolina State. Ford trying to be defensive player of the game. Already has a pick and a big hit. Separate the player from the ball. So this is the thing that we talked about again. 2nd and 10, one running back that Scotty hates. And again, there we go with Gillis. And there he goes. There go that bad man. This is the crazy thing about it. South Carolina State, Gillis with 106 yards rushing. James Jones, 104 yards. Caden Bennett, 94 yards. Benton, 23 yards. 326 rushing yards for Delaware State, but they're still down by 11 with 3:17 to go.
James Jones in for him. To the 34, go the Hornets. This is James Jones. Doesn't really have a whole lot of running. The difficulty there, even grasping the football. Another injury here.
Prairie View looks like they scored a touchdown. X point is good. 7-0 Prairie View over Mississippi Valley.
Did not play a game for the Wildcats in the last 2 years. Really coming into his own here.
And will that become an issue? As they said, Chris just said we saw offensive lineman that went down before the last drive, and here goes another one.
Delaware State. The problem.
Did I say South Carolina Central? Sorry, South Carolina State. Man, when you're talking a lot, sometimes those words get twisted a little bit.
So that's the team swing right there. 6 Delaware State penalties as well for 55 yards. It's difficult to beat South Carolina State to begin with if you play a perfect game. Exactly. It's even more.
Pull them all the games on Swag TV.
One of those resulting in an immediate touchdown. That's what Chin is very. That's what makes Chin is very about it's like his ability to get every single play consistent, well, all faces football for whoever's he's coaching right there. He can't make mistakes against the team, but they're going to take advantage of it. See Payne there walking off the field under his own power. Delaware State looking to hang around in this football game. 2nd and 10 for the Hornets from their 34. Caden Bennett still in the quarterback. Split backfield. Bennett wants to go deep down the middle of the field.
Oh, did they get a flag? Yes, they did. Big flag. Hey, where is that Alabama A&M Texas Southern game at? Is that game on? Where, guys? Let me know where that game is. I'm trying to find. I don't see that on Swag TV. Yeah, that was crazy. And kind of lucked up on that, getting a 15-yard HBCU go. Oh, okay. So they got 2 games going on HBCU go.
Right there. You're right. Right up the seam. Right up the
It must be on the Grill channel. There we go. Thank you, sir. Got that one going too. Man, hey man, how great is it that we've been able to get ESPN, Swag TV, which, and let's give Swag TV a lot of credit. That has improved week by week. And of course, the outstanding broadcast by HBCU. Got a big play by the defense right there on first down. We are able to see all again. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm a big college football fan, and I got to admit, this is the first time that I probably have not watched a white PWI football game, because we've been able to watch all the HBCU football games. And I'm talking about big games. I'm a big college football fan, but I just like watching our football. I'm like hanging out with you guys, man. And Aaron, that's right. It makes games so much. It is awesome. It is awesome, man. So we get to sit back here, man, and talk about our games, man. And again, guess what, guys? We got big games. Like this game right, this is a championship game. And, oh, great catch. Great catch. See, this is what we want in a championship game. Big plays, what we've had. And again, once again, here comes Delaware State on the move. And, man, that is a big catch. So we got a lot of games that mean something today. Got the SWAC championship coming up. Got the MEAC championship that's on today. Here we go. Yep. Oh, woo, broke his ankles. Broke two guys' ankles. It is people with ankles broken by Caden Bennett. Man, did you see this boy? Oh my goodness. And that's got to be what? Probably face mask. Gonna put him right down almost on the one. And Bill is holding that shoulder too, though. Ooh. Ooh. Benedict at halftime down 17-0 to win game.
So bad it brought Bennett out the game. Jason Ray seeing his first time in the second half.
Yeah, Sheree coming back at an offensive quarterback. He's the one that actually started the game for Caden Bennett. So let's see what can Delaware State probably will give it to Jones right here. There you go. That's what I thought. See, here we go with the Florida Classic jokes. I see what you did there, E-Day. See what you did there. Here you go. Listen, California Pig, Virginia Union, 7 minutes, 3 minutes left. Thank you, guys. Keep giving us these updates on our HBCU D2 games. Think all of our teams are down right now. California PA 20, Virginia Union 17. Yeah, this is one of those things that, we've heard a lot. We heard this every year when Jack State and FAMU were going at it those first 3 years. It should be, a championship game, just the best teams. The Southwestern Conference, the Southeastern Conference has gone to that format. I think the SWAC is going to hang on to it for a little while longer based off of travel. And I think that has a lot to do why we have not moved towards that. Because I think the East and the West just provides travel. And then you have the rotating schools going through the East and the West. So I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think they're going to break the divisions. And again, guys, this thing comes in cycles. Southern being down and Grambling being down, that usually has not been like that. You have a good Southern team, you have a good Grambling team. Jack State has had their ups and downs. They're on a high note right now. FAMU was kind of ebbing back down. So again, guys, it just kind of ebbs and flows. Again, do we want to see the two best teams play? Absolutely. I totally agree with you. But I just think what's going to happen is that for the SWAC, it just matches as far as what they do as far as on travel. This is a big play. And Gillis almost got most of that back. That was a big play of that unsportsmanlike penalty. Hey, Willie trying to get these boys bowl eligible. That is a big play. Keep us abreast of those games right there with Coach Simmons, former FAMU coach, quarterback at Clemson, my guy. Knew Willem when he was in college. Hey, man, 21-10, Delaware State 10, South Carolina State 20, fourth quarter. Hey, man, we've got everything we want. Now, can Delaware State get into the end zone, close this game out, and see if they can bring it back in the fourth quarter? And, of course, we got big game for all the people in Mississippi. They're going to be watching the Soul Bowl, Jackson State versus Alcorn, 3:30 kickoff Eastern, 2:30 kickoff Central in the Vet. The ramp has been closed for the Alcorn Golden Girls. Had a good little time with that. Both bands are going to be hyped. Should be a really good crowd in Jackson. I don't know what the weather's like in Jackson. Why don't you guys give me a weather report? If you really study it, BCU travels further than SWAC now. Well, let me tell you something. BCU was the outlier, though. That was the problem when they came. But if you look at it, they might travel further, but they're playing better game. I think if you ask BCU, would they rather have Jackson State, Alabama State, Grambling has been their crossover game compared to who they play in the MEAC? Because, again, Bethune-Cookman, and I guess so the closest team to Bethune-Cookman outside of family will be South Carolina State. What is that? Because I guarantee you South Carolina State, Orangeburg to Daytona is probably the same drive to Alabama State, Montgomery to Daytona. I bet you money. Oh, this is football weather right here. That's Jack's perfect weather. Hey, it's a mess, but it is part of what makes a rivalry great. Listen, Coach, we have talked about this. Stay tuned on that. Of course, we know friend of the show, Coach Barlow, is up there at Tennessee State trying to get that program back on track. I know, again, you hear some rumors that the MEAC has reached out to Tennessee State. Hey, come over with us. We'll see kind of what happens. Man, wind gusts of 17, 6 hours. Okay, so the question is 6 hours where? Is that 6 hours from Daytona to Orangeburg or 6 hours from Montgomery to Daytona? Because I've said this before, and everybody, it's no secret. Fam, you should have been to SWAC 30 years ago. It is a perfect fit. Again, the games that we play are more meaningful. Again, you got fans that are coming to brag now. Fans are able to travel, go to games. I think it's always been I think family and SWAC has been a perfect fit. Oh, Daytona to Orangeburg, 6 hours. Join force one conference and have 14 playoff HBCU natty. Exception my bad. Jackson Coach of the Year, hands down. The ramp is exclusive. Yeah, you know what? Let me tell you something. You got to give Deshaun Jackson for where Delaware State, again, they won more games this year, what they won the last 4 years. That is incredible what he's done. And Delaware State, which, again, has been the bottom feeder of the MEAC, absolute. But you know what? You got to give credit to Chennisberry. Chennisberry has been undefeated his first 2 years in the MEAC, which is incredible. Has played big games, has beaten North Carolina Central both years, and now sitting up here playing again in a de facto MEAC championship. So you got to give Chennisberry a lot of credit. I like Deshaun Jackson. I think he should be coach of the year because of Delaware State. But Chennisberry right there, 1A. Yeah, this is the thing, Mick, is that Georgia, unfortunately, like the Albany States, Fort Valleys, Savannah State, they're just not big enough. And that's the reason why, because you talk about, I believe Savannah State was in the MEAC at one time, if I remember correctly. They were in the MEAC, and then, they just dropped down. So Georgia is very funny when it comes to HBCUs. They just don't have that big HBCU. And all those kids, unfortunately, go up to Georgia State. Did he miss that? They are going to sit back. Another missed field goal. So you're talking about 6 points. This game should be at the worst 21-16. And big miss once again. That is horrible. CAU to the MEAC. You cannot, in a championship game, and I'll tell you one thing. Think about this, guys. You take away the pick six away, that's 14. You add the 2 field goals, that's 16. This game probably should be 16-14 Delaware State. And that will be the game what they want to play. But once again, the pick six goes the other way, 2 missed field goals. This is how you win a game at this magnitude. Jack State's going to be on ESPN Plus. Coming on at 3:30. Just stop kicking the ball. My kicks miss. So see this. Mr. O say he's had enough. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, Savannah State was a member of the MEAC, and then they dropped back down. That is true. It's not a lot. I totally agree with you. But once again, when you're looking at what could have happened, they could be up this game if they don't give up the pick six. And that's the thing about it. So, no, you're right. And plus, it's a lot of time in the fourth quarter. Again, they can get right back into it. Here we go. Big 3rd and 4. South Carolina State on their side of the field. HBCU's kickers are the worst. Hey, man, 21-10. Timeout on the field. Getting ready to get Jack State and Alcorn started. FAMU and Bethune-Cookman started. Lauren Harvey bringing up something very interesting. D2 student can't go to D1 till after 2030 with the new changes. Real quick, checking out Prairie View. Still 7-0 against Mississippi Valley. Alabama State has kind of pulled away from Arkansas Pine Bluff 30-7. Alabama A&M, Texas Southern, first quarter, 0-0. This is true, Brandon. They are beating themselves, but once again, when you're talking playing against a 19-time MEAC champion, defending MEAC champion, championship coach, this is what happens when you play teams like that. They're going to make you make mistakes. That's one thing about it. They're going to put you in positions where you got to sit back and be under pressure. And this is what's happening. Got a lot of people getting ready to join us for the second half of, church on Saturdays with the Bishop. Steve Campbell sitting here, FAMU alum, having a good time, man. We got some great 3:30 games, man. Big games that mean a lot. Jack State and Alcorn, FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. I'm going to be right here, man. Take you all the way through to the evening, man. I ain't got nothing to do just to hang out with my folks. Drop a chat. Keep the scores up in the D2 good schools. Just can't keep up with them. Can't watch those while watching the other games that's in the MEAC and the SWAC. But I'll keep dropping those D2 scores for me in the chat. And then we'll talk about that at the end of the day, see what's going on with that. A lot of Bulldogs in the chat. Hey, man, your team is playing well. 1 quarter away from going back to the MEAC, being MEAC champions and going to the Celebration Bowl. Good crowd of Delaware State looks like. 3rd and 4, can they execute? 30-7 is Alabama State versus UAPB.
Should be returnable there for Jaden. Make the catch at his start.
Yep, here we go. We've made a couple of people miss. Got JSU and Alcorn coming out on the field. Got Jack State on, guys. ESPN Plus. We'll be talking about that game. We're gonna finish this game out first, and then we're gonna roll right over to Jack State and all corner FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. South Carolina State defense.
Jones hustling back into the Delaware State backfield, but going to that huge opportunity here for the South Carolina State 36.
Bennett. Oh, great pass. Here comes Delaware State. Bethune-Cookman and FAMU, they're on ESPN Plus also. They're getting ready to tip off, kickoff. Delaware State has 409 yards rushing, guys. That is unbelievable. Thanks, Coach, keeping us up. Here we go, Delaware State inside the 10-yard line. Here we go. Oh, pitch play. Way to play the pitch by South Carolina State. The second time they shut that pitch play down. Now, absolutely. Now, this game is nowhere near over. Another running game to Jones. Jones, touchdown, Delaware State. And looking like all the former Delaware State football players congratulating the youngster. Yeah, he's giving me a breakdown. Look out for Cookman, number 9 and number 5. And Lockhart is starting. That's what I thought. I think that was the best move, Phil. I think let Lockhart come out there. He's played well. He's done that. And Jacobin's on the sideline, support his little brother. And like I say, just, keep him letting him get healthy. Yeah, here we go. And here's Ahmad Miller right off the rip. Right off the rip for Jackson State. Right off the rip. And here we go. Porto about to kick off for FAMU. Bethune-Cookman with the ball first. Got a lot of big games going on. Biggest thing is right here with that Bethune-Cookman FAMU game. Bethune explosive offense. Yes, FAMU's defense has been up and down this year. Played a little bit better the last couple of games. Still has given up points. But once again, can R.J. Johnson play and keep staying consistent as he's did in the last couple of games? And Lockhart almost with a fumble. Bethune-Cookman with their first play. Throwing it out wide. Now I was wondering what was going on with that. Yeah, that's going to be something we need to watch. What they're going to do with Ransom? They're going to do the same thing that South Carolina State and the Delaware State game where Sean Jackson started the other kid instead of Bennett. Nah, they can't, Brandon. Got a lot of games going on, guys. Got MEAC championship game going on. Got Jack State Alcorn started, family and Bethune-Cookman. Watching them all. We're gonna be bringing them to you, giving our commentary. Biggest thing, real quick, Jack State Alcorn, that Jack State running game. Can Alcorn do anything on defense to stop that running game? FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. Can FAMU consistently get some offensive scores? Get ahead, like I talked about. Get big plays from Wiltshire, big plays from Haley. That's what we want to look for in FAMU. Kickoff, South Carolina State with the ball. FAMU with the fumble recovery. That's what you want to see. FAMU with the, and I think we got a fourth down with Alcorn and Jackson State. Right there on the 2-yard line, 4th and goal. TC Taylor getting ready to go for it. Yeah, we catch a break, but that's how you win games like this in a rivalry game. You will need breaks. Jackson State with a timeout. TC trying to figure out what he's going to do on 4th down call. And here comes R.J. Johnson running the offense for the Rattlers. Got a lot of games. Hey, guys, put your scores in the chat. Jackson State Alcorn, put your score in the chat. Put your score in the chat. FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. Let's see what you guys think. FAMU with the first run attack. Oh. Good. Oh, did he drop it? Yes, he did. South Carolina State should have caught that. And this game right here is a dogfight. Hey, Chip, let us know how much time is left in this game, too. 35-30. Albany State is up, finally gotten up on Valdosta. Give us a time check on that, too. Okay, Alcorn's time. I thought Jack State, thanks. And it looks like it's an easy touchdown for the Tigers. Touchdown. 8 minutes left. He says 26-24 Braves. Here's South Carolina State. Nice pass play. Here come those Rattlers. Campbell with a big play to tight end. Yeah, FAMU's not utilized tight end like they should have. He a big play kid came from Central. Just not having not used him like they should have. But hey, Delaware State top on the first down. Jack State up early on Alcorn. That's what Alcorn doesn't want to do. That big running attack. What are we talking about, man? Armand Miller, that bad man. The big run right off the rip. And Jack State's already up 7-0. Guys, what do you think? Again, Jacoby Morgan looked like he's dressed. Would you have played Jacoby Morgan today, or would you kept Lockhart in? And with that being said, going into the SWAC championship game, do you leave Morgan and Lockhart because he's had the hard hand? Do you leave Lockhart in and have him start the SWAC championship game? 2nd down. Shaw with Delaware State. This is what we saw last week. Shaw in the 4th quarter making big plays against Central. This is exactly what we saw. And again, South Carolina State is seeing something. Delaware State is not good against the run at all. And here we go. South Carolina State's trying to show their offensive line. That is incredible. Coach said same because he playing champ game with celebration promo. Absolutely. I agree with you on that. See, I never like when they do that right there. It kind of look like that second time the guy's tired. You can already tell, and then he kind of tiptoes. I would have rather for them to throw the ball. Basically, he look at him breathing hard, bringing another back. Let him get his breath. Shaw again. That bad man. This is a big drive right here. Third down, fourth quarter, 7 minutes left. Needs another touchdown. Put the pressure on South Carolina State. A 3-point. Remember, if they only kick a 3, then Delaware can tie with a touchdown. Sacked by Bethune-Cookman on 2nd and 12. FAMU on the Bethune-Cookman side of the field. I just got to let that ball go. Yeah, good defensive play by Bethune-Cookman. Oh, 7 was open. They are playing. Yes, Shaw. 4th down. Is South Carolina State gonna go for it, guys? Oh wow. First and goal. And the Bethune defense stiffens up. Alcorn with the ball over there in the vet. Their first drive. Daniel Porto coming out trying to get the Rattlers up by 3 points. Porto's been automatic. Probably be all SWAC kicker. And he's got it. 3-0 the Rattlers. While we are 500 team. Yeah, EA, we have been consistent with what you just said. That's exactly how we play. That's exactly how we play. We've seen this the whole year, and unfortunately, it hasn't gotten any better, or it hasn't gotten any worse. And that's what 500 is. Big play, and thanks, Chip. California, PA, 27, Virginia Union roaring back. 4th quarter, 7 minutes left. All right, look at that, Chris. Remember Omega Sci-Fi. That's it. It is your frat bro. Saw that young man throwing up those hooks. Shout out to the men on Omega Sci-Fi. See if we get a quick score update for everybody. Alabama State 30-13 over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Texas Southern 7-0 over Alabama A&M. Prairie View 14-0 over Mississippi Valley. These are first quarter scores. Arkansas Pine Bluff and Alabama State just starting the 4th quarter. Bethune-Cookman FAMU 3-0 FAMU. Jackson State with a massive run by Miller comes down on their first drive. 7-0 over Alcorn. You got the Bishop Steve Campbell HBCU Coaches Corner on the Rocky Middle Channel. Off Script Network, man. We got the HBCU Rivalry Week MEAC Championship. And, man, we just having a good time. People putting the stuff in the chat, keeping us up with all the scores. I appreciate all you guys being here. Got 165 people just hanging out with us, man. And we got big games. And we're going to talk about it, man. We're going to talk about all the games. Got a couple people that will probably join us a little bit later. Scotty joined us early in the game, doing a little fellowship with the family. Rocky's out, came in, checked us out. See, maybe we get Coach Cole on here and hang out with us. Jack State looking like showing like that defensive pressure. If you're talking about this game right here, it is 21-17 South Carolina State, with South Carolina State driving right now. Touchdown Alabama and on a double pass. Let me see if I can catch that real quick. It's so good. I'll be able to see it. I must be a little bit behind. I just couldn't know. Oh, this must be a big play then too. Because I'm looking at you saying it's touchdown, 3rd and 1, Alabama A&M, Texas Southern. You said a double pass. Here we go. Alabama A&M. 1 pass, 2 pass. It wide open. Touchdown Alabama A&M. Great play. Touchdown South Carolina State. Stubblefield coming in. Stubblefield, who played a lot last year, was supposed to be the starter this year. Agus took it over. Bill Cookman with a little pitch play on the kickoff. That's interesting. Oh, not at all, Israel. Shout out to those Jack State Tigers. Now, this is one of the things that, again, turnovers, missed extra points, missed field goals has really been the story of the game right here for Delaware State. South Carolina State, hey, man, Chinsbury is playing their game. 5 minutes left, 28-17. Chris says it's hard to be a Bulldog. Alcorn 4th and 1 look like they're going to punt it. Not going to risk anything early in the game. Jack State defense like stand up already early in this game. It was a fake. Alcorn with a fake. And they converted. Okay, listen, let me not speak too quickly. Alcorn said they ain't got nothing to lose with a big fake and conversion. Wow, big play by Alcorn. Love that play call. Delaware State with big play on special teams. That kid number 3 is all over the field for South Carolina State. Made an interception. Big play on special teams. Still cooking with the ball on the right side of the field. 3-0. Oh, and they caught a pass interference. Horrible. Five minutes away from being the MEAC champions, South Carolina State defense. This is what you want. Up by 11. Yeah, here comes the oh, no. That Chill got that has really been the key of the game, and that pick 6. Don't forget, it was a big pick 6. That again, that really hurt them. So we're talking about again 13 points that were taken off the board. Alcorn with the ball, big 4th down fake. Bill Cookman driving on Jackson. Don't fam you. Here's a big run. There's a big run what Delaware State needs. That is true. They did miss the field goal. And Bill Cookman right here. That was the big stop on the 1st down. Man, we got a lot of big games going on, man. 3 minutes left in the MEAC championship game. Delaware State down by 11. They've got to hurry up and score them. And he is running for his life. Caden Bennett running for his life. Here's that South Carolina State defense stand up. Second and goal again. FAMU defense. No. Touchdown. Bill Cookman. Brian, I tell you what, 500 yards rush don't mean anything if they don't get touchdowns. They've got to get touchdowns now. They can have all the rushing. They'll look at that and say, hey, we ran the ball a lot, but it doesn't matter. South Carolina State has scored more points, which means something. I'll tell you one thing, South Carolina State, they play Jack State. They don't want that Jack State offense to get 500 yards rushing. That'll be a long day. Miss Griffin with the Wingate. Looks like they're handling Benedict pretty well, 24-0. Coach 7-7-0, first quarter. College Bound CFL giving us support. Look at God, my reports out, all out and about, all the footballs. Ooh, almost interception by South Carolina State. All forward with a punt. Oh, they called it back? It was a holding call? Oh, wow. FAMU defense playing. Must have been a holding call. Hey, guy, welcome to that fan. Was that a holding call? Actually took him back. I thought he scored. Oh, so he didn't score when he ran on there. Okay. Third and goal, FAMU. Now, this is what been FAMU's Achilles heel right here. This down right here, third and long. They have not been able to stop anybody all year, third and long. Just like I said. I've said it. They have not stopped anybody all year, third and long. Unbelievable. It is just unbelievable. We have seen this over and over and over again. The third and long plays that FAMU just can't stop anybody. It is unbelievable. You take them way out. If nothing else, let them get a field goal. It was third and goal, and you let them score a touchdown. That's just unacceptable. That's just unacceptable. That is just unacceptable. You just can't. That's been the story of Florida A&M season. That's one our defense. I mean, we have seen this. Rattlers, have we not seen this every game? Third and long, the defense does what it's supposed to do, and for some reason they just act like that. You just can't stop anybody, man. It's just really disappointing. Yeah, I got the Bama State score for you, no problem. 1 second. 37-13, Alabama State. Got 30. Oh, they 37. They take points off the board. Like I said, we've seen this boy. We'll get this game over with. 4th-14. Here's the season right here for Delaware State. 4th-14. This could be the end of the season right now. Bennett interception South Carolina State. That will do it. That will do it. Yep, we've seen it every game. That will do it. And South Carolina State, once again, 2 minutes and 41 seconds, their 19th MEAC championship. Their 3rd Celebration Bowl in 5 years. Unbelievable. I think South Carolina State just does not get a lot of respect as being a blue blood championship type team. And Chennis Berry, one of the best coaches in HBCU football, maybe the best coach, shows once again why he is. Little baby, I tell you, boy, I wore those people from Prairie View out, boy. They were doing that big talking about how they were going to come down to Tallahassee and win that volleyball championship. We set their behinds right on out of there and send them right back to Prairie View. Yeah, look at you. Hold the ball. Look at this. Isaiah says South Carolina State is beatable. Well, let me tell you something about that. You know, everybody's beatable, but can you beat them? And what Coach Berry has shown that nobody in the MEAC the last 2 years been able to beat it. And don't you think that South Carolina State is just going to fall off the map? Again, sometimes I think we get caught up a little bit about what Deshaun Jackson's going to do. South Carolina State has a tried and true tradition of player development, getting guys from South Carolina, getting guys that want to be at that sports program. And they got a lot of alumni that are football coaches all over that state that send a lot of players to South Carolina State. Do not disrespect what South Carolina State going to be doing in the MEAC next couple of years. Well, they have won a sub. Actually, they have won the Celebration Bowl. That's not true. They beat Jack State. When Deion Sedure's first year with Buddy Pugh's team. So they have won a Celebration Bowl. So that's not true. See, guys, I'll tell you one thing, guys. We did a great show the other day talking about how to build a FCS champion. And one of the things we talked about is development and getting kids from high school, the kids that want to be there. Go watch that out. Me, Scotty, Zoe, Blue. Blue did a great breakdown. And what you find out is most of these championship teams are built from high school players with portal players also. But the foundation of the team are high school players. South Carolina State is one of those teams. They're not a big 30, 40 guys in the portal. They are guys that they go get guys that want to be at South Carolina State. And they build those guys to be champions. They look at all those champions up there. I think that's at your stadium. You guys got all those championships sitting up there. And that one thing about it, I always tell people this. People talk about goals. When you're at a school like South Carolina State, it's an expectation. When you're at FAMU, it's an expectation. When you're at Jack State, it's an expectation to be a champion. Oh, 100%. There's nothing to be ashamed. Hey, man, first year, Delaware State, man, people had Delaware State picked almost to be last. You're talking about 8-win season? Deshaun Jackson had nothing to be ashamed of. Delaware, for them to have the last game, see, all of us are watching this game. It's unbelievable. And it was a pretty good game until the end. But guys, we'll be transitioning over. We're going to be start talking a little bit. I'm going to finish this game out, give a couple of closing arguments and discussion. And then guess what? We're going to move over to Jack State and Alcorn and FAMU and Bethune-Cookman because all four of those teams are playing for something. Even though they're not playing for the SWAC championship, teams are playing for a winning record. Alcorn trying to, kind of things up for the end of the season. Jack State has to win this game to get to the SWAC championship. Because as you can see, Alabama State has handled their business. So they've already put the pressure. So Jack State has to win this game. Look at them. Bulldogs are barking in the chat. That's right. You can book your tickets to Atlanta because you guys will be right back. Prairie View 21, Mississippi Valley 0. Love that. Thanks, Coach. Keep giving us those updates. Listen, here's the thing. They got to give him a call. He's the list. I can tell you this right now. Chin's not coming to Southern. Travel's not coming to Southern. Don't ask me how I know. Just let you know I know. So this is one thing that I've kind of talked about. I think a young guy like Nemo Williams or a young guy, coach from West Georgia, defense coach from Mercer, some of those guys, Quinn Gray, I think Quinn Gray will be phenomenal at Southern. I think you're talking about an offensive guy. Quinn Gray, if you watch his interview, he has a lot. And again, he's a little bit, him and TC probably the same age. Well, right, because I'm trying to think TC. They're probably the same age, Quinn Gray and TC Taylor. But you could kind of see the way they talk and how they move, same type of guys and things like that. Albany State, there you go, with the lead 2 minute. Okay, Albany State look like they're pulling out. Well, guess what? They give them those hats, so I'm not going to give them credit for that. MU with a 4th and 2. What's Cozy going to do? Jack State with a field goal. Jack State up first quarter 10-0. Tigers are roaring down there at the vet. A 2-minute warning right here. Quick question. Why they give Chisholm the ball when he's a defensive guy? That's a good question. P4 and G5 is sending a plane to go to the pick up Coach Bear. There has to be an AD taking note. here's the thing, Sheldon Van Dyke. You know what? This kind of makes you think about the Willie Simmons situation. Willie had to leave FAMU, and Willie does not lie about this. He was told by many high-end Power 5 coaches, P4 coaches, you need to leave FAMU, get you some high-end FBS experience, and then go get a job. So does that same thing with Chennis apply what happened to Willie? So that's the question. I don't think that's what happened. I think Chennis is going to stay in South Carolina. I think if he wants to move up, I think he would have to go to a Power 4, unfortunately, and to get a job. Listen, I think this is absolutely. And again, to me, when you're looking at, I'm going to be honest with you. If Southern wants to get a twofer, you take Jackson State's defensive coordinator, hurts them a little bit there, and then you got a guy that knows Jackson State. I think he'd be a great guy for Southern. Again, what's going to happen to UAPB? Looks like Coach Woody's going to come back at Bethune-Cookman like he saved his job. So I think he's going to be fine no matter what happens in this game. And then again, Texas Southern doesn't need a coach. Chris Dishman is winning. You know, he'll break even on this. Mickey Joseph, again, he gets his 8th win against Southern. He's guaranteed to come back. So again, I like Terenzo Quinn. I think that'll be a good look. Yeah, South Carolina State, you are going. Well, you know, the word on the street is that Marshall Falk will be the next coach, but he has not been hired yet. That has not been confirmed. But, Scott has a lot of good connections. We've talked to a couple of people. We do know that they are talking to Marshall Falk, but you know how that guy goes because, like I said, what kind of money he's asking for, what kind of salaries he's asking for his coaches. A lot of that comes into play because you can pay the coach, but a lot of those guys, the coach that they want to bring in, they want to make a certain salary. So that's one of the things that you got to kind of look at. 28-17, South Carolina State, Delaware State 17. That is the score of the game that we're talking about now before we move over to 3:30 games, a minute 47 going up. Sounds like a turnover, Florida A&M. You got a hold of that. Franklin fumbles the ball after getting a first down. That is horrible. Virginia, okay. Chip's keeping us up to date. Big win. Shout out to Coach Quinn, friend of the show. Big win for the FAMU alumnus. Albany State 35-30, Valdosta State. Yeah, that's the whole thing, and that's what I think is going to hold the Marshall Falk thing up, Spartacus. I think Marshall's going to say, hey, I need these guys. I got these guys ready to come, and then you start talking about those salaries, but we'll see. Nah, bro, we ain't saving nothing. No, nah. So that right there has been indicative of play of FAMU. Dad Franklin gets up there, fourth down call, he fumbles the ball. Jack State defense playing well on the side. Delaware State, one last charge. Hey guys, just to let you know, we got Jack State Encore on ESPN Plus, Bethune-Cookman, FAMU on ESPN Plus, HBCU Go. We got Alabama A&M and Texas Southern. SWAC TV, we've got Mississippi Valley and Prairie View. And that's what I think that covers all our games. Of course, Alabama State is about to finish up shortly with Arkansas Pine Bluff. Tell them. Yeah, friend, it ain't gonna be no say cozy. No. Yeah. Now we like I said, we'll see. We'll see. We got a new AD coming in. That's gonna be very interesting. That's going to be interesting with the new AD and what he chooses to do. Again, he's a Florida State guy. Him to close the door and say, give them the Florida State secret handshake and beg for another year. We'll see. Cozy, like I said again, he's got to win this game. I've always said this. I believe FAMU's going to win this game. Coach is going to be valid, and that's going to give him the last year in his contract. Yeah, that's true. That's one of the things. FAMU's not a good team to come back. This is a big defensive series for the Rattlers. Alcorn with a punt. Jack State back gets the ball back again. And a big return. Third and 10. First down, Delaware State. Yeah. Well, we got our first HBCU went down. Frostburg beating John C. Smith 21-7. Albany State with a big win against Valdosta State. Guys, again, we're kind of talking about a lot of things. Who do you guys think should be the Southern's next coach? You know what I mean? Doesn't matter, even if it's not possible. Because who would you like for some people, or just even people in strike, who would you like to see as Southern's next head coach? Jesse Riley, man, listen, this is a kid I love. Jesse Riley has been there. He was one of those guys that came in with Shador for that freshman class. He's one of the few guys that still stayed over there at Jack State, man. I would love to see this kid finish off strong, get a touchdown. That's Quinn said Maurice Flowers. Said, I hate to say it, but I'm here halftime. Please get slide close up. Fourth down. First down, Delaware State. 4 seconds. Here we go. Game 4 seconds. About to have our final. Wingate over Benedict so far. This will be the last play of the game, and that's it. Interception. South Carolina State is your MEAC champions. Celebration Bowl bound, 19th MEAC champion. Chennisberry, 2 years undefeated in the MEAC. What a great accomplishment. Great job by Chennisberry. Great job by South Carolina State. A lot of Bulldogs in Dover, Delaware today. Now, let's see here. Chris is stuck on that rushing attack. Yeah, Chris, 439 yards rushing, but 28-17. South Carolina State Bulldogs. MEAC champions. Now we'll move over to our 3:30 games. Jack State up 10-0, second and 10 against Alcorn, FAMU, and Bethune-Cookman. Got the games on, guys. Switch on over to those guys. Tell us what you got. No lie, they got Virginia and Mr. Field ball. That is ball game. Oh, hey, forgot about Tennessee State. Here's Lockhart. Down to the 2-yard line. Yeah. DSU focus on pass next year. I'm pretty sure. That's one of the things. That's, again, you build a team, what you can do quickly. I think one thing that they did really quick was they able to get that running attack. And, again, they got them to a MEAC championship game. Bethune-Cookman, FAMU. Congratulations to South Carolina State Bulldogs. Congratulations to all the off-script and Rocky Miller fans. There we go. Touchdown, Travis Terrell. Jack State 16-0. Listen, Jack State not messing around with Alcorn. There you go. Shout out to Miss Cunningham joining us again. Back-to-back MEAC chat. Thank you guys for joining us, man. Listen, we're going to take everybody in, man. We're going to break down the game. South Carolina State, what you saw. South Carolina State led from beginning to end, played a great game, got the turnovers when they needed them, got the offensive running when they needed it. Big plays by their passing game, big plays by their defense, a balanced offense by South Carolina State, 240 yards, 9 yards passing, 159 yards rushing. Great game. Got turnovers, did what they need to do. Missed a field goal, kind of hurt them, but did everything that they needed to do to win the game. Delaware State, 87-yard pass, but 439 yards rushing. If you would have told me that, you probably would have said that's a Delaware State victory, but the turnovers would kill them. A pick six. And I think, how many turnovers were that? 3 interceptions, 4 turnovers, 3 of them, 4 interceptions. 4 interceptions, one of them a pick six. Again, Delaware State, 5 of 16. South Carolina State was on 3 of 12 on third downs. So really wasn't the issue, but South Carolina State doing what they do, doing what championship teams doing, win the game. Hey, Doug, well, I appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, man. Listen, we're going to ride out, man. You know, again, going to have some ebbs and flows, just me riding out right now. But I wanted to bring this to you, get you guys love the community in the chat. Got a lot of good things when we talked about people who wanted coaches, who they thought was going to win the game. Now we've got our 2 heavyweight games, again, in the late window of Jackson State and Alcorn, and we got FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman trying to drive again, trying to go for another touchdown. FAMU has really got to step their game up because this is a real important drive. That's right. If Jackson State wins, they will host a SWAC championship game. That is a fact. There you go. End of the first quarter, Israel, North Jackson Guy, Murrah High School. Hey, Jackson State 17-0, end of the first quarter. Man, listen, Jackson State, I told the people I didn't think they were going to play around with these guys. I think they understand what it is. I think they also want to really not put Lockhart in harm's way, want to keep letting Jacoby Morgan rest, get them ready for if it's a SWAC championship game or even rest them all the way to the Celebration Bowl. But I think one of the things Jackson State understand, they don't want to play around with Alcorn. Alcorn's a dangerous team, and it is a rivalry game. Alcorn is up. They're going to play hard all the way till the final minute, and we'll see what's going on. Got FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman just kicked the field goal 10-3 off a turnover off of FAMU. I don't understand these rankings. Somebody explain to me, how is Alabama State number 1 in Jay's ranking, South Carolina State number 2, Jackson State 3? I don't understand that. Last I checked, did not Jackson State beat Alabama State? I mean, somebody help me with this. I've seen these rankings before. How is it? This guy said, don't ever let Perry try to trick you into the pick. They might claim it because they got FAMU next door. The Prairie lose by 3 points to Alabama State, they will be hosting a SWAC championship game. Well, that's why you got to win. That's why you got to win the games. Prairie View had a prime opportunity with no Andrew Bonney, but Cam Peters threw 4 interceptions, missed a field goal at the end of the game. So again, Prairie View had their shot. You got to win games, man. Jay Walker got CT. Yeah, I'm not understanding that. I don't understand how you pick and why Jackson State's not number 1. I mean, I think Alabama State is number 2. No argument about that. But there's no way you can pick Alabama State, rank them number 1, and have Jackson State 3 over South Carolina State? No way. No way. No way. Beautiful day in Jackson, Mississippi. It's your Bishop, man, on off scripts, hanging out with you, going on the second half of the games today. HBCU Coach's Corner, hanging out with you guys. I think, guys, one of the things which you also saw with South Carolina State, that Coach Chinsbury had those guys well prepared. I think that was really, really a big deal, having those guys well prepared, ready to go, good to go. Guys, hold on one second. Go get myself set up. We'll be right back. All right, guys, we're back. Like I say, I'm still laughing at this. I think this is pretty funny. Shout out to the new MEAC champions for 2025, South Carolina State Bulldogs. Go celebrate with your Bulldogs. Great showing. Brought your band up there. A lot of fans showed up to the game. We got like 3:30 window games going on. FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. Bethune 10-3 over FAMU, and Jack State coming out dominant right off the rip, 17-0 over Alcorn. Alcorn really need to get together, try to score some points, because again, with this Jack State offense, it could get ugly really fast. Coach Jones letting us know PV 28, Mississippi Valley 6:27 left in the first half. Or it might be second half. I'm sorry. Is that the second half? What we got here? Oh, first half. Back-to-back champs. That's right. Will Jack State be back-to-back SWAC champs? Will we have a repeat of the Celebration Bowl? A lot of people say they don't want to see that. I always tell people the only way you don't get is you got to beat them. A lot of people say they don't want to see Jack State and South Carolina State again. I don't care anybody think about that, man. If you don't want to see them, you got to beat them. That's just the bottom line. As long as Grambling beat the brakes off of Southern next week. That right there is a big game. And that's a big game for Mickey Joseph. He has got to win that game. He has got to win that game for the Grambling alumni, for him to get his 8th win, which gives an automatic rollover for his contract, and just for Grambling recruiting. So, again, that is a game that we're all going to be watching and see what happens. Got Jackson State playing defense against Alcorn. Alcorn on their 23-yard line, 1st and 25. Looks like it must have been a holding call. One of the things that, again, I really want to see with Jack State is I know they're going to run the ball, but I want to see if they can get Savage involved in the game. Like I say, Savage, I think was a big pickup for them. Love to see him get him going in the game to add that other dimension on the outside. And we've seen this again. Again, Bethune-Cookman 5-6, 4-3 in the SWAC. FAMU 5-5, 4-2 in the SWAC. FAMU's basically beating all the bad teams on their schedule other than Howard, and then lost to all the good teams by a lot. This is one of those games right here, pretty even, both teams. I think Bethune-Cookman was favored by a few points, but this is one of the things that FAMU has got to really come out and really win this game, see if they can get to that 7th win. Shout out to those South Carolina. Congratulations to the South Carolina State Bulldogs, 20th MEAC champion, most of all time, going back to their 3rd Celebration Bowl. Once again, Chinsbury undefeated in the MEAC for his 2nd year in a row. Great coaching hire great coach. Going to see what he can do. I know he's already, as soon as they get on a plane, he's going to be working on their game plan to go against whoever they play in the Celebration Bowl. All-core with a big play. Is this a touchdown? It is. All-core with a big play for a touchdown. 64-yard touchdown. Wow. Norfolk and Howard, that's another game that's just started. Norfolk. Now, this is a game I think Norfolk also needs to win, to be honest with you guys. Again, bad season for them. I think that's one of those games that they really want to try to close out their season with a win. Howard started off, beat FAMU, and just like I said, season has not turned out the way they wanted it. That was a big score for Alcorn. Because, again, Jack State looks like they were about to run him out the vet. Needed a big score right there. North Carolina Central 33, Morgan 14, South Carolina State 28, Delaware State 17. And again, in the second half, Norfolk down in D.C. versus Howard. Norfolk with the 1-10 record on point in MEAC, 9-6 over Howard. To my family Rattlers, what do you guys think? Does Cozy come back for another year? No matter if he would say if he wins the rest of the game, does he come back? Because we already know if he goes 5-7, that probably might be the nail in the coffin, especially if he loses the Valley. He can't lose the Valley again. That can't happen. That can't happen. But what do you Rattlers think? If he loses this game, beats Valley, does come back. If he loses both games, we're definitely not coming back. If he wins both games, does he come back? PV pick 6. And sure, nice pick 6. Prairie View just hammered. That'll put them up 35-0 over. Man, which been, again, start off strong Mississippi Valley with T-Buck, Coach T-Buck. Friend of the show, came on HBCU Coach's Corner, just trying to build that program. It's one of the things I hope he doesn't get too frustrated. Understand he's got to take his time, build that program through the portal, build that program with JUCO players, get some kids that want to be at Valley, and start over next year. Yeah, Florida Classic, Bethune-Cookman, Florida A&M. Big game for FAMU. Trying to keep the win streak going. Has been beating Bethune-Cookman the last couple of years. Bethune-Cookman feels really good about this. The year they think they can beat FAMU. FAMU has got to step up on their defense. Defense has been lax. Gave up a big third down play that gave up a touchdown. We've seen it happen all year long. Well, basically, that probably not fifth thing out. It was shaking, started seeing the street start rumbling. Yeah, it was more than shaking. Cozy needs to go. We need someone else. Let the man finish the contract because that's only 2 years post. We'll need to try to get some stability, but you never know. Leon, I think there is validity to this statement, but I think what people want is not so much is hurry up and just run them out. I think what people want to see is progress. And I think that has been the problem FAMU over the last 2 years. Can the team get better over the course of a season? And we just haven't seen it. Like I say, what did I just say? The third down. I've seen that third and long play happen every game, every time this year. With a third and long situation, and the Rattlers just can't stop it. So the question is, why are we not stopping them? What is going on there? And I think that's where the most frustration comes at. Because you can see the talent on the offense, the Wilshires, the Goldie Lawrences, the Haleys, Thad Franklins, even Campbell. I understand that R.J. Johnson, new quarterback, not expecting him to come out there looking like Steve McNair. but the offense should be better. That's what a lot of people think. And the defense has not played up to any type of FAMU defensive standard. And I think that's really the thing that has really been the thing that has been most disappointing about this FAMU Rally defense. Look at it once again. Rattlers hold serve again, and we are rolling. FAMU defeats Alabama A&M women's volleyball 7-5 and advance. This is a big deal. For a lot of people that don't follow volleyball, we were the number 8 seed, started off slow, won the last, I think, 4 matches. And again, we're defending SWAC champions in volleyball. I think defending champs. I'm not. Let me see. We played for the championship last year. Maybe I think the year before we defended champs. So bottom line is consistent volleyball team of FAMU, got the number 1 seed out there, Prairie View, beat Alabama A&M, and now we move on. Jack State, number 2 seed, actually lost to Southern. So again, it's wide open. Got to have a seed. This is a third down. This is again, can we stop them on third down? That finally. Fran says, I want to see the process. No process within his 2 years. The talent's there, but not in the right place. He had the blueprint. That is true. Jackson State, again, 1st and 10, 17-7. Lockhart is the quarterback. And another one of those nice little pitch plays. That's actually a pass play. And it goes to Dupree, who is Marcus Dupree's grandson. Look up Marcus Dupree, one of the greatest high school football players of all time out of the state of Mississippi. Went to Oklahoma, went to the USFL, got injured. But that man was, as they say, could have been Bo Jackson before Bo Jackson. The process for coaches not winning games for that is the thing. That is the thing. Yeah, you can't be at a level where you got 3 teams that blow you out by 40 points. Now, all right, guys, give me a few minutes. I've got to move something around. I'll be right back with you guys. Jack State 17, Alcorn 7. Jack State with the ball. FAMU with the ball now. Well, I'm sorry, FAMU about to receive the ball. I'll be right back in a few minutes, guys. All right, guys, we're back. Rattlers with the ball, 1st and 10. Jackson State just had it. 17-7. That's all we asked for. Can we get a touchdown? And offense does not look good once again. Jack State 3rd and 8. Second quarter, got him drinking a little water. FAMU 2nd and 13. RJ Johnson has had, again, he's had moments. Not in big games, but in the games we're supposed to win, he's had moments. This is a game right here. If RJ Johnson really wants to solidify to go into next season, this is a game that you got to win. This is a game that you want to play well. This is against Bethune-Cookman. This is your main rival. This is your in-state rival, Bethune-Cookman, Florida Classic. Got to make plays, got to make throws. Same thing with James Cozy. Bethune-Cookman. This is a game, we've won this game last couple of years. Your main rival. You want to have a good showing. Right now, 10-3. Didn't get a good stop on the 3rd down. Now we're going to see what they're going to do on offense. On the other side, you got Jack State, T.C. Taylor, who has brought Jack State back, kept them going, won a national championship. One of the things that I like about T.C. Taylor, you can see him building that team in the Jack State mold. Big, fast guys, run attack, good, competent coaching, great defense. Same thing, Eddie Robinson with Alabama State has been building. Can he go ahead and finish that team off and get the 9th and 10th win that he's looking to get? So, man, we got a lot of good storylines. Man, South Carolina State, Chinsbury has not lost a conference game from leaving Benedict, coming to South Carolina State. Deshaun Jackson, first year, gets to basically a de facto MEAC championship game. Big games, man, big games. Yeah, there's a little bit frustrating out here in Tiger Nation sometimes with you guys with some of the play callers. But I think, guys, when you got a freshman quarterback, I think some of the plays are dictated by having a freshman quarterback. And also, I think they're trying to get him ready if he has to play in that SWAC championship game to give us a different look. FAMU doing nothing with the ball, punts the ball back. Bethune-Cookman with the offense at the 50-yard line. Look like there's a great crowd down there in the vet. And, hey, this right here, that could be a big deal. That could be a big deal. It wasn't a big deal for Jack State last year. But I think this is one of those ones that I think South Carolina State definitely needs the time, no matter who they play, to really, really figure out. Because I think one of the things that that playing Jack State, you're going to have to do something about that run offense. So I think they really got to figure that out. Also, South Carolina State got to get more consistent on their run offense. But the Bugs, hey, man, we holding it down, man. It's Stephen Campbell, the Bishop, hanging out, man, on Saturday, doing my thing. Scotty came on a little bit, and look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And Bethune-Cookman with another long touchdown. $50 yards. And that's, again, and this is the thing about with FAMU. FAMU is not a team that comes back. It's just amazing. Somebody that's close to the Jack State program and close to the FAMU program, two schools that can get talent. And when you look at how porous the FAMU defense is and with players from Florida that you should be able to get, it's just really disappointing. Hey, what's going on the other day? We here? Blue, listen. Listen. I mean, let's see. It's bad when I'm getting people from the game. I just got a text saying we suck. I mean, come on. That's it. Ton of playmakers. That is true. Ton of playmakers on that team. But the thing about it, their defense is not as good. And we got a ton of playmakers on our team that we have shown flashes. So, again, you got to match them and you got to score. That's the thing about it, Sweet Newt. And shout out. Appreciate you joining, man. Appreciate everybody. I appreciate all you guys, man. You guys see me on. You hang out with me. We have a really good time. But Sweet Newt, great point. And I think that's what people got scared about this Bethune-Cookman game. And that's what I thought, that game against Grambling, Bethune-Cookman really missed their shot, because I think if they would have won that Grambling game, I think it would have been a little bit different. Not to say they would have beaten Jack State. I think even though it was a close game a little bit, I think it would have been a game that they would have had a chance to win. But I think once they lost to Grambling, lost all those kids, but here you go. They're playing their in-state rival, and as you can see, they're playing well. Not everyone. Hey, listen. Not everyone that is sister coach. Hey, listen. Hey, Fred right here dropping nuggets, and that's one of the things, again, was going to be very interesting to see, especially if Coach loses game. I hope this game does not track out like it's tracking right now, because, again, we've seen some 40-point blowouts, and you don't want this to be a 40-point blowout. You don't want that. You want these guys to play hard. You want them to win the game, but this is a 40-point blowout. So basically, again, I know this is not a home game, but it's in Florida. You're talking about your 4 biggest games, either in the state of Florida, and let's not forget the Orange Blossom Classic that we lost. So that literally would mean 5 of our biggest games we would have lost. That is unbelievable. Bill Baby said we got 51, so y'all for 51, but then that's 200. Yeah, this is one thing. Now we're going to go over here, guys. Again, I'm from Jackson and watching both games with, a lot. Jack State 17-7. Lockhart has the ball. Jack State offense has the ball. 3rd and 40. Let's see what Jack State does right here. Now, here's the funny thing about it. They can hand the ball off and get 30 yards in a pop. So let's see if they do one of those handoffs, which is exactly what they did. So, but Alcorn was all on it. So Jack State will punt the ball. So, again, they're showing FAMU first games, 15 points, averaging 29 points a game. But, again, those against bad competition. So, again, don't let those numbers fool you. 4-1. That one loss was a 40-point blowout by Jack State. Now, Miss Griffin is not looking good. And this is one of those things that FAMU, I really want to see them. They really need to score right here to stay within this game, because if they don't, Bethune-Cookman is going to keep scoring. So, again, I want to see R.J. Johnson. This is what we've been asking him, make plays, because all I hear is that he doesn't throw interceptions, that he's been efficient. But it doesn't matter if you're not throwing the ball 3 or 4 yards down the road, down the line. Well, I tell you, Jack State fans have not been happy with the refs all season long, and I see why. I think there is something to that a little bit. I think TC just need to take the fine. They just.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Campbell?
There he is.
Hey, man, I just wanted to pop in here. Second half about to start, but I wanted to come in here and just pop in and say Prairie View is going to be a problem on the 6th. It's going to be.
You think Prairie View going to be a problem?
Oh, they're going to be a big problem. They're going to be a huge problem.
35-0 against Mississippi Valley.
Yeah. They're going to be a huge problem. They're going to be a huge problem.
Hey, listen, I'm going to tell you this. I cannot wait until we call that game. We already know what Coach Cole is going to say. I'm a big T-Jack fan, and I'm sorry I'm going to put my blue and white hat on, because I'm just trying to tell you, when you got 3 guys that can mash out 100 yards, and I try to tell you guys, I said this again, that freshman will not be a freshman by the time they play that SWAC championship game. That's what I try to tell you. He's going to have all those games on his belt. He's playing a big game against Alcorn. We'll see if they bring Jacoby Morgan back for the SWAC championship game. Me personally, I think you don't. I think you just let him heal 100%. I think Lockhart is good enough to get them past Prairie View. We'll see. That's why I say I believe we want to see it. We can run the ball, and then we only run 2. Yeah, that is FAMU. Oh, listen. FAMU would have, and that's what I'm saying. FAMU had to stay with him. FAMU had to stay with him. I want to see why this guy's wide open. Now, this is the thing about it with Bethune-Cookman. We've seen this with Bethune-Cookman is a very bad defensive team. Very bad. That's our offensive coordinator's son, Henry Burris' son. 44 years. Somebody broke a coverage right here. What happened right here? Wow. That is crazy. There was nobody there. NU Diamond seemed like coach has lost the ability to motivate the team. That team has much. Yeah, look, Diamond. That's the thing about it. You look. I almost made a mistake right there. You got a Wilshire. You got a Goldie Lawrence. You got a Haley. You got guys. All these guys are sub 4.4 guys. They can go get it. You say you recruited well in the portal, but the defense constantly has not shown any ability to stop anybody when they needed to. Just not good. And see, this is the thing about it. This is just insane right here. I'm looking to see why this guy got wide open. Got to start for the pause. No, it was a safety that made the wrong play. Yeah, that was a miscommunication. And missed the extra points. Alcorn back with the ball, 1st and 10, under 5 minutes left. Alcorn on the 40-yard line of Jackson State. They had a big play. Can they tighten the game up? Yeah, we've seen that every week, haven't we? And Porto's and the thing about it, he's a good kicker, long range, but these extra points, you just can't miss those.
And Ross elected to bring it out of his own end zone. Goes around the corner past the 25.
BC bringing the ball out. Yeah, we got this shirt on, wearing this represent Florida A&M, but like I said, we got the Jackson State Alcorn game, looking for everybody to join in with us.
This is a close one because they made 2 mistakes on special teams. They kicked the ball 5 yards.
Wow.
Don't come out.
1st and goal. Hey, thank you guys for keeping us up. Hey, do me a favor, guys. If you guys can give us a quick rundown of all our HBCU games from D2, just kind of line them up. You know, we've had a couple of games. I know Johnson C. Smith lost. We do know that Albany State, shout out to Coach Quinn, they did win. Hey, the score is 17-9. Florida A&M missed extra point. Bethune-Cookman with the ball on the 10-yard line. Can the Raleigh defense stand up and get them back in the game? And here's Alcorn. Here's Alcorn trying to make a move. 1st down Alcorn inside the red zone. Alcorn down on the, looks like the 1-yard line with 2nd and goal. Can Alcorn punch it in? Yeah, that's no. Oh, look at that big defensive stop. Look at the big boys in the middle. And you know that guy, that bad man, Jeremiah Williams, man, probably a pro prospect on that defensive line. That guy has been in Jackson State for a long time, has been the anchor of that defense. That was a big 3rd down. Alcorn really needs to punch this in for a touchdown to keep up with Jackson State's offense. 3rd and 3 for Bethune-Cookman. Big play once again. Can FAMU's defense get off the field and get the offense back with good field position? We'll see right here. Trips right at the top end of the screen. Pass and play. And complete. 3rd and goal, Alcorn. Good pass and play, good route concept. $17 to 9, Bethune-Cookman. 2-minute timeout at the Florida Classic. Big, I'm gonna say this again. Jackson, FAMU cannot let Bethune-Cookman get a score here. They have got to keep them out of the end zone, not even a field goal. They really need to stay pace with these guys. Hey, listen, Benedict fighting hard. 3:36 left. 19-24. Can Benedict come back and pull this out? No, Klaus said he doesn't like the 2-minute timeout. Hey, I love it. This is, and what's funny, I kind of pointed this out. The SWAC is very interesting because most of our rivalry games, other than the 3, you got FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. That's the last game of the season. Southern Grambling, the last game of the season. Alcorn and Jack State. Like everybody else, Prairie View, Texas Southern play at the beginning. I guess Arkansas Pine Bluff doesn't have a designated rival. Valley doesn't have a designated rival. The Mad City Classic is in the middle of the season. It's kind of interesting how you kind of look at that. Those games are not at the end of the year. He said, I do have a question. Porto's hurt. Wouldn't you have been best to have 1 or 2 of all the kickers be ready to do the job? I totally agree. So did they say Porto was hurt? Again, I was moving around a little bit. Had somebody come and do some work in my house real quick. I didn't want y'all to hear that noise. But did Porto get hurt? Let me know, little baby, on that. They have to stop them from scoring. Yeah, 100%. They got to stop 100%. When I'm on the Jack State side, man, timeout, 2 minutes right here. Well, what happened here? Wait, what? Yeah, what is going on? Okay, what's going on with the refs? Hey, listen, we might have to holler. What is going on with the refs? Man, listen, did you guys just see this at the Jack State game with the Alcorn player? Man, what is going on with the refs? Man, listen, keep it professional. Keep it professional, refs. 3rd and goal, 2 minutes over here at Jack State, Alcorn. Can Jack State, with that big defensive line, get a stop right here? Looks like they're going to. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Jack State recovers the ball. Wow. That was a hike. This bad center hike over the quarterback's head. Jack State recovers the ball. That is horrible. They said I was laughing when you started hollering at family, but try to keep it professional. Wow. And there go those doggone pom-poms down there in Jackson, Mississippi. There goes those pom-poms. That is, see, again, guys, we've seen games like this, and that was just, how would that be? No, you got to go get that ball. We got back to live action with Bethune-Cookman and FAMU. Man, look at this. A little pitcher catch by Bethune-Cookman. and there you go, Jack State. And let me tell you something. The biggest pickup, and I believe that was Nate Rembert again. It has got to be the biggest transfer in the SWAC. Nate Rembert from Edwin Waters from Florida transfers to Mississippi Valley, cooks FAMU, transfers to Jackson State, and he has just dominated the middle of the field all season long. Yeah, that's a wrap. That is a 14-point swing. Alcorn should have got points. At least if at the worst got 3. Turns the ball, and then Jack State comes with a big shot play. And this is what I was telling guys, what I try to explain. When you are letting Lockhart keep playing, keep getting comfortable, you get plays like this. You get plays like this. And guess what this does? It allows Jacoby Morgan to sit, not have to worry about putting him in harm's way. And Lockhart, once again, a true freshman out of North Carolina, making a big play to Nate Rembert. Now, you know, Phil, I'm going to tell you what's funny. I was talking to somebody, and we talked about this earlier. Lockhart has size. what happens if Rember plays in his junior? Does somebody come, like we heard all the time, Andrew Body's got to transfer, Andrew Body's got to transfer. Well, people say the same thing about Lockhart. He's got to transfer, he's got to transfer. See, this is why I hate when people start this stuff. And again, no problem if you got your opinion, but you're going to hear that about Lockhart. Lockhart comes back next year. Oh, he needs a transfer. He's not going to be able to do what he needs to do. He needs to go play at a white school. That is just going to be very interesting. Oh, yeah. Like I say, that's 100%. I've told people this, and anybody, and ain't Nate a junior, I don't know. This is all going to run back. Yeah, Robert, 100%. I totally agree on this. I totally agree. Lockhart is a big, strong, pro-style quarterback. Now, what I try to tell people, I go way back. So people saying Robert Kent, he's not Robert Kent. That's not even their game. What Lockhart reminds me of, and for you old school people, went undefeated in the SWAC, Shannon Boyd. Shannon Boyd was a big, strong quarterback, played with them bomb squad JSU teams. And one of the things that you saw, he could make all the throws. He had a big arm, but he also could move. Yeah. Okay. Well, no, Blue, but I'm talking about this. Blue, this kind of goes back to what I was telling Rocky. I don't think he leaves next year. Of course, I don't think he leaves now. But if he has a big season, what are you going to hear when people saying going into his junior year? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. What is people going to say going into his junior year? Well, just like Andrew Body, he's got to leave. He's got to go. He's got to leave. He can't get anything done at Jackson State. He can go play at a Power 4 school and be a number 1 pick, blah, blah, blah. That's what you're going to hear. Yeah. I mean, once again, FAMU just not making plays. Yeah, he does. He does have a chance. But I'm just telling you guys, again, you know me, I'm a big Jackson State supporter. I don't want any of our kids. I hate when our kids, woo, big play right there, almost intercepted. But that guy was wide open. I don't want any of our kids to transfer. But you guys know the story. When you got a quarterback like that, quarterbacks are hard to find. If that kid has a type of season, you're going to hear all these people saying that he needs to transfer. And I think he needs to stay right down there and be a Jackson State legend. And I think he still can get what he's trying to do. Oh, yeah. Well, listen, Stan, I do, because I grew up around it. I've seen our players go to the pro. Listen, I was in the stadium when it was 60-something people with Jerry Rice. I was there with Isaac Hope. I have seen Michael Strahan play. I saw Steve McNair, almost 55,000, maybe 60, when Steve McNair's last game in the vet. I have seen these guys play and things like that. So when I've seen them, I know Jimmy Smith, all these guys, man. Jake Reed, I've seen all these guys. And my thing is, again, I'm not saying to go get money. I understand money is very important. I don't know anybody's situation, just like with Andrew. If somebody going to give Andrew $100,000, I mean, what am I supposed to say? I don't pay Andrew. That's his own thing. My thing is, Andrew looks happy at Alabama State. Andrew is playing cap at Alabama State. He's down there with his line brothers. Everybody loves him down there. And where is he going to go? What I don't want Andrew to do is go to some bad team where he can have an explosive year next year, where they can build an offense around him and go crazy. And this again, how many times we seen this, guys? All corn. On the move a little bit here. 1st and 25. Yeah. I kind of seen this kind of getting kind of chippy with Alcorn. Jack State gang guys. We got both games we're watching. Jack State 24-7 over Alcorn. Big play. The Alcorn was down there on the 1-yard line. Ball went over the quarterback, and Jack State recovered. Came out with a big shock play with Nate Rembert, Lockhart to Nate Rembert. And then we've got FAMU and Bethune. Bethune 17. Bethune on the drive right now inside the red zone. And they gave him a touchdown. 23-9, Bethune cooking. Now listen, I'm telling you. Bought a blitz and still couldn't. And I think Malik Huggins, I think somebody told me he was supposed to be at FAMU. That I heard he wanted to go to FAMU. Yeah. There you go, 24-9. And we've seen this before. We have seen this before. So again, and again, this is a tell when you guys, when you look at a Jackson State where a championship team looks, playing within themselves, has a freshman quarterback, letting playmakers make plays. You're not seeing all these crazy penalties. You look on the other side with FAMU, where the defense is not stopping anybody, not getting turnovers, and then you got Bethune-Cookman just drive. Yeah, hey, listen, I'm sitting up here. Look, Tyoka Jackson played actually at Penn State. I'm shocked. I didn't know he was doing commentating. I remember him. He was defensive tackle that played at Penn State. He is. I agree with you. I think he's doing a great job. I'm listening to him. Again, got Tiffany and Jay on one side, got Tyoka on my other ear, and talking to you guys. Jay, it's not where the family speed is. They're not where they're supposed to be at. That's the problem. They're not a well-coached team where they're supposed to be where they're supposed to be. That's the problem. No, they're not doing anything special. Not at all. They're not a tricky offense. But again, this is what we've seen. Our defense has done this all year long, where we just let play after play happen. We don't get in the backfield. We don't have good defensive backs to make plays. And all okay, I'm about to say Alcorn almost got the ball back. Travis Terrell, almost gave it right back. Good play by Paul to be back there to help his buddy out. Shout out to my boy Frank Clay, man. You know we here in the house, man. Shout out to Azalea Drive, my homeboy Frank Clay, my big brother. Hey, Frank, I'm just holding down, man. Got a game. So we got Bethune-Cookman and FAMU. Bethune-Cookman up 24-9 over the Florida A&M Rally, Florida Class. And then we've got my hometown team, Jackson State Tigers. Look, getting ready to go into the half. They'll probably hand the ball off going to the half. Guys, we'll break everything down. We'll pull up all the scores from the D2s once we get to the halftime at Jackson State. And then we'll kind of look at some of the things that have happened and kind of talk about what's going forward. Yeah, I've been looking at the FAMU score, been watching JSU beat up. Hey, L. Dot, listen, it's been ugly. It's been just the opposite of what Jackson State's doing compared to what's been done to FAMU. And that's the thing about it. When you're talking about a Florida A&M that has to keep pace with a Jackson State, and you seeing this type of play, and going into next year, Jackson State's going to do nothing but get better. That's the thing. You got to chase the standard. You're playing to chase the standard. You're playing to be the standard. And when you're seeing this is not the standard for FAMU. If they're not going to make a jump unless they're shorten the quarters, they can get back to Tallahassee and strike volleyball team. I think this is once again, you see a little bit of frustration on the Alcorn side. Again, I've told people, TC Taylor, I think is, like I said, the best coach in the SWAC. Him and Chennis Berry, two best coaches. Trey Oliver, also a great coach. But I think what you got is, and I like what TC is reminding me of, what he knows his team. Those guys play for him. They know what offense they need to run, and that's why they're going to be super successful. No, absolutely not. No, absolutely. No, that's a fact. When I heard all these people, now I have no problem with people picking Bethune-Cookman to beat us, but don't pick them because they're that much better. They're not. This has to do with coaching and execution, and what you're seeing is execution by Bethune-Cookman and lack of it for FAMU. Look, they already got the sign talking about SWAC championship mound already. It's not even at the halftime. We're going to pull up some of the stats, guys. Once Jackson State get to the half, kind of look at, and I'm going to pull up some of those scores from the D2. Texas Southern is up 21-7 on Alabama A&M in the third quarter. Texas Southern trying to finish out their season on a winner note. If they win this, that'll be what does that give Texas? They'll get them 65. Texas Southern didn't play a 12 game this year. They one of the people that did not play a 12 game. It looks like Alabama A&M is not a 12 game. What's that? Well, no, they'll play 12. So it looks like Texas Southern is at 5-5. Prairie View 35-0 over Mississippi Valley. Alabama State final get their 8th win of the year, 44-13. I think it's been a long time since they won 8 games, trying to get their 9th win at that Turkey Day Classic. And Jack State, of course, leading the East and winning this game. They'll host the SWAC championship game. Let's see if FAMU get back. No, Jake, see, this is the thing. And I say this not because I'm a FAMU, but I say this because for HBC football, you want the name teams to be good. And then what happens is you want your name teams to be good, and then you want the teams that have talent, like the Alabama States and the Prairie Views, for them to get good. Then all of a sudden, every game, every week is a battle. That's what you want. So you want because your traditional teams, people are going to watch. When Jack State plays, people are going to watch. When Grambling plays, people are going to watch. When FAMU plays, people are going to watch. But then when you see a Jack State Prairie View, you want that Jack State Prairie View game is going to be a very good game to watch. That's what you want. You want that to be a very good game to watch. Same thing. Look how many people watch this Delaware State game. This is Delaware State we watched. South Carolina State, the blue blood of the MEAC, 20th MEAC championship. But we watched the game because you needed Delaware State to be good. Benedict with the pullout. Man, come on, man. Pulled it out. Now, that's a pause right there. I'll do a pause on that. RJ can move his feet around. Oh, no. Hey, listen, Eldon, I'm probably going to come down there. I'm pretty sure I'm going to come down there for a SWAC championship game. Hang out with my folks from the M Bar. Shout out for the M Bar. Absolutely. And, like I say, got a love for the people of Prairie View. Love what they're doing down there. As you guys know, we've interviewed Coach Jackson, a great guy, one of my guys. AD Golf, we interviewed him. They are building Prairie View the right way. I've always said that Prairie View is a sleeping giant. Again, they're in Texas. Prairie View should be good. Prairie View has a proud tradition back in the 50s and 60s until integration that kind of destroyed the landscape of their football program. And we've seen it all. How when integration happened, our best players have now gone to all these SEC schools and things like that. But I want Prairie View to be good. Again, that's going to make a better West. I need FAMU to be good. That makes for a better East. Now, so guys, let's see here. I'm going to pull up. Let's see here. See if we can pull up some of these. Wait a minute. So Benedict is down 19-24. Who was that you guys were talking? I thought Benedict was up. Almond State won. John C. Smith lost. Virginia Union lost. Kentucky State lost. Wow. Did you see that amazing crowd event? Where's all that talk about our attendance? Oh, no, Israel, no. Like I say again, hey, man, this is Soul Bowl, man. You're going to have 40,000 people in no matter what. And it's a big game, too. I think that's the thing about it. And it's a great, man, it's a beautiful day in Jackson, man. People know this is a big game for Jackson State. Like I say, again, I think people are going to show up. So, again, you got, like I say, man, I always tell people, when you see when that horseshoe start filling up, you got a big crowd. Yeah, hey, Eldar, what I need for them people to do is make sure they don't let all them people sneak in like they did, costing Jack State money, stealing money from Jack State, because they need every dime of that. We don't need more than PV. We got quarterbacks. Hey, listen, what I will say is this. Don't discount Prairie View's defense. I think don't discount it. And Cam Peters has played well down the stretch. And again, we'll probably pull it. Matter of fact, let's pull up, see what we got. I'll share a screen right here. Let's go. Kind of look and see what everybody's doing, some of the numbers. Okay, let's make that a little bit bigger. And go to SWAC first. And let's go. Let's see here. Let's look at Prairie View's box score. So again, we got Cam Peters. Again, 224 yards, 2 touchdowns, beginning of the third quarter. So he's done this all in basically the first half. And again, 100 yards rush. And again, we know they're playing Mississippi Valley, but again, they've got a passing offense. They got guys that can run the ball. They got a really good defense. I think one of the things, too, that, again, what you want to look at is what's going to happen is, can Prairie View, again, stop Jack State's running game? They've been bragging about their number 1 defense, but, again, have they faced a running game as good as Jack State? They have not. And, again, when they played Alabama State, that number 1 defense did not shut them down. Alabama State scored points. That's why Alabama State won. So, again, I think what they're going to do, and Coach Jackson, and here's the thing I want people to understand, and I tell people this all the time. When you have been in a championship scenario like South Carolina State, like Jack State, you don't panic. You've been there before. You know what's going to happen. What the good thing about what Prairie View has is that Coach Jackson has been in championship games. He was just in the D2 championship last year. So if that game gets kind of off center, then he'll be able to calm those guys now. But what I will say for Prairie View is just that they've got to turn Lockhart over. If they don't turn Lockhart over, it's going to be a long, long day for those guys. He said, I had 20, we're right on track. I see Prairie View. Girl Dash, I see Prairie View going to the Celebration Bowl. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's see if we got some other scores here. Let's go to let's look at the Jack State box score, and then we'll come to the FAMU box score. So at the half, yeah, so you guys can see that, make it a little bit bigger. We'll go over to Alcorn. Jason Tolbert, 6 of 12, 100 yards, 1 TD pass. Jared Lockhart, right on time again. 10 of 11, which is impressive. 137 yards, 1 TD. Ahmad Miller doing Ahmad Miller things. 5 carries, 68 yards. Lockhart, 1 touchdown. Travis Terrell, 1 short touchdown, 100 yards rushing for Jack State. And, of course, Nate Rembert, that bad man, 5 catches, 98 yards, a touchdown. And then you got, again, Shamar Savage with 1 catch. So, again, Jack State not having to throw the ball a lot. Again, 12 attempts compared to 20 attempts. That's exactly what they want. That's the type of balance that they want. So, again, looking over here at Alcorn, what's their rushing looking like? They've rushed for 65 yards. Reggie Davis, 9 carries for 64 yards. And, again, Tolbert with 19. So, again, that's what you got over there. And you got to score 24-7. Let's look at FAMU and Bethune-Cookman. Yeah, there we go. FAMU went. Bethune-Cookman with a 17-point explosion in the second half, 24-9. Timmy McCain, who, again, Ransom not in. McCain, they went with McCain. He's thrown 2 touchdowns, 90 yards. Robinson, 6 carries for 73 yards. Malik Huggins, 6 catches, 45 yards, 1 touchdown. And over on the other side, we've got R.J. Johnson having an R.J. Johnson type game, 9 of 11, 100 yards, 1 TD. But here's where it is. FAMU's rushing attack, non-existent. Dan Franklin, 6 yards, 30, and a big, big fumble that turned into a score for Bethune-Cookman. And Jamal Haley, only 3 carries for 2 yards. R.J. Johnson, 16 carries. Burrs with that 1 open touchdown. And, again, that's what we kind of got there when you're looking at it. Let's see there. Hey, Coach Eddie Robinson saying, what if? What if I would have called a better play on that 4th down? That's what he's thinking. Let's see what we got here. No, they don't have, okay. No box score for them. Look at Prairie View. Quick box score for Alabama A&M. Let's check it out. Texas Southern 21, Alabama State 7. Eric Hanley, 73 yards. They later had Chambers one pass for 44 yards. Jordan Davis, which is interesting. He went to Jordan Davis, quarterback, at 6'11", 100 yards, 1 TD. Lawrence Butler, 94 yards. Jordan Davis, again, being a dual threat, 56 yards, 183 yards. And that's Texas Southern's game right there. Robinson, same thing. I guess the message I sent out to BJ said, yeah, that message was not received apparently by Alcorn. Maybe he called the wrong number and said wrong number. So, guys, we got a halftime and things like that. What do you guys think when you're looking at, especially my Jack State people, what do you like what you see in the first half? Alcorn people, what do you don't like? My FAMU people, what do you like? We got a few Bethune-Cookman people here. What do you not like when you see the game? I mean, for me, and I'll talk about this on the Jack State side, I like what Jack State is doing. They're playing within themselves and not making Lockhart do a lot. But again, he's being efficient. He's made a big play in the passing game. He's ran it for a touchdown. The running game has been the running game. The defense has been the defense. Alcorn, you just can't make the mistake that you're making. You had your shot. You were right there on the 1 yard line. You punched that in, a totally different game. FAMU, we know what it is. The defense has just not played well. And this is one of the things, too. You get all these transfers, and those guys have just not played what you thought they would be. Offensively, we just have not got anything going on the running attack. And, again, now we're down 24-9, and this is where it gets scary. Is this one of those games where, again, you got people saying a 40-point blowout? That's what you don't want to see happen. That's the big thing. Yep, you do have another half to play. I totally agree. But I'm talking about what's trending right now. That's my biggest thing. What's trending right now? What is this? I can't even watch the classic right now. I love the offense. I hate the special teams and penalties. Ryan Brown is saying. I like that TC is bringing out the tricks. Yeah, Kendra, I do. To me, I think what TC is doing, and I think if you guys have watched what TC has done from the time Lockhart has gotten in, he's added a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Because, again, you understand, like, they can't be one-dimensional trying to win a national championship. They've got to be able to throw the ball, and they've got receivers that can go get it. So I like the fact that he has constantly built up Lockhart. And I think, again, if Lockhart needs to make a throw, he's going to be comfortable enough to make the play call for him to make that throw. JSU haven't ran against the right ones. I missed in the PV matchup. No, I agree. I think that, again, this is the best defense that they're going to play, not counting Southern Miss. So, no, I think this is a game that I think I'm not going to overlook. Prairie View has the number one defense in the SWAC. I like that the TC is giving Lockhart big game experience. KJ Colvin. I totally agree. Brand said, yes, we have another half, but we know the defense and offense, the play plan every week, no special play. We are predictable, except rambling when they play. I love the offense. I hate special teams. Benedict wins on the last play. Lateral across the field for a touchdown. 80-plus yards to win. Wow. Oh, you know what? Let me hopefully we'll see that. See if I can find a highlight of that. Yeah, in Albany State. Sorry, guys, I can't. They don't have any stats on these games yet. But Albany State over Valdosta. Let me just share this screen. There we go. Division 2. Get you guys up to date on that. Make those bigger. See if you guys can see that. There we go. Scroll down to our HBCUs. And again, Valdosta State, number one seed, coached by Coach Gwynn, FAMU Rattler. Comes up, hey, man, this is a tough game right here. Valdosta was up for a little bit. But Albany State comes back. I'd love to see, some of the stats. 35-30, big win there. See who we got here. Scrolling down. Looking for the next one. Johnson C. Smith lost at home to Frostburg State. Frostburg State 10-1. John C. Smith 9-2. Just looks like John C. Smith just couldn't get anything going offensively. Frostburg State 21-7. Virginia Union looks like they tried to make a valiant effort to come back over California, PA, California, Pennsylvania, Virginia Union. And this was a home game, another home loss that kind of hurt there, 27-24. Kentucky State on the road against Newberry, 24-45. Looks like Newberry comfortably had this game under control. Looks like Kentucky State scored late in the third quarter, and it looks like Newberry poured it on at the end. And I think we got one more. Benedict College, yeah. Benedict College, which I think they just said a crazy play at the end to pull away to win it 25-24. If anybody can find that highlight, please let me know. Scotty just texted me talking about family playing the hell out of photo. Yep, that's all we can do is talk about the band now. Shout out to the Marching 100 and the jukebox that's going to be playing in Atlanta for the Band of the Year competition. You know, shout out to those two great bands. I know a lot of people got their thoughts on it, man. Listen, if you don't want to be in it, that's good too. If you want to be in it, that's good too. That's who the folks selected. If they win it, they win it. They don't, they don't. I don't get into band stuff because nobody's ever said their band is not good. So that's just what it is. So again, congratulations to FAMU. Congratulations to Southern Band of the Year competition. Let's see here. Campbell, you're right. Step by step with Lockhart. That goes back to Ricky's question to why TC passed with Lockhart. You want to do it now to get Lockhart ready. Absolutely, Kim. That's 100%. And see, to me, this a couple of things. Remember, TC is a quarterback by trade. You know, I know he moved to wide receiver, but TC was a quarterback. He knows what it looks like for a freshman, a true freshman, and what he needs to do to get him prepared. Because, again, you can't have that kid not being able to – he's going to have to make a throw. Because, first of all, Tremaine Jackson's too great of a coach that you think you're going to be one-dimensional against him. So that's not going to work. They'll basically just stack the ball because all they run is inside zone and halfback. Listen, that sounds like exactly it. So Kentucky State with ducking smoke against Delaware State. Why you say they were ducking smoke? They don't even play in the same division. Okay. Did they cancel a game or something? Shout out to the Marching 100. It's on Twitter. Hey, Lawrence, if you can drop that link in the chat, if you see that on Twitter, let me see if I can find it on Twitter. If anybody drop that link in the chat, I'll pull up and play it for everybody. I would love to see it. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm looking. Scrolling through my Twitter. I follow most of these teams. So hopefully. Scrolling that. Oh, Delta State. Oh, Kentucky State didn't want to play. Oh, Delta State. Got you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. They did. They did. Coach said, listen, we got other things to do. Said we owe that contract. Well, I'll tell you one thing, that crowd, I tell you a lot of FAMU people are going to leave after the 100 just finished performing. A lot of FAMU people to get up out that stadium. That's going to be pretty funny. Yeah, great show about Marching 100. I'm proud of Marching 100. You know, I think they kind of took them a little bit to get their feet under them in the SWAC. You know, again, I want to see our band again. I hate that we didn't go to Southern. We were supposed to go to Southern. I know we will be in Jackson next year. One thing, if these kids want to travel. When you're a band like the Marching 100, you want to travel. You want to go in these stadiums. These kids want to do that. I know they're going to be excited to go to Jackson. I know they want to go to Southern. Big games, you need these big name bands to be there. Guys, we got halftime on both games. You know, unfortunately, both games, Bethune-Cookman has really had the game under control. Same thing with Jackson State. Jackson State 24-7 over Alcorn. Bethune-Cookman 24-9 over Florida A&M. Yeah, one of those things. Can both teams come out, change the trajectory of the games? I think, again, for Jackson State, they know what they're playing for. SWAC championship. Bethune, Alcorn trying tied up so they can be 6-6, so they can have basically 500 record. Bethune-Cookman, same thing. Can they get to a 500 record? FAMU can still have a winning record, but again, that's not the standard. FAMU winning 6 games. So the question is, can FAMU come out in the second half and turn this game around? Sign boom on the South. They're showing them now. Let's see here. Plug up my laptop. What is that they're spelling? Appreciate everybody going on. Let me just reintroduce myself. Steve Campbell, the Bishop, the detective. You know, HBCU Coach's Corner, off script. The wing captain, M Bar, that's me. Shouting out, man, doing all day watch party, man. You know, just having everybody join us, man. Really appreciate it, man. We started at 1 o'clock, had a great championship game. Shout out to the South Carolina State Bulldogs. They are your MEAC back-to-back champions. And shout out to Delaware State. They played a hard game. Again, I think they don't have anything to be ashamed of. Nobody thought they were supposed to be there. They were there. Now we got our 3:30 games. We got Bethune-Cookman playing Florida A&M 24-9. Jackson State on the other side against Alcorn, and their score is 24-7. Man, we're just here to have a good time. You know, man, chime in, man. If something you want to talk about while we're, you know, waiting for the half to go over. You want a couple of questions you want to ask me? I know a little bit of something about football, as you guys know, so we can talk about it, you know, things like that. You know, what do you think about who's going to be the Southern job? Who do you think is going to get fired? You know, what do you think about that? What do you think about the potential Celebration Bowl matchup? What do you think about Jack State versus South Carolina State? What do you think about Prairie View versus South Carolina State? Does South Carolina State have a chance against the SWAC? Everybody, I think, is going to count them out. You know, what do you guys think? All right, guys, I'll be right back in 1 second while you answer those questions. All right, guys, we're back. Sorry about that. Had to get reset again. So again, we got FAMU starting FAMU with the ball, trying to make some plays. Jack State 24-7, 112 rushing yards, 137 passing yards for Jack State, getting ready to come out the half. This is a big drive for FAMU. 3rd and 10. Can RJ make a play? First down. And that's a name that, again, Goldie Lawrence, who came from Florida State, should be a big play receiver. This guy should have about 55, 60 catches. Just have never got him in the offense the whole year. Alcorn going to receive the ball. Bo Somerset getting some carries. That's the final right there. Yeah, close that out. Texas Southern 24, Alabama State 7. FAMU driving the ball. Wilshire with the carry. Trying to get set up here, guys. Appreciate all you guys joining us, man. Listen, appreciate you guys being with me all day, man. Got Saturday serves with the Bishop, man. Big games all over the place. Saw a MEAC championship game early, won by South Carolina State. Got Jack State looking to punch their ticket to the SWAC championship game. Can FAMU try to get to 7 wins? Bethune-Cookman trying to finish 500 up. Almost a touchdown, just off the hands of Kenari Wiltshire. That should have been an easy touchdown. God, that should have been an easy touchdown. Wait for the kickoff here for Jack State. We want to see what Jack State defense is going to do. Are they going to sit down and just say, hey, man, let's go ahead and end this game. Let's get our backups to play. We want to see if they can get a 3-and-out against Alcorn. What Alcorn can say, you know what? Let's go down here. Let's get a drive and see if we can get back in this game. Well, Burrs, once again, he's having the biggest game of his career. This is the thing about with FAMU. You see some of the flashes with the receivers. You see some of the things that you say, hey, maybe there's an opportunity for this team to play well. And, again, they just can't put it together for all 4 quarters or a complete game. Again, this play is open all day long as a Bethune-Cookman defense. FAMU's wide receivers should be eating all game against Bethune-Cookman. Big plays. That was a big, big score for FAMU to come out the half, come and drive right down and get a touchdown. So now, like I say, back in the game, 24-16, still down by 8. But again, that's what you want to do. Get back in the game, come back with a strike. R.J. Johnson with a good pass and touchdown. Hey, guys, I got a couple questions for you. Who do you think should be SWAC Offensive Player of the Year? Who should be SWAC Defensive Player of the Year? For my MEAC people, who should be your MEAC Offensive Player of the Year? Who should be your MEAC Defensive Player of the Year? Put those guys in the chat. Who do you guys think as you guys have been watching it? Alcorn look like they're trying to get it going. We got to pray real hard for them. He said, now the defense need to get a little base. The defense need to give us some. Hey, listen. We have not. I love it. Hey, Phil, I totally agree. I think these are the people for the SWAC 100%. I think Andrew Body has played enough and dominated enough. I tell you one thing, who's a dark horse, though? Got to give Armand Miller some votes, too. Armand Miller, like I say, I think he's played well. I think Andrew just played so well early in some of the big games that even though he's missed a few games, I think that will put him over there. But Armand Miller's going to be a close second. Rattlers in here in the chat saying we need to stop right now. I totally agree on that. We do need a stop. And again, we want to come in this game and play a good, strong game. We don't want to see that 30, 40-point blowout where the team just gives up, where the fans give up. Like I say, again, Cozy has had an ability for these kind of playing these bad teams, and I don't consider Bethune-Cookman a good team compared to Jack State, Central, or Alabama State level, where they've kind of hung in these games and they can turn around and get some big plays on offense. You'll see 3 wins with Trail might have 5 points, large comeback. Trail about 15 today. So here you go. So 3 wins out of our 5, we trailed. So let's see if we can make some plays. Alcorn moving the ball. Got Braves on the back of their jerseys. Hey, man, put them names on the back of them kids' jerseys, man. Let their mamas and them see them. I say Bob because of AFC. That's true. That's Alcorn with a big play for a touchdown. That's what I'm saying, guys. That's why you can't make mistakes. Again, what would have happened? Be a much closer game. Got to make some. Big play by Alcorn. About a 50-yard run for a touchdown. Like I say, Alcorn says game not over. They come out and score just like FAMU. So the Rattlers need to strike on defense. 14-24, big score by Alcorn. Can FAMU defense do something? Show some heart. FAMU's defensive line just has not played well the whole year. They've never reset the point of attack. Can we kick it through the end zone? Lord, that's what I'm saying. This game be totally different. Alcorn has shown a few things. They've shown some big plays too. Both of their touchdowns come on big plays. Big 2nd and 4. Bethune-Cookman 50-yard line passing. Big play by the safety to stop a touchdown. Oh, a lot of games left on both of these games. I don't think either one of these games are over. But I think for a Jackson State and for Alcorn, you got to get it closer. You got to put pressure on. Because my thing is, the only way to me, you got to see if Lockhart can win a game. And he's not had to be put in that position. Here with FAMU and Bethune-Cookman, bottom line is defense just got to play better. 3rd and 4. Like I said, can we get a stop on 3rd down? Just have been hard getting stops on 3rd down. Probably see another little short route. That's like I said, yep, guy just kind of sat down the zone right there for the 1st down. Is it me or has Miller gotten the ball since that's funny, Phil, what you said that. Good question. Because I'm trying to watch both games, but you know what? Now that you said that, I'm trying to think because and where's has Davenport? Let me see. Look at Davenport. I haven't seen Davenport either. Oh, Davenport's had 2 carries. No, yeah, defense wasn't set. They just showed the replay. Defense wasn't set on that. Second and 10 for FAMU's defense. Guys, hands on the hip, breathing hard. Not a good sign already. See what Lockhart could do. Jackson State about to get the ball back. No pressure. No pressure. This is the thing about it. You're talking about FAMU. I always like to call it Florida fast. Where's the Florida fast guys on the defensive line where they can put pressure on the quarterback? Just have not had that all year. Have not had that defensive end, defensive tackle to make plays. $9.49 in third quarter. 12-27 in Jackson State Alcorn game. 24-14 Alcorn. 14th Alcorn, 24 for Jackson State. 24 for Bethune-Cookman, 16 for Florida A&M. Another third. Okay, look at the Rattlers getting off the field for the first time on third down. Now, can FAMU come with a touchdown drive? If I'm FAMU, I'm hitting them with a shock play. I'm doing exactly what South Carolina State did to Delaware State. I'm hitting them with a shock play with Wiltshire. Let's get right back in the game, change this momentum. Or I'll tell you one other thing, too, which is a play that we never run. How about Jamal Haley and an out and up? There's Ahmad Miller back. Phillip. That big, strong JSU. And he missed. Wow, 54 yards. That was gutsy. And we get the ball in great position. Here comes Lockhart. Third down, Jackson State. Who coordinated? They need to wear the white pants and get that orange crap off the jersey collar and shoulders. That's funny. Yeah, those, the white pants. Yeah, I'm with you on that. The white pants are dope with the green. I think it should be solid green and white. I like when we go white. I mean, all white is probably the best color, but I don't mind flipping it with the white. Well, let me see. Bethune-Cookman had to wear the white, so we had to wear the dark color. So we're the home team. Offense come back on good yard. Let's go, Rattlers. Yep, there we go. Look, Alcorn with a defensive stop. Good play, good defense by Alcorn. Didn't let Miller get to the edge on a pass play. 4th and 4. Now, can Alcorn come with a play? Oh, man, our uniforms back in the day, man, when I was in school, we had the FAMU uniform used to be horrible back in the day. Now, man, when we got that Nike money, they've been fire. Because I'm not a big green and orange fan anyway. I understand why they go together because of Florida, but FAMU jersey and especially our helmets have been on fire. Because guys, you gotta remember we used to have the jersey, that big old Florida A&M in the back. They used to just be so ugly, cheap looking, looked horrible. Oh, yeah, they were horrible in the 80s. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, we had the ugliest jersey in the 80s. Now all the schools have to step their jersey games up. I will say all the defensive players with speed don't have 3.9. That's the problem. We need some of them Florida thugs, man. We need some of them boys from the muck. That's what we need. We need them boys from the muck. We need them boys from Liberty City, Miami Northwestern, Miami Carroll, Boyd, Dillard, Fort Lauderdale Dillard. That's what, man, we need them hard hitters. Orlando Jones, we need those guys. Where them boys at? Here you go, Alcorn with the ball. This is a big drive for Alcorn if they can see they can get back in this game. Listen, I've sent one of the top quarterbacks in the state of Georgia down to FAMU that met with Coach Cozy. And I'm hoping that they get offered. The kid is an amazing passer. That's my thing. He's an amazing passer. Already all region in the state of Georgia, probably be third team or honorable mention all state in the state of Georgia. So we'll see what happens. Oh yeah, see, you guys know. Somebody with authentic gold teeth. Hey, that's what I listen. That's what I came up with. That's real. When them real dark brothers too. You know what I'm saying? Real got that melon that give them that superpower. You know, those guys. Third down. Alcorn punt. Jackson State defense holding up. Fourth to 6. Third and 7, FAMU. Alcorn with the punt. Jackson State offense come back on the field. What are they doing? Hike the ball. Oh. Got to catch the ball. That could have been a nice little play right there. Yeah, if he had caught it clean, yeah, he could have accelerated. Yeah, you got to catch that. Yeah, we've seen that too with FAMU. Not being able to catch the ball at big times. FAMU punting the ball back to Bethune-Cookman. I ain't got nothing to lose. I'm going for this. You know, I think in this situation, just the punt was the right thing to do. But again, you can't let them score again. You got to get the ball back for your defense, for your offense. Let's see what Jack State do. Lockhart will be back on the field. See what he can do. Can he get the score on the board? Get Jack State going. Nope. Guys, I found Scotty did the post. I found we catch our next break. I'm gonna show you the winning play with Benedict. Unless we go to another commercial break. See if Bethune-Cookman family can get a stop right here. Jack State with the ball on their side. Can't let Bethune-Cookman come with a 90-yard drive. Down forward in the game looks like I think with Jack State, and here comes that Jack State running attack. Gotta hit him. That's crazy. Yeah, good tackle right there on first down. See what Jack State's going to do, get that running game going. Downport still in the game. Right up the gut, Jack State. Jack State with family with 3-yard front. Got to make a tackle right there, 21, and you don't. Oh, wow. Big sack by Alcorn. Big sack by Alcorn on the blitz. Look at that. And listen to what you hear Jay Walker talk. If you guys watch the game, he's talking about Bethune couldn't get a chunk play. We've been getting a chunk plays all. And look at Lockhart throwing a dime to Dupree. Wow, a dime. Needed that big penalty right there. Needed that. Slow this momentum down. Now, this is the thing about what I'm talking about, Jack State, allowing Lockhart to play within himself, make big play, not no hard, crazy throws. He's throwing a lot of streaks, a lot of seam passes, not a lot of plays that you just got to have a crazy touch, getting them comfortable. 2nd and 12, Bethune-Cookman. Can the Rattlers get this to a 3rd down? Can they get some kind of pressure? Oh, Lockhart's going to be a great quarterback. Lockhart's going to be a great quarterback. Lockhart's going to be one of those great SWAC quarterbacks. Rotating out. Then look at that. Rotated right out. This is, I saw this. And, I know Ole Miss said they got the money to go higher. If I'm Lane Kiffin, I understand why he does. But I'm going to tell you, the school, and again, but I think it's more mess. But the school Lane Kiffin needs to go to is Florida. Look at this. Look at this. Unbelievable. But if I'm Lane, again, if it wasn't messed, like I said, I don't know the back end of it. Because Florida, they got everything you need. Flagship school, state of Florida, big money boosters. Everything you need to be a championship. LSU, like I said, again, they've won 3 national championships, 3 different coaches. I understand that. But like I said, those Gators are something different. And see, what did I say? You can't let Bethune just come right down here on a 90-yard drive and just take your heart. Lockhart moving around. We always talk about it. One thing you guys hear me, playing ahead of the chain. That's the thing that you Jack State and Bethune-Cookman, they are always playing ahead of the chains. 3rd and 8 for Jack State with Lockhart. Wow. That was almost a great play by Lockhart and the receiver. Got to make a tackle right there. Oh, he dropped it. Okay, he almost caught it. Wow. I need to copy and paste House. Second and 17. Jack State 3rd and 3. Look, no rush. Third down. Once again, how many times, I'm going to say this again, have we seen FAMU 3rd and 17? Can you get off the field? If nothing else, just concede the field goal. Do not give them the first down. Fourth and 1, Jack State, TC wondering if he's going to go for it. Probably will. Absolutely is. That big offensive line, absolutely you got to go for it. No, but he got stopped. Oh, big play. Big play by the defense. Wow. Big play by Alcorn defense. Don't see that happen a lot against Jack State. Stop on a 4th and 1. 4th and 19. He missed it. He missed 2 of them, 2 long ones. Now, again, can FAMU offense do anything? Prairie View 56-6 on Mississippi Valley. Texas Southern 24-7 over Alabama A&M. All right, guys, I'm getting ready to show you this play of how Benedict won the game. All right, let's see. Here we go. And this is how Benedict won the game. Last play of the game, 3 seconds left. And look where they're at, guys. They're right there on the 15. 3 seconds left.
He'll just dump it down to Simmons. Simmons pump fakes. Now he'll throw it all the way to the other side of the field. There's room down the sideline. Boss chasing him down. Brandon Perry trying to get to it. Oh my goodness. Benedict has scored. Benedict has scored. Holy cow. He'll just dump it down to Simmons.
This is incredible.
Simmons pump fakes. Now he'll throw it all the way to the other side of the field. There's room down the sideline. Boss chasing him down. Brandon Perry trying to get to it. Oh my goodness. Benedict has scored.
That is crazy. That is crazy. And the thing about this, guys, and Coach Cole, he'll talk to you about this. I'm gonna ask him about this. This, you can tell that's a play that they practice. They always have these special plays, at the end of practice, they play, that they train on and practice. And that you saw they threw it to the right guy who had the arm. And you can see that play was that was an actual play. And you see how, and he also knew, because he couldn't throw it forward, again, throw it back, but the arm strength to throw it all the way, confirm that was the play that made that play. But he got the ball over there quick enough for the defense couldn't react. That was huge. Now, Ron Dickerson Jr. is the current coach. Look at this. Ron Dickerson Jr. is now the coach at Benedict. His father used to coach Temple, Ron Dickerson Sr. This is a big drive for FAMU. Big drive for Alcorn. They're at 3rd and 2. They got to keep that drive going. Alcorn executed first down. 2nd and 10. Offensive rushing attack has been non-existent for FAMU. Albany State, Lawrence said Albany State and Benedict, 1 p.m. Little baby out here recruiting for a new coach. This is a big 3rd and 2 right here. And this is the thing about it. Just have not got any push. So you, like I said again, you could run the ball if you had a push. You got one, you should have 1-on-1 on the outside. Or the guy's bailing out. Probably gonna run the ball. They're trying to see. What was that? What is that? Horrible. Horrible. That was horrible. Alcorn. Alcorn. A big touchdown on 3rd and 1. $54 yards. $54-yard touchdown on and a little reverse jet sweep. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Listen to this. Soul Bowl. Alcorn said we're not dead yet. Oh wow. I hope did he step out of bounds? I don't think so. I don't think he stepped out of bounds. Little baby. Nope, he did not step out of bounds. Yeah, he didn't step out of bounds. He's good. That's the thing about it. Again, you miss field goal, you can't capitalize, can't even get 3 points. That was a horrible play by FAMU. That was just a horrible play. And the thing about it, guys, I'm watching Jack State Alcorn, almost a similar play. They ran a double reverse, same thing, and they score a 50-yard touchdown. Again, it's just amazing when you see some teams that can execute plays and some teams that just can't. Oh no. Wow, they brought the touchdown back. Wow. 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 Look at this again. It's just amazing how 1st and 19, the family just gives a chunk plays. Unbelievable.
Athletic traits stands to avoid sprints onto the field. Take a look. You can see his number right now, but we'll show you more about the future player when we come back.
Wow. Yeah, Jack State gets the ball back. That was huge. We found him in the portal. Hey, if you guys want to watch a great show, go back on Off Script channel. Me, Blue, Scotty, Zoe, how to build an FCS champion. And then compare what FAMU has on the team and see how our champions are built. And then come back and talk to me. Hey, listen, it's unbelievable. 1st and 19, the guy runs for like 18. They achieved that was all-court TD. Well, according to the spirit of the law, it was not. If he had just handed the guy physically handed it to him, it would have been fine. And once he pitched it, that became a double pass. Can't have 2 forward passes. Alcorn with deep. Not looking good at all. Not looking good at all, guys. 4th quarter, Alcorn, Jack State. Jack State up 24-14. And you know what we're doing over here. We are in the 3rd quarter, minute 37 left. No, that's not us. That's Alcorn. Sorry. 14-19, 24-16. 2nd and 2, Bethune-Cookman. Little baby checking out time. Exactly. They've controlled the ball, and we've been able to stop them. 3rd down. Hey, man, appreciate everybody joining us, watching the watch party, man. A lot of people been meeting all day, just hanging out. Again, had a great MEAC championship game won by South Carolina State. Now we got the late games. Jackson State, with a win, will be the East champions playing Prairie View for the SWAC championship in 2 weeks, right after Thanksgiving. I think that's December 6th. And then, of course, right here, the Florida Classic, Bethune-Cookman 24-16 FAMU. Hey, just playing for the pride of Florida. No postseason for either one of these teams. Trying to get a 500 record for Bethune-Cookman. Trying to get a winning record for FAMU. And a big defense. The big fourth down. Rattler defense standing up. Jay saying making it a little ugly. Fam, you need to make this speed this game up where it's going quick. Can we get a big punt return? Haven't had that. Got to go get that ball, man. Got to go get that ball. So here we go. Rattlers with the ball. 12:37, down 8. Can they do something with the football? Get us back in the game. Jack State up on Alcorn with a touchdown, taking off the ball because of bad execution of 2 forward passes.
Experience system here as well. They said, hey, our system needs to make some kicks inside the 20-yard line for our team to help his team, and he did just that.
Yeah, we definitely got to speed them up, like I say. So here we go. Family with the ball. I'm still say this again. I still think you got to get Jamal Haley in the passing game, and you just haven't got him in any screen action. He had that one play. He hasn't put him back in the game. Jack State getting ready to punt. Start of the fourth quarter. See, this is RJ. This is Fool's Gold at 14-22, 154 yards, 2 touchdowns. Looks like a great game, but has he made the throws to win the game? That's the thing what people are saying about RJ. Make throws to win the game. Like this. And he didn't hold on to it. And the guy, defensive back, stayed with him. And see this again. RJ throws the ball out ahead of the receiver where he catches up where that guy can't put his hand on it. Throw the ball out ahead of him. Yeah, well, I can't even take that away. Defensive back did make a great play. Still think you're thrown out, but I can't. That's nickel and dime, and I'm not going to nickel and dime the kid. That was a great throw. Just a great play by defensive back. Good throw, good catch. This is a maybe. We'll go down. The question is about how long. Good. That's one of those things we don't know. We don't know. Jack State only 132 yards rushing. Kind of slowed them down. See, this is the thing about it. Bethune-Cookman is very weak on defensive back. They may throw the ball and make those guys work. Alcorn with the ball, 2nd and 3. Trying to see if they can get something going. We got a touchdown taking out the ball. Boy, can they tighten this game up. And that's what we've asked RJ to do right there. Now, usually he'll just freeze and get sacked. If you don't have it, just run the ball. Get something positive. Alcorn with 3rd and 3. Right in the almost half field. That's what I'm saying. Move the ball forward. That's the thing about it. That's what RJ wasn't doing early in the season. He was sat up there and looked like a deer in headlights and get sacked.
Good job by Corey and him making a big ball process.
Run. Man, just run the ball, bro. Run the ball to the edge. You had the edge. Yeah, exactly. Why? Shout out to South Carolina State. Hey, man, my South Carolina State folks were here with me earlier, came and represented, man. Shout out to the 20th time MEAC champion South Carolina State Bulldogs on the way to Atlanta for Celebration Bowl. That's what we don't know. We don't know. That is just crazy. Now my screen is frozen. And now he's sacked. Fourth down, 37-yard attempt. Need this field goal. Well, now it's up to the defense.
Regardless of what happens here in favor of Jackson State. Jackson State giving some of that field position back. Cody Paul is the holder.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. That's what people have complained about. Is RJ and his decision making. He's gotten better. Nate Rember once again doing Nate Rember things, making big plays. And here's that Jackson State running game going on Armand Miller. Game was over, Larry. Game was at 1. Won by South Carolina State.
FAMU and MEAC Hall of Famer before and then we go with the swag.
Absolutely, you know, one of the guys.
Big Earl Holmes.
The Black College Football Hall of Fame, and I wholeheartedly believe Earl Holmes is supposed to be one of my colleges.
He should have ran the ball, though. That's the thing about it. Let him miss the whole game.
In the NFL, was started as a rookie.
Yeah. And look at Jack State just pushing that pile. No problem, Larry. Thank you for joining us, hanging out with us. You know, we broke the game down. You know, big game, like I said, big plays by South Carolina State. Turnovers really hurt Delaware State, and that's the reason why South Carolina State is your MEAC champion. And look at Jack State's offensive line starting to take over this game, trying to put this game away with this drive right here.
Meanwhile, when we talk about some legends who played in this game, a fellow who coached in this game and was highly successful, a bit of the Wyatt, and let me tell you, we could go along with his head coaching career as a football coach, the winningest in program history, or the basketball coach on the women's side, again, winning program history.
Head coach Steve Harvey.
His championships and his wardrobe.
The wardrobe said that. Yeah, the wardrobe said that. Once you see that picture there, that's how he coached. Nobody else coached like that in America.
And he still looks like that, y'all. That's the crazy thing about it. Still looks like that. Oh, big run. Armand Miller. Inside the 5. Can FAMU get a turnover? No, he dropped that. That's the thing about it. Can FAMU get a turnover? And that Jack State offensive line opened up those big holes once again, and Armand Miller just going at it. Yep, that's it. And like I said, remember, one of them was pick 6, one of them was in the end zone where Delaware State was driving inside the 20. Again, fourth quarter on both games. 8 minutes. Getting to the 8-minute mark, FAMU with Bethune-Cookman. Just under 10-minute mark, Jack State. Jack State 24, Alcorn 14. Of course, we got Bethune-Cookman 24-19 over FAMU. Again, FAMU defense. Can they stand up? Alcorn defense. Can they keep Jack State out of the end zone? They're going to give up 3. Wow. Little baby's right here praying. Praying.
That's what you do. When you play quarters, you say, come to the main at the offense. And if they do, they'll come up and make a tackle. It'll be enough for that. They have to do it over and over and over again. Well, Bill Cookman not able to execute their offense. Reading, Lord Amen. Who the hell we're going to say this? But an opportunity to take the lead in the fourth quarter.
How about that?
Well, if you watch the game early on, it felt like Bethune-Cookman.
This is one of those things, again, can you get a big run back? Do something with the ball. Wow, big play, yeah. Wow. Now, Mr. Kingston said, "What's in Peace Valley?" Yeah. And Prairie View finishes their season out, going to the SWAC championship with 9 wins, 7-1 in the SWAC West, 9-3 overall. Shout out to Coach Tremaine Jackson, turned that program around, got them in the SWAC championship first year, beat Valley down 59-6. I think that's the way you have to do it. You beat a team down, don't let them think about it, and I'm really impressed with what Coach Jackson's done. And that's why people say, when you're looking at teams like FAMU, when you're looking at teams like Southern, when you're looking at a team like Morgan State, people saying, why can't this happen in my school? So these coaches are putting a lot of pressure on these other programs for quick turnarounds.
People that are out there that just need to hear. I can't focus right now.
FAMU looking for a fifth straight. This is after, and the thing about it is, this game has gone a streak. FAMU, the overall record has been FAMU. And again, the classic before we won a streak was tied up. But Bethune-Cookman had won nine in a row, which was incredible. That was a really down period during FAMU's time and things like this. So again, trying to turn this around, FAMU proud tradition. But like I say, once again, James Cosley has, again, as he said, his record is who he says he is. And again, just has not been able to win the big games. And this is a huge game because, again, we lost Orange Blossom Classic, won the homecoming, but the three big games that set the standard for FAMU, lost those games. Now, what do you do here? You're down to Bethune-Cookman. But here's the thing about it. You could change a lot of perception with R.J. Johnson. And Haley, I like that he's back in the game. I would actually try to get Haley in a pass pattern, get it right to him right now. That's what did I say? Big play. Big play. This kid has done this in the second half of the season, which has been utterly amazing. I've said this team's got speed. 72-yard touchdown to Jamal Haley. I totally agree. You do need to go for two here. They put you up by 3. Absolutely. The sheet will say to go for 3 here. That's the thing right here. Hey, listen. No political views. That's the thing about it, man. That's unfortunately we do have to know. He can't have no Trumpers hanging out with us. Smart timeout. Because, like I said, they wait. See, this is what I'm saying about coaching. You can't do this right here. You need to be ready. If this is what you're going to do, hey, we're going to do the sugar huddle. Let's go run the play. Giving up a timeout, I really don't like that. But yeah, you got to go for 2 here because, again, you want to be up by 3. The 2 point doesn't do anything for you, to be honest with you. You go by 3 because, again, you're up by a point. So if they score 7, okay, they score a touchdown, they'll be at 31. We score a touchdown and we don't get an extra point, we'll be tied. That's why you got to go for 2 here. We're up by a point. You get 2, go up by 3 because at least a field goal doesn't beat you. Scored the Jackson State game 27-14. Still, of course, watching that game. Alcorn has the ball. Jackson State got 3 points, got down there and got stopped. Yeah, you can't burn time out here. You better get this 2 points, and I don't think they're going to get it. Hey. Go, big play. Huge play. Well, here's the thing. If you're going to burn a timeout, and guys, you've been watching this team all year, at least this time it paid off. We burn timeouts and didn't get anything out of it. Yeah, here's the funny thing. I bet you all them people that left, now they're trying to walk back into the stadium. Yeah, Jackson State, Alcorn with the ball. 6 minutes. Right. That is true. He do have a little more pep in his step. But guess what we've seen? How many times have we scored a big play like this and the defense turns right back around and gives it right back? This is the question now. What is James Colsey coaches the defense? Coach the defense to get a stop. Coach your defense to get a stop. See, coach your defense to get a stop. Little baby's right here with the prayers. You guys, we're watching both games. Got Alcorn and Jack State down in the vet. We're down to Florida Classic, Florida A&M, and Bethune-Cookman. 6 minutes left. Alcorn with the ball, trying to drive, trying to stay in the game. Jack State defense holding tight. And again, FAMU kind of doing FAMU things. Big play, 72-yard run by Jamal Haley that puts FAMU up after a 2-point conversion by 3. Now, this is when a rivalry game where you should feel you want to make a play. Can the defensive line make a play? Can the defensive line make a play? That's the question. Can the defensive line make a play? Bethune-Cookman has been playing in front of the chains all game long. All game long. Can we get them in negative yardage? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look, and he tried to see. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys? Did I not tell you we have not stopped him one time? And then the guy tried to rip the ball instead of tackle. That's horrible. You can't let that happen. We've seen this all year long. What did I just say? What did I just say? Can we stop them? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And then he tried to rip the ball instead of tackling. Oh, Lord. Yeah, ridiculous. That's what's happening. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, offense got to come right back and get another score. So that's the thing about Bethune-Cookman. Defense is not that good either. So offense need to come right back with a score. Kind of saw this type of game when we played Southern. But if you're FAMU, you just can't allow that. You just can't allow that. Horrible. No, 19 is definitely not my cousin. Because if he was related to me, we'd make plays. Wow. I forgot. You know what, Stan? You know what's funny? I had forgotten that game was on. We've been focusing on these games. I totally forgot. He said Howard smoking them. Now, what is that score? 37-15. Well, wow. Keep that eye on that game. Go hold the ball.
Hey, what's up, Campbell? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
Hey, what happened? I was hearing Bell. I didn't get a chance to watch the game, but I was hearing bell to ass. Are we experiencing bell to ass?
Oh, for Jackson State, the Alcorn, yeah. But here and with FAMU and Bethune-Cookman, we got a barn burner. We just had two big plays. FAMU with a 72-yard touchdown run to go ahead with a 2-point vert, and Bethune-Cookman comes right back with a 67-yard pass play. So 31-27, 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Over in Jackson, 4 minutes left, 27-14, Jackson State, Alcorn with the ball.
So 27-14 is BTA now?
That's what Zoe says. I'm gonna let Zoe have that. Zoe's gonna have to explain that.
What does the gameplay look like?
Listen, Lockhart's been clean. You know, I mean, last I checked, he had only missed one throw. I think he's missed a couple since then.
You good, brother?
Oh man,
all
listen. Right. No, you're talking to somebody else.
No. But yeah, man. So you saying Lockhart's been clean? So
absolutely.
How has our Alcorn kept it relatively close?
Oh, look. See, that's what I'm saying. This has been wide open. Alcorn has made big plays. Alcorn actually had a touchdown called back. They've had two big, one big run play, one big pass play, and then they had another play that ended up being a double pass that they got brought back. So they've scored on two big plays.
Okay. What have they been able to do to Jackson State running
Jackson
game?
State, they have held them in check. Jackson State is not up to 170 yards, but right at the beginning of the fourth quarter, look at this. Wow. Jackson State's at 170 yards now. Ahmad Miller with 96. They have not had Ahmad Miller started the game with a big run, but they've kind of not had those big explosive plays on the run in the game. Jared Lockhart, 15-17, 194 yards, one touchdown, and he's got a touchdown rushing. Yeah, Alcorn, they do. They got to score, though. Well, 3 minutes left.
But like I say, one of the things that I mentioned this on the show earlier up in the week, that I didn't think that Jackson State would be a double-digit favorite in the game.
Right.
How is that looking now in your opinion?
Listen, they're up 13, so they're holding serve. But they were favored by 19.
Yeah.
And Alcorn just scored a touchdown. Alcorn just scored.
Wow.
With 2 minutes left.
Wow.
So the question is, does Alcorn go with a onside kick to try to get the ball back? 27-20, Alcorn. I mean, Jackson State. Soon for the extra point, it could be 21-27.
So you wouldn't say that Jackson State is clinched up right now, but they coming into this, did you think it would be a much more comfortable victory for Jackson State.
I did. I didn't think it would be 21-27, but then this is what the argument says about these rivalry games, that they're close. But I didn't think Jackson State was going to lose it, and I still don't think they're going to lose it.
No. And you were clear about that.
Yeah.
You were clear about that. My only point of contention was I felt like Alcorn, considering how they had played the last 5 weeks, they were going to play better than expected, right?
Right. This is 2-down territory for the Rattlers right here with 3 minutes left.
What is that?
2-down territory is 3rd and 10 with 3 minutes left, and they're down 27-31. And the clock is ticking.
How are the Rattlers looking?
Well, in the second half, they look much better. The offense has gotten, what we've seen, explosive plays. Defense still has not done anything. And if they lose the game, it'll be because of defense as usual. Big 3rd and 10. And here they come. Here they come. Look at that. No flag holding problem.
I imagine if the game gets tied over in Jackson, Scotty will jump back on.
Wow. 10-yard penalty, holding on the defense.
Wow. Is that a bailout?
Yeah, that was a total bailout because shit, he was sacked.
Who RJ was sacked?
Yeah, easy. And he threw the ball away, and they thought he threw it behind the line of scrimmage. They thought it was gonna be a loss of down, but it was offensive holding.
Oh man.
Go touchdown, FAMU.
What is that?
Touchdown, FAMU.
Oh,
now
okay.
with 2 minutes left, can FAMU defense do anything?
Do they have the lead?
They do have the lead now by 2, and they'll kick an extra point to go up by 3.
Okay.
And this is one of those games. Now, this is what I tell people this is when they say a rivalry game was either equally matched as a good team or equally as bad as both of these teams are. This is what you get right here. This type of game that you get.
Well, I guess I'll have to ask you, is this an elevation in the Bethune program, or is this a drastic regression in the FAMU program?
I'm going to say this in the great words of Zoe Phillips, 2 things can be true. That FAMU has regressed. That's 100%. But with that being said, Bethune-Cookman has, like I said, they're moving forward in a positive manner. That's why I think you give Coach Woody, again, another year.
Well, Steve, in an era where in the last 5 years, I haven't done the stats, so
right.
I'm totally speaking out of perception. How can these schools just continue to fire coaches, churn coaches, considering it opens up 2 transfer portal windows for your program?
Look at LSU. Look at LSU. Look at Penn State. It's not just HBCUs. Hell, they talking about firing Dabo. They got to hit this kid here.
Well, Steve, I was going to mention something to you, is that the good thing about firing your coach during season, the 30-day portal window opens up during the season, and I think players are less likely to enter the portal in season
Right.
because it could affect their playing time and the status with the team.
Right.
Right. That's one of the positives about getting, because I think largely the way that now this is not just HBCU football. This is not just Power 5 and SDN. I think letting go coaches with the program without having a plan is a really detrimental to the program. Really detrimental.
Wait a minute, say that one more time, Rocky.
I think letting coaches go without the administration having a plan in place is detrimental to your program overall.
Well, you talked about Baylor. The reason why Baylor said they wasn't going to release Dave Aranda is because they don't have a permanent AD, and they thought that would be a bad move. I literally read that today.
Yes, but there's also another aspect of it too. You're coming off a bad year. You let your coach go, right? You get a 30-day portal window, and then you get another portal window on the 16th of January. Your players will literally have 45 days to decide whether or not they're going to enter the portal or not.
Right.
I don't think that's good for program stability, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing. But you're stuck because if you feel what is Southern supposed to do?
Now, Southern wanted a change. Now, when you know you're going to make a change, I think it's best to fire the coach as soon as possible, like they did.
But see, I think what happens is what you see, just the gray area is what kills you. Like FAMU. Cozy could end up 5-7. He could be 7-5. And what Cozy says, he'd be 75. He'll say, hey, I won 6 straight games. We're building something. All I need is some support. And we're trending right here. Because what he'll say is, RJ Johnson's going to be back. He's going to be a better quarterback. We're going to recruit better. We know what we need. A lot of receivers are going to be back. Haley will be back. That's what he'll say, right?
Well, but here's the deal, Coach. Here's the deal. If the AD or whoever the decision makers are know they don't want Cozy, then you let him go.
Well,
you understand?
That's the thing. Okay, well, it's 2 things. That goes back to the problem. Let's just say this. If FAMU had an AD, I don't know what would have happened after that Jack State game. I don't.
Okay.
I'll just say it like that. And then, yeah, that's right. Listen, bro. Listen. EA, the refs ain't helping nobody. The refs are bad on both sides. Okay, the refs are not helping. I hate when people say that because you know what? Bethune-Cookman, we'll look at some plays because there was a play on, and I know Cozy was right that they called on us, and Cozy was like, "How did they call that?" So I mean, man, listen, that's part of the game. That's part of the game because the bottom line is both defenses have played like trash the last 3 drives. Period. So now FAMU's time is don't be the 4th time and play some defense. Well, FAMU won't be 6-5, Chris, because they got one more game. They play Valley after this. So they're either going to be 6-6, 5-7, or 7-5. That's it. That's all they can be.
So that's why I think the reason why the coaches, in my opinion, to me, the coaches got manipulated by the NCAA. The coaches manipulated the NCAA because limiting the portal window makes firing coaches punitive.
Yeah.
The coaches manipulated the window, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And because to me, 2 windows, right, gives the players to make an opportunity to make the best decision for their career.
Right.
Which to me, what was always the reason for having a transfer portal. It was not to, because if you wanted to provide some stability for the programs, guess what, Steve? You make them sit out a year.
Yeah. Yeah.
But once you open it up, right? I thought 2 portal windows made it, gave the players an option.
Well, I think that's what you're right, but I think they did that to try to limit movement. That's too much, in their opinion. Look at this. Is that a 1st down? 4th down. 4th and 3. It's just,
It
I mean,
limits-
we give up 17 yards on a 3rd and 20. It's unbelievable.
Coach Cole. I mean,
And we just gave up the 1st down. Look at this.
Wow.
This is just.
Hey, Steve, you know, every year in football, we have some type of spring firing, right?
Yeah.
Do you think this kind of prevents those spring firings now?
No,
because it opens up the.
No, because what'll happen is you still, because again, you're going to look at this. This is just ridiculous. That is just horrible. You just can't jump off sides right there. Again, they were 3rd and 20. 3rd and 20. And they convert. And they convert. And mind you, a field goal ties the game up. So again, you're trying to keep them out of field goal range too.
Wow.
And
how many penalties you think been called in this game?
well, I can tell you, Jackson State with a minute left, run the ball. They're gonna. They don't have any stats. Oh. Yeah, they don't have the stats for this game yet.
Okay.
Which I don't know why. It's crazy.
What did the crowd look like?
No, they probably got a good crowd. They kind of got 50-some thousand in there, 50 plus.
Oh man, that's a damn good crowd.
Yeah, the Florida class always gonna have that. Yeah, that was crazy.
What about the Soul Bowl?
They've got 40,000 plus in there easy.
Oh man, that's a damn good crowd too.
Yeah, Stan, this is the thing about it. You're right. And this is the thing, again, and unfortunately, what has happened is, unfortunately, because, again, you guys know what the business is. The state of Florida FAMU has been taken over by MAGA, and MAGA's made moves politically, had nothing to do with what people have done to put in a AD that's not qualified because MAGA wanted it, because they need to give him a job. So we'll see what he does. 2nd and 12.
And he essentially gave Cozy a vote of confidence in his opening statement. Didn't it? Wouldn't you say that, Steve?
Hold on, Rocket. Hold on. Alcorn just recovered a fumble with a minute left.
Oh my goodness.
Alcorn has the ball. Where the question? Let me see where they got the ball at. 4th down, 28 seconds left. Can both games come down? This looks like this almost at midfield.
Wow.
A minute left. 4th and 8. Can FAMU? We have not seen FAMU stop anybody in this situation. Can they do it now to win the Florida Classic? Alcorn, a minute left. He kicked the field goal. He missed. Game over. Oh, no, okay. I thought that was a kick. So here we go.
What they were doing, showing a replay.
Okay,
showing a
I
replay.
thought he was kicking it. Because he can't kick it from there. Alcorn. Trying to do something. No, you got it. Alcorn, 21-20. The clock is ticking. He should have ran out of bounds. Here comes the Gotham. He's throwing it to the end zone. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. We've seen it. We've seen this. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Don't let Cozy come back. Do not let Cozy come back on there. How do you let that happen? How is this even possible?
Oh, they completed a touchdown pass?
Bro, he threw a 4th and 8. It is.
Did he double move him? Because
No,
he
he didn't
squatted
do
at the
nothing.
six?
Just ridiculous. That is, the game should be over. There's no way you there's no way you let that happen. That is just.
Have they given up 40?
That is just ridiculous. 19 has played. I mean, that kid has been in every bad play. Every bad play. That is ridiculous. There's no way FAMU should have lost that game. Lost this game. There's no way. But what I tell you, we have seen this. FAMU has never in this whole season, and this is a microcosm of the season. What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? 19 has done this the whole year. I have seen this kid, and I'm sorry. We talked about this. This is ridiculous. Jackson State with 9 seconds left. Alcorn with 1 timeout.
Where they got the ball at?
That's what I'm about to see. This is ridiculous. This is just this is unacceptable. This is just unacceptable. In fact, this is right here. This clock man has been horrible. Guy should have got out of the ball twice. This is just,
y'all do got speed, and they
I mean, the crazy thing about the game is not over because Bethune-Cookman is just bad on defense. And we got 2 timeouts.
Yeah. Did the kid let somebody run by him, Steve?
No, he was playing. They were playing quarters timeout. They were playing quarters, and for whatever reason, even if the guy catches over the middle, so what? It's not a touchdown. He gets off his quarters position, and the guy just walked right past him.
Wow.
And then they gave the guy so much time, and he was like, oh, this shit, he's wide open.
Is 19 a safety?
He's a corner. And 19 has been getting burned all year. I mean, he has made play. I'm sorry. 19 has just done this all year long. I'm sorry. And, again, I know he's a young man, but he has just all year long, 19, which is Ahmad Lee, has done this all, and he's a graduate student, which is unbelievable.
Where you come from?
Central Florida.
Oh, my goodness.
Get out of bounds. That is just crazy.
And y'all need a touchdown, don't y'all?
Yeah, we need a touchdown. And this is what I'm saying. Not knowing, get out of bounds. This is what you said, bad coaching. And Jackson State wins on a Hail Mary.
So the score is 21-27?
Yeah, 21-27. Cedric Thomas trying to get one more second.
That's not gonna happen in Jackson. Who had that game? Did Tiff and Jay have that game?
No, Tiffany, they you know, Tiffany ain't going no. Tiffany had that Florida class.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
This is just ridiculous. Yeah, this boy ain't got no arm to throw this ball 65 yards in the air. It's just, but you know what? This is, look at that. Yep, that's it. Unbelievable. 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 19 just needs to stay in Orlando. You had a chance to win this game.
Hey. We say y'all a long way away from KJ Bowler and
hey man,
Isaiah Majors and all
listen,
those.
man, listen. You know, to lose this game the way they lost it, and I don't mind if it was a great play, but Rocky, to lose it on you just not doing what you're supposed to do.
Coach, here's the thing, Campbell. How many points did they score tonight against y'all?
Bethune?
Yeah.
38.
I bet if you add up the previous four, the last four Willie Simmons Florida Classics, they don't have 38 points altogether. Think about it. The last four that Willie Simmons coached, I bet they don't have 38 points altogether.
Well, no, we had one high-scoring game, and that's not true. We had one of them games that was pretty high-scoring. But the point of it is, Rock, and my man says, Leon said, you can't blame a coach for the stupidity. Yeah, Leon, yes, you can, because listen, and it's two things. This has been happening with Lee all year. So you know this kid clearly does not have football intelligence. So if you go and put him out there, you got to say, hey, man, this is your job. In the great words of Nick said, do your job. Do your job.
And guess what?
And for him
you don't have to play a graduate player, because guess what? He's not coming back next year. You'd be better off letting the young guy make mistakes.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this, Campbell. Even though the kid Lee is a starter, wouldn't you say that was a miss in the portal?
Well, Clip, and that's what we've been arguing about when you get these kids out the portal and they just are not good. And 19 has done this all year long. He's done this all year long. Yeah, like I say. And it's not, it's the coaching thing. What I mean is the mental of, okay, guys, we've got 28 seconds left. It's fourth down. Do you know what you're supposed to do? Do you know what you're supposed to do? Yes, coach. We're playing quarters coverage. Nobody gets behind you. Nobody gets behind you.
Are you saying situationally the defense has been bad all year?
Oh, well, that's 100%. Situation and execution.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. You're saying that it's a situational thing, that situationally in these moments, you guys have made errors each and every time. And that's coaching. That ain't players. That's coaching.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Boy, listen, Blue, you know he was about to lose it. And like I said, Alcorn to have such poor clock management, it shouldn't even been a Hail Mary.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Steve, about next week. And I don't know how many people on the stream, but I see a situation where next week might be a pick'em, considering how well Prairie View's been playing the last 3 weeks.
Okay, Jack State guy, you see how? Okay, listen. Okay. Well, here's what I'll say, Rocky, and I said this earlier. Look, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. The thing about what I will say, why that game could be closer than what is, Cam Peters has progressively played better every week, right?
Yes.
Coach Jackson has played and coached in a championship game.
Yes.
So he knows what this looks like. My thing is with Jackson State, and why I believe they'll be in good shape is because their defense, to me, can stop Prairie View's offense. If Cam Peters, now here's the thing, if Cam Peters has a lights out game, then it's going to be trouble for Jackson. But he'd have to have a career game.
Well, tell me why weren't they able to steamroll Alcorn? Why weren't they able to steamroll Grambling?
Well, Prairie View didn't steamroll. Prairie View only beat
Alcorn. No.
13-12.
I get that, Steve. Granted, I get that, right? I'm talking about what we consider the superior team in the conference, the most talented team in the conference. Why weren't they able to steamroll those two teams? Are we saying? Because here's what I'm saying. Zoe's gonna probably have all the reasons why this was a competitive game. My point is saying that in my mind, Jackson is far more talented than Alcorn. And there's no way this should have been a one-score game. The same way it shouldn't have been a game against Grambling.
Well, here's the thing. Execution is key. I think, again, Jack State ran up a lot of yards in the end. Let me peep that out. I think and I'm gonna tell you this. I think this is one of the best games Alcorn played the whole year. I'll be honest with you, because again, there was a something taken off the board that Alcorn had. So you're looking at Lockhart. If you tell me Lockhart goes 15 for 17, 200 yards, 1 touchdown. Now they ran for 185 yards. Alcorn, Tolbert goes for 242, 2 touchdowns. Pretty even right there. First downs, Alcorn had one more first down. Third down efficiency, Jack State 6-13, Alcorn 7-16. Fourth down, Alcorn went for it 3 times, got all 3. Total yards, they actually outgained Jack State by 11 yards. 1 turnover apiece. So again, for Alcorn, they played the type of game that they need to try to win. And again, when you're a team like Jackson State, everybody, and this is Alcorn, they're going to give their best shot. Same thing with Bethune-Cookman. Bethune-Cookman, they come in there laying down. They felt that they were going to win this game. And the thing about it, when FAMU scored, they kept playing. So when you have games like that, rivalry games, those are what I'm talking about when you have those type of games. But I've always said that that's usually in Jack State, Alcorn, the best team usually still wins. Now that 19.5, again, I think Jack State had some opportunities that they didn't capitalize on. But the running game is still the running game.
That's what I'm surprised, that they were only able to muster 170 yards rushing.
All right, hold on, Rocky.
How
Let me
many-
reset this. Hold on, Rocky. Let me reset. Hey, man, this is got Rocky coming on, man. Listen, this is the after game, after party with me and Rocky, HBCU Coaches Corner on the Off Script channel. Hey, man, we've had a full evening of football, full morning of football. Got my co-host here, Rocky Miller, on, giving you all, you know, the opposite side of why Prairie View is going to be SWAC champions. I'm going to try to keep it in the middle. But man, we appreciate all you guys. Y'all, come on in, man. You know, give us your opinions. You know, Jack State people, congratulations once again, another SWAC East title. Doesn't mean anything because we know we played for conference titles. But shout out to South Carolina State Bulldogs, 20th MEAC championship celebration bowl bound. Rocky, go ahead. Just wanted to reset everybody.
No. My contention is this is going to be Jackson State in a championship game with a live opponent. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying Prairie View's going to win. If I had to just, at this point, without going back and watching this latest version of Jackson State, I'd still have to say Jackson State is the favorite in this game.
Right.
But you can't ignore what Prairie View has done the last 3 weeks.
Well, see, no, I'm on 100% agree with you. I don't think anybody thinks that this Prairie View team is going to come in here and get rolled. That's not going to happen. The coaching is too well, and I'm going to say this again. Cam Peters is starting to get his stride. Cam Peters is going to be able to play in that game. Because, again, if Cam Peters plays just to the level where Alcorn quarterback played, we got a game, right?
Yeah.
We got a game. And then, and let me give a shout out to Mike Reed. Mike Reed said, listen, where is this at? Mike said we called it crazy. Mike hit it. Mike, what's your score? 28? Let me see. Mike, what was your score? Put your score in the chat, Mike. I know you said you had Jack State 28. But did you say
28-17? He had 28-17, I think.
28-17?
Yeah.
Mike, no, it was 28-10. That's what I thought. Mike had 28-10.
Oh, okay.
28-10. Chris Ford saying, so listen. 2 weeks for rest for yeah, absolutely. At the vet, Prairie View, 9 wins, first time in a very long time. I think he said it was 2009, last time they won 9 games. I think that was last time. They were SWAC champions also. Again, Jack State, once again, returning HBCU national champion, coming back again to defend their championship in the vet, playing against Tremaine Jackson, who totally flipped that team around, turned them around to get them in, win a West title. Hey, man, got me and Rocky talking about it, breaking it all down, everything, man. Got a couple exciting games, man. I'm going to play that play again that happened with Benedict and who was that? Benedict and who was that Benedict play, guys? And Wingate to win that game. We're going to play that over again. Show you, because that was just an incredible play to win that. Hey, Albany State, hard-fought game against Valdosta State.
They lost the game?
Yeah. Who lost?
Albany.
No, Albany won 35-30, but they were down, but they came back.
I can't hear you, Steve.
He said, so no, they were down, but they came back and won 35-30.
Who won the game?
Albany State.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, Albany State. So Jay said the 2 best teams left in the HBCU ball in the SWAC championship both can beat the brakes off of South Carolina State. Wow. Now people saying South Carolina State wasn't that impressive.
Let me ask you this here, Steve. You're the historian in our talented group of pundits. What it will ultimately be more impressive? Prime's SWAC championship in 2001 or Tremaine Jackson's championship in 2025?
Well, it got look okay. Well, that's easy. I mean, that's a trick question, and I like the trick question that you put out. But it's simple though. Because first of all, remember, no team since we've had home field advantage has ever won a SWAC championship on the road. So that'd be first. That'd be first time ever. Second of all, you're talking about a Prairie View team that fired their coach, flipped their whole entire roster, won 9 games, and lost a very close game to Alabama State and to go 7-1. So again, for them to go into and beat the HBCU national championship in Jackson, that would be impressive. I mean, you have to give them give them their due. I think anybody watching football will say to answer that question.
Okay. Okay. So let's say this: if Tremaine Jackson comes in and loses a close game to TC Taylor, right? What do we do with this season as ranking it among the best turnarounds in SWAC history?
Well, I think you're going to say the same thing what you're going to say about Deshaun Jackson, right? Were not the turnarounds basically the same? So
Yes.
if whatever credit you're going to give Deshaun Jackson, you got to give Tremaine Jackson the exact same credit. You got to give him the exact same.
Well,
So,
we've acknowledged that Deshaun Jackson's turnaround was a historic turnaround, right?
Yeah, because of Delaware
Yeah.
State. But let's be clear. And like I say, credit what credit due. Prairie View has won the 3 of the last 5 West Championship. Prairie View has not been a Prairie View 0-88. Okay, so I will agree there that the hill to climb, and I think the teams that Delaware State had to be, which they didn't, they went 1-1. I think that was because that was the thing about it. What helped Prairie View out again, but they won. They beat the teams they had to beat. But again, I think when you're looking at it, Tremaine Jackson did an incredible thing. I think he's done an incredible thing.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, Steve. I don't think Eric Dooley took a live team to Jackson, nor do I think Bubba took a live team to Jackson. I think Tremaine Jackson is taking a live team.
What you say a lottery team?
A live, L-I-V-E. What
Okay.
I mean is a team that can win. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, no.
team that
Out
can
of
win.
the 3, no, wait a minute. Hold on. No, because I want you off that point. Out of the 3 Prairie View West champions, this is the best team. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, it's not even, matter of fact, it's not even close. You understand? Them other 2 teams barely scraped into the championship. There was a game or 2 that they shouldn't have won, that they wouldn't even been West champions. There was no doubt about what these guys did and rolled through. And again, mind you, they didn't lose any divisional game. They lost to an Alabama State team, a high-power Alabama State team.
You remember this game in 2001 when they had this exact same game in Prairie View in 2021. This exact same game where they hosted Mississippi Valley at home right before Thanksgiving, correct?
Yep, and lost.
21-7.
Yeah, but that's coaching. But listen, one of the things that we were disappointed because again, I would say it, and hey man, Coach Bubba is again, I'm a big fan of. But one of the things that always concerned me is when he would get on the coach call and say we didn't have the right guys out there on the field. I don't know why. And what did I remember? I came back to that show. I said that's not a good thing.
Yeah. Because that's one of his responsibilities as the head coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, Steve, you were clear about that.
Yeah.
You even said
what worried me, I heard Cozy say the same thing about our offensive philosophy. When I asked him, you guys heard the question, and again, they were very respectful questions. And he said, I don't know. While we're running some of the plays, I guarantee you, he's going to say that in this. I don't know. I know the question is going to be asked. What happened to 19? And again, it will be on 19. It will be on him. But again, in this situation, is that the right defense call? I mean, I understand the quarter's covered. Because the bottom line, you just don't want nobody to get behind you. You want to keep everybody in front because what you're saying, at least don't lose the game on the touchdown. Because they would have been out of timeouts. So if you tackle them inbounds, right, that's what you're thinking. And it's 4th and 8. Let's keep it because really what they wanted to do was get them to throw the ball in the middle, not down the edges. And that's exactly what they did. And what you can't give up.
Well, hey, Steve, this is moving a little forward. What kind of effort do you think Cozy will get in Inabina
I don't think.
on
I don't.
Sunday.
I'm not more. And listen, I know you're gonna have. Listen, here you go. You're gonna have all these people picking Valley to be. We're not losing to Valley. We're not losing to Valley. Valley has not played well in over a month and a half. We're not losing. And again, you saw we scored 30-something plus points. You gonna tell me that Valley is good as Bethune-Cookman?
No.
You gonna tell me
Nowhere
Valley
near.
is, you know what I'm saying, as good as Alabama?
No.
No, they're not. So
No,
like I said,
no.
we're not gonna have any problem. We're not gonna lose that game. We're not gonna lose that game. You're gonna have people, being silly, and I'm gonna call them all, oh, gonna lose the battle. I mean, it was cute. See, this is what happens with people. This is what people do. What do they have to lose? It's a 50-50 proposition. You look like a genius if you call it right, but then you can't find it when you call it wrong. So all these people is gonna say Valley, and if they win, see, I try to tell you. See, kind of like Zoe's principle. Zoe does this sometimes. Zoe was like, oh, Valley's gonna win 5 games, right? But then Zoe will say, well, I called the Delaware State. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? But don't be Nostradamus. Just say you call one right, just acknowledge you call one right, call one wrong. And Zoe knows I love him. I'm just using him as an example because it's quick thinking. But my point of it, we're not going to lose Mississippi Valley. This team right here offensively should not lose Mississippi Valley.
And I will say this, Campbell. Each and every time we've questioned.
Oh, hold on. Let me ask you.
No.
No. Okay, listen. Okay, let me hold on. Okay, what happened one time? If Valley has beaten teams one time, okay, that doesn't mean that's not a trend. So come on now. Now, Eldai, you're a pretty smart football guy. And I'll tell you this, because you see, none of you guys watched that Valley game. And don't lie and say because you did not. Because I know y'all did. Because that wasn't a game for y'all to watch. I watched the game. FAMU was totally in control of that game. Do you guys see? You guys don't even know how we lost the game. We actually lost the game by fumbling the ball going in for a touchdown. Valley did not blow us out. So you guys saw some of those highlights.
And they wouldn't double remember.
Right. But I'm talking about, but they're thinking like we lost by 40. We did not. We lost on a fumble.
No.
Yeah.
Y'all were in control of the game.
Don't. So we're not going to do that. Come on now. We don't do that over here. Now, I mean, y'all can get your jokes off because they are good jokes. We should have lost the Valley. But I'm going to tell you this, though. But that was a microcosm of what we said about our offense, about bad play calling that you've seen over the last 2 years. Now, if you want to do a football analysis of why we lost Valley, it was because of bad play calling. And we've seen some of the bad play calling this year. That's it. Well, Elder, if you saw the game, then you know we were dominating that game. So that's what I'm saying. Valley did not dominate that game. We dominated the game. You go look at the stats. So that's what I'm saying. So, no, Valley is not, and they're not any better. Matter of fact, they're not any better. They were a better team last year with Rembrandt compared to this year. So that's what I'm saying. If you watch Valley and what they've done, I'm not worried about FAMU, especially if you've seen this FAMU team. FAMU team is losing because of defense. We should have won this game. This game, FAMU should have won this game.
Now, let me ask you this here, Steve. Are you happy with the development of R.J. Johnson as the season went on?
You know what? I'm going to be an honest broker here. Here's my thing. It's going to look good on paper, right? He's not going to have a lot of interceptions. You're going to see him throw for 200 yards. But my problem is that, and just like even in this game here, is that can you make the throws when it was needed to be made? Can you make the plays when it needed to be made? So at best, because he was at a low DF, I give him a C. I give him a C minus finishing up. But that's not, I'm not excited, but he can be better. But what I want to see RJ next year, because as they say, he's only been here, I want him to get with those receivers and everything should be perfect next year. Everything should be crisp. You got to know what to do with the ball. What RJ did do going in late in the season, instead of him freezing like a deer in headlight, he ran the ball. And what you showed in this game, run the ball. If you don't have it, run the ball. Keep the chains moving positive. And I will give him credit. He has done that a much better job. Much better.
I will say this. Early in the season, he played like a quarterback who hadn't had many game reps.
That 100%.
And as the season progressed, he started playing more like a guy who had been out on the field.
Yes.
And a guy who is capable of making plays, for sure. Now, is he a slicing? I don't think RJ will ever be a slice and dice shoe kind of quarterback. But
No.
can he be a playmaker at the quarterback position? Absolutely. No doubt
Well,
about it.
again, when you're looking at a FAMU, that again, you saw this, Haley's, the Goldie Lawrences, the Wilshires, guys that can just go get long. You want to make the plays and throw it to the right guy. That's the thing that RJ's had a problem with. So again, there was another time we should have had a touchdown. We kicked the field goal. He missed it.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, again, I just thought I saw an improvement in his performance. I don't think it was an improvement necessarily in quarterback play. You know what I mean? But in his individual performance, it definitely improved. The outcomes got better.
Yeah. I mean,
Basically what I'm saying.
But Rocky, the problem is fool's gold because the outcomes got better against the worst teams in the SWAC. So is it a function of we playing really bad teams? Bethune-Cookman is a really bad defensive team. Southern was a really bad defensive team. Alabama A&M was a real bad defensive team. Alcorn finally got it together, but at the time we played, they were a bad defensive team.
This is why some teams perennially lose and then why other teams perennially win. Follow me on this. Bethune-Cookman ultimately has the same problem you guys have had this year, and you guys want to run Cozy out of town. But you're going to support Woody staying on one more year.
Because let me tell you the reason why. Well, it's two things. FAMU and Bethune.
They got the same problem. They got the same problem.
But listen, hold on, wait a minute. They finished 6-6, right? Do you know what Bethune has finished the last couple of years? So this is the most wins that they've had since they've been to SWAC. They have not had a winning record. They have not had a winning record since they've been to SWAC, right?
Yes, but I'm talking about how the teams look, Steve. I'm not talking about historically what they've been. I'm just talking about.
But that's how you judge if you keep a Woody or not, because you look and say, and I'm just saying me, because again, if I tell you what, if Reggie Theus fires him, I wouldn't be shocked, but I mean they're not because he went 6-6. They're not going to fire him. If he would have lost this game, I could see Reggie Theus say, you know what, you never had a winning record since you've been coach. You've been 3 years. You only won 5. We're gonna go another.
Steve, this is what I'm saying, Steve. They got worked against the good teams the same way y'all got worked against the good teams. And you're saying, not you, but the sentiment around FAMU faithful is that Cozy needs to go.
Well, because our standard versus Bethune's standard over the last 5 years.
Now you're talking.
Well, that's what matters. The standard, what I'm trying to tell you, what you're comparing that. I'm telling you can't compare the two. They're not in the same place. We literally won a national championship 2 years ago. We have won 9 games. Before last year, we had won more games in HBCU the last 5 years than anybody else. Okay? We walked out the door in 9 games. And like I said, I don't think people understand it because we won probation. We won the MEAC our last year. We were on probation. And I mean, no disrespect. Hey, North Carolina A&T got it because we were on probation. It is what it is. But I'm just keeping the buck. We beat them. Beat them last 2 times. We come in there. Jack State got that bomb squad. We had a great 7-6 battle. Jack State whoops us 59-3. We come back and beat them. Willie leaves. And again, this goes back to what you're going to do. There's an inflection point. Dion leaves. TC Taylor says, okay, I got to restart this from scratch. He takes his head down. He loses homecoming and loses to Alcorn. Y'all folks was pissed down there, Jackson. What does he do? He knows he's got what he wants. He knows he's building his team.
Well, let me say this.
So wait a minute. Cozy gets the team. You have Daniel Richardson. Well, remember, Daniel Richardson was the first team all-SWAC quarterback and still could score 21 points.
Yes.
Defense, all of a sudden, what we're known for, fast defense line. We don't even get sacks anymore. Then it really compounds this year where the defensive backs not even good because at least Kendall Bowl and those boys was saving us because the defensive backs were pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Now we don't have. Now you got a kid like 19. That's regressive, man.
No. I understand regression, right? But my point about Woody is this. You're comparing them against his own record, which was horrible. Which you're comparing Cozy against Willie.
Listen. You got to say Willie was compared against Billy Joe. Billy Joe was compared against Rudy Hubbard. Rudy Hubbard was compared against Jay Gates. That's when you gotta. What do you think DeBoer is getting compared against? What do you think when Nick Saban got to Alabama? What do you think he was compared against?
That's fair.
That's the way that it works.
Same thing with Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel.
What do you think with TC? Because Jack, hold on, wait a minute. TC had came behind Dion and they go 75, and people are like, oh, it's over with. TC, trust me, they going 75. Them people will be on the hot seat.
I think you're making my argument for me, Steve. The fact that you are in the same situation as Bethune-Cookman and you would advocate for Woody, but decide to let go of Cozy.
Because you know you're flip. Bethune-Cookman is not us, so you can't make the comparison.
No. That's not what I'm saying. This year, y'all are the same team.
No. See, the difference between a team and a program is two different things. FAMU's program is not the same as Bethune-Cookman program. Expectations.
And the reason why is they're willing to put up with a guy like Woody, and you guys wouldn't.
No, you missed. No. If I'm Bethune-Cookman and I have not had a winning record in the SWAC, and I have moved to 6-6 and beat my rival, and I know how hard it is for me to get a coach.
That's a win.
And if I feel that they're moving, and some people, like I say again, this is an opinion only, feel that Bethune-Cookman has moved in a positive manner. Which if you ask Reggie Theodore, I bet you would say, yeah, I believe this team is moving in a positive manner. They just beat FAMU. That alone is in a positive manner. Compared to FAMU losing to Bethune-Cookman, which is a negative manner. That game alone is an inflection point right there.
If I'm an AD at Bethune-Cookman, y'all look the same as we do. And there's no way, if Cozy deserves to be fired, that I would retain Woody based on having the same team.
Well, that's fine.
There's no way.
No, I completely disagree with that.
Yeah.
Because Rocky, it's trending. They're both trending in different directions. Like Bethune is trending upwards and FAMU is trending downwards. Like, so why would you not give Woody a 2-year extension?
This is his 3rd year, Scotty.
And he's trending upwards like most teams would be in their 3rd year. I'm not understanding what you're saying. He is trending upwards.
Okay, Scotty, what I'm simply saying is that when the first 2 years he got the job, you comparing him to not any other coach, you're comparing him to his own records. His own records. Not anybody else's records. His own records. And when you do that and you say, oh, he was better than a 1 and something or a 2 and something, those are his records that he's better than. He's not a new coach. He's not a first-year coach. And as long as Bethune-Cookman is willing to accept that, and not to mention how the team looks on the field, they're not even competitive against the good teams in the SWAC.
Well, Rocky, let me ask you a question.
I disagree.
Wait, hold on. Yeah, thank you. Rocky, okay, his first year he was 3-8. Last year he was 2-10. Now he's 6-6. Win a game against Grambling that could have went anyway.
How does the team look, though, Steve?
They look
better than the 2-10 team last year.
I was not even close. Offensively, this is probably one of the most explosive teams in the SWAC, next to Alabama State when they got Andrew, and next to Jackson when they're running the ball really well. There's not another top offense outside of those 3. You can give it to Prairie View, but Prairie View only does it to the bad teams, right? So when you talk about explosive offenses, that guys that can take a 5-yard hit to the house, to the crib, It is Bethune, it is Alabama State, and it is Jackson when they're rolling. How can that not be a good thing for Bethune-Cookman? Because if we're being honest, the offense is what won them the game. It wasn't their defense.
And what kind of coaches? And what kind of coaches, Woody?
Listen, now you going in my lane. Like, I never am a fan of a head coach that his side of the ball is not good. I completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. I'm not going to take nothing away with that.
No. My only point, Scotty, was the if you snapshot this year, I'm not talking about the programs. I'm talking about just the teams, right? Just the teams. One team, they ready to kill the coach and run him off the reservation, and this other guy, they're ready to sign him up for another 2 years, and they're the same two teams.
No, they're not. Expectations are different.
They're different.
I'll tell you what, Rocky. No, I got Mr. Campbell. Perfect example. We're both Cowboy fans, right? Our expectations are not the same expectations for the Browns or for the Cincinnati Bengals, or it doesn't matter if we're 6-6. It doesn't matter if we're 7-8 or what. If it's 9. We have an expectation for our program. That's why we go through coaches the way that we do. The Cincinnati Bengals just want to be competitive. They just want to look a certain type of way. Now, what you hear from Bethune-Cookman fans is that back in the 90s, nobody could see us. Back in the early 2000s, nobody could see. They're not that team anymore. So they're trying to figure out what their program is and trying to get back in the right direction. So you cannot knock a team that is down the way that they are, because just a few years ago, FAMU was in the same boat. Willie changed their expectations. They were bad.
No, that's not what Campbell said. Campbell says Florida A&M has a different standard.
100%.
Than Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah, they're fan base. Again, it's the same thing with the Cowboys. We haven't won a Super Bowl since the 90s, but we have an expectation. FAMU and Dallas are the same type of fan base. They have an arrogance of expectation, good or bad. When we was going 8-8, like, come on, bro. But we'll come back the next year and say, hey, we got a damn good team. We doing this. They're the same fan base. And if you understand that, you'll understand what Mr. Campbell is saying. Our expectation of a brand is not on the same as Bethune. It's not.
And I agree. I agree with you, Scotty. Only thing that I'm saying is part of the reason why Bethune is because they're willing to accept a guy like Woody when they probably should cut bait and find a Quinn Gray or somebody like that. That's my point.
Wait a minute. See, now we having a different discussion. So if you're saying that, you know what, hey, Steve, hey, Scotty, I think there's a better coach. With this team is right here, they plateau. You bring Quinn Gray, he can take him to the next level. I might not even have an argument with you on that. But you asked me, should they keep that guy with no other option? That's what you.
No. You as an AD, you always got another option. And in this, because here's the situation. Prairie View last year could have elected to keep Bubba based on what were they 5-6 last year. You know what I mean? They beat their rival or whatever. But I think my man made the prudent decision was let's let his contract expire and go get us a winner.
I think you do the same thing with Woody. I think you do the same thing with Woody, right? Because 6-6 this year does not mean it can't be 2-8 next year.
Right.
So
thank you, Scotty.
I wouldn't be quick to give him an extension because
wait a minute, is this his last year? He got one more year.
I think he got one more year. I think he has a 4-year deal.
Right. Yeah. So if he got that, so that's the point. He's got the one more year anyway.
I think Reggie Theus is just too lazy to go try to. I'm just being honest. I think if it was any other AD, he would play out his situation, and they would just see what that next year looks like. This is his last year. If this is, I don't.
There's no way I'm letting Quinn Gray. If I can stop Quinn Gray from going to FAMU, because they won't find
Woody. Wait. No, Rocky, wait a minute. So now we're saying two different things. If you're saying, you know what, there are better options. and I see Quinn Gray. Why don't I go? Absolutely. We have seen coaches.
Yeah.
Hell, Tony Dungy got done like that down in Tampa. They felt that team was a playoff team. That team had gotten to the NFC Championship. And they felt that he couldn't get them over the hump. They fired him and brought in Gruden. That could be the same argument that you're making here.
I agree.
Oh,
I agree with that.
No doubt.
Now, if that's what you're saying, then I have no problem with that. Because what Quinn Gray has shown, especially this season, and again, to your point, if they want to say, you know what, if we get that guy, because he's the hot guy, let's get the hot guy. He'll be an upgrade. I'm not going to argue that. I thought you were just talking about as is static. Do we fire him just for the sake of firing him?
No. What I was saying is the attitudes of the fan bases and the expectations create the perpetual losing sometimes of certain programs. Y'all are so upset with Woody. If y'all could, y'all will run him off right now. And these guys at Bethune-Cookman are ready to sign him up for another extension. And I'm like, that don't make sense.
Well, I tell you what, but see, we don't know the other half of the equation. We don't know what they'll think. Because I say this, because if you say, and if I go out, I know a lot of my daughter went to Bethune-Cookman, and I say, hey, listen, let me ask you a question. Would you rather keep Coach Wood or get Quinn Gray? What do you think they say?
Quinn Gray.
If they know football, they're going to say Quinn Gray.
Quinn Gray.
They're going to say that.
I love, okay. If that's where you're going, Rocky, I agree, Mr. Campbell. I think that's a no-brainer. I make that move, right? Because so two things, right? Two things. It's one, I don't know if Quinn Gray is going to a rival. Now, if they pay him the right amount of money, I think he's gone. But I don't know if that's just something.
Let me say this. I'm just going to leave it. He's not leaving. Quinn Gray is not even making six figures at Albany. Okay? And he has a wife. That's easy 6 figures. He's leaving. So I'm just trying to tell you that. So don't believe that. If you ain't making six figures, you're leaving.
Yeah, I feel you. So
he's going to make 200-something. I don't know where he goes. Okay, so go ahead, Scott, because I'm just tying in what you're saying.
My thing is, I don't know if if they pay him the right money, I think he's gone, but I don't know if he's willing to go to the rival. Now, if he feels like he does, if the thing with Bethune is this, I really believe Reggie Theus just doesn't want to look for a new coach. I'm just giving it a buck with you because it's going to interfere with his basketball coaching. You get what I'm saying? So the caveat is, hey, let me just sign this dude to another 2-year contract and let him do what they do, whatever, and I'll just keep coaching basketball. That's what Reggie Theus is about. That's why I don't like ADs who are basketball coaches. Like, I hate that. And that should not be in Division I football. It just shouldn't be. So that's my caveat on there. But if you have an opportunity to go get Quinn Gray, I think you go get him. I don't give a damn what anybody says about Woody. Like, you're not the reason you're winning. Can I say that again? People might say, okay, and now I'm about to be on my Rocky bandwagon. People would like to say, look at what Woody's doing. It's not his defense. It's Pimpleton. It's literally Dante Pimpleton is the reason that this team is as competitive as it is. If it was up to Woody, they would be probably like second to last or last place in defense next to Alabama A&M. So again, I'm always going to say, if your head coach controls one side of the ball and that side of the ball is bad, then what are you here for? What are you here for, bro?
And Scotty, and this is the other side of it, though, Scotty, is that this is essentially the same situation that Prairie View was in last year and TSU was in the year before. They changed coaches, chose not to hire the guy who was qualified in their own alma mater, right?
Yeah.
Which is T-Jack. They just chose not to hire T-Jack. He goes to the rival and beats you. And now it's about to play in the SWAC championship. If I'm Bethune-Cookman, I'm not letting – if FAMU going to keep Cozy, there's no way they're going to get a shot at Quinn Gray if Cozy doesn't work out. No way.
See, I can't argue that point because, again, if you're talking about an upgrade, and this goes for anybody, any coach, hell, and again, you got Coach A and Coach B is better, you should always go get the better coach. I don't think no coach is just like that. Rather, if you think the team has plateaued and can't reach the peak of where you want them to get to. So your thing and your argument with Bethune, I have no problem with that discussion. And I think Bethune-Cookman. So see, sometimes you got to be innovative. You know what? Let's go ahead, Coach Woody. I like you, but I think we get this guy Quinn Gray because here's the thing with Bethune. Bethune has been successful because I'm gonna say this again, and you saw it. It's so many athletes in Florida. All those Bethune guys are Florida guys, all up and down that East Coast. That Florida East Coast. That's where they get all those guys from. That's why Bethune has been successful.
And if I'm Southern, right? You playing yourself. You're doing the TSU hire. You're hiring Chris Dishman all over again. Like, it's almost like we're in a time loop when I watch these teams, how they maneuver. Like, T-Jack is who you should be going after. Guess what? There's another T-Jack out there.
Who?
Believe it or not.
Quinn Gray?
Quinn Gray. Yes.
Quinn Gray. That's fair. That's fair. I think Mr. Campbell's right. Nobody's disagreeing with you with that.
Yeah.
Nobody's disagreeing with you on who's that guy. And then the thing for me with Quinn Gray is wherever he go, he bringing that quarterback with him. So that's half the battle right there.
That solves two problems for Southern, huh?
Come on, man. Like it's a package deal. If Quinn going, he taking the Navy kid with him too. Come on with him. And let me tell you something. It was getting so bad. Like, I don't think y'all understand. It was getting so bad in the regular season. He was letting the quarterback call plays, like on the sideline. Like, they were beating teams so bad. My boy Vaughn got it on interview. He literally was letting the quarterback call plays for the backup quarterback. That's how bad they were beating guys, right? So when I'm saying the kid knows the game, the kid knows the game. So if you do hire Quinn Gray, you already got a quarterback coming with you. So if I'm Bethune-Cookman with those weapons I got, it's a no-brainer. It's really a no-brainer. But hey,
I agree. I don't think. I think until Quinn Gray is off the board, and again, I don't know Quinn Gray from a can of paint. I just looked at his record. I looked at a few replays of his team. I watched him play FAMU. At the end of the day,
won that game.
It's a no-brainer. He should be the next guy up. And before you entertain Marshall Faulk or Ed Reed or any of those other yahoos that have never coached that want to coach, you got to take a guy like Quinn Gray serious because he's a serious football coach. It's the same thing as having a guy out there like a Mike Vrabel or some other accomplished coach out there, but you chose to, you want to hire somebody with a name. And again, I don't think it's the right name. I don't mind, me, I don't mind hiring the name. I just don't think Marshall Faulk is that type of name. Well, I wouldn't disagree. Like I say, I think Marshall Faulk will bring buzz to the Southern program. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think the Southern program needs buzz. I think they need a serious football coach. Agreed. Now, to me, if Southern wanted to make waves, you go and if Tyrann Mathieu has to go tell me no. Like, for real. Like, if you're trying to make waves and make a buzz like outside of your region and really make Louisiana a playground of talent, like, you go get Tyrann Mathieu and it's not even close. Outside of that, just go get you a good coach. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was listen, if Tyrann Mathieu's off the board, go get you a good coach. Go find you a good coach. And again, if you go get a Quinn Gray, you got a quarterback coming with you as well. So that's half the battle. And if I'm being honest, if that kid from Albany State he's the third best quarterback. If Andrew doesn't leave, you got Andrew. No, he's the second best quarterback. Oh, Quad. So it will go Andrew, Quad, the kid from Navy. Period. Like, well, he's that good. Yeah. Day one. But did you watch the game? This game with the FAMU game? I know you. Did you? Man, we watched both of them. That was crazy. And it was, and again, that was crazy. You can't lose a game like that, and you just can't lose that game like that. And that's what we're talking about, coaching and things like that. With the people saying kids out of position, but this goes back to Nick Saban.
Again, you got to know time, distance, and play. This is the 4th and 8. Do you guys know what you're supposed to do? Is everybody clear? Is everybody clear? That's part of coaching. This kid sinks in for whatever reason, which again, you don't even need to sink in because again, they didn't have any more timeouts after that.
Yeah, you got to keep everything in front of you. Just got to keep everything in front of you.
So because if nothing else, you can't lose the game. If you lose the game by giving up a touchdown, I'll take my chances going in to overtime again. Well, at least you don't lose. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
But my thing is 4th and 8. And again, if you play it, and this goes back to again, no pass rush. You kind of let him. He's standing back there, no pass rush. Allowed the guy to go back because he waved him deep. Because first of all, he hadn't even cleared Nabron yet. And once he saw the guy sink, he was standing like, go, keep going. And on 4th and 8, you can't let him do that. That is just ridiculous.
You got a sweet home Bama. It says, someone said Saban. That's funny. That's funny. But no, it was a great game. Overall, listen, Bethune offensively, Lockhart isn't. What did Lockhart do to make you? The Bama fumbled. The Bama fumbled taking a knee. What are we talking about?
But now, wait a minute. But he was like, wait a minute. Now he was efficient, man. He was like what 11 for 15.
That's all you need to do with Jackson State's offense. We've been saying that all year.
Yeah. But listen. But right, hey, your kid Bennett might not have been able to do that. You know, so we got quarterback that can't even do that.
What?
Lockhart, listen, man. Lockhart is gonna be a good quarterback.
Are we really like? That's just competent. Are we? Is quarterback play so?
No, but wait. So you don't think that Lockhart, with his size, his arm strength, that you don't think Lockhart is gonna be a good quarterback in this conference?
I'm not saying that he's good now. Like he's just an average guy. Like what are we talking about?
He's a freshman.
Okay, he's average. I mean, I've seen other freshmen do more exciting things and have a bigger piece of the pie that they have to carry. But for him to be on a team as good as it is, that's all I'm asking you to do. 11 of 15, throw hitches, throw flats, throw a seam ball. Okay, whoop-de-doo. Like, what are we talking about? Like, when the game was on the line, what did he do? He fumbled. Like, I'm sorry. Like, let's call a spade, because that could have lost him the game if we're being honest.
That could have.
It could have lost him the game. Now, Jack Saban was like, well, we still won. Okay, congratulations. I'm not saying what he could be, but right now, I'm just like, again, it's one of those situations where I look at other situations in like football and I kind of try to make it make sense for me. Like, what he is right now is Dak Prescott's rookie year is like, you're nothing without Zeke.
Yeah. But I think, and I'll say this again, I think that Lockhart is going to be one of the best players in the conference because he's got everything needed to be great. And I already see it, and I've already told him, that kid can throw the ball, that kid can move around. And again, he got thrown in there. And again, but the bottom line is this, to your point, is can he do what Jack State needs him to do? Which, again, the question will be simply this. Is he going to be the starting quarterback for the SWAC championship game? And if he is, can he win that game? That's really what counts.
That's what it comes down to is what game has he been asked to win, right? Like he played in the Grambling game really well. Have no issues with that. Got thrown in, made some great plays. But again, I'm going to keep saying this. He does not have to do anything to win. He really doesn't. He doesn't. The team is so good. I mean, what do you want? He literally just has to turn around and hand the ball off to guys. And that's not an indictment on him. That's just how good the team is. So it's the same situation. Like when I see a quarterback, I want to see like, are you the truck or are you the trailer?
Well, let me ask you this question though. But the problem is, even on this level, hell, even in the NFL, it's more trailers than trucks. It's more trailers than trucks.
Yeah.
Even in the NFL.
Hey, y'all hear me?
Yeah.
All right, good.
So in the NFL, look at all the teams that don't have a good company quarterback. They're trailers.
But I think Scotty, I like Scotty's point about Lockhart. Is that what does he add to Jackson State's team?
Well, let me tell you. Well, all right. Let me answer that. I'll put my Jackson State in. First of all, for what they need to do, he does not like Bennett, and I'll use Bennett example. Bennett can't throw the ball. Lockhart can throw the ball deep. He can throw a good deep ball. He can throw outs. He can throw the plays that they need him now. Is he going to go 300 yards? But I'll tell you one thing. I wish I had a guy, and I'll tell you this. If you ask, maybe on the running, because Bennett's such a great runner, but throwing the ball, Lockhart can throw the ball. And I'm not going to let y'all argue me with that. We can have that argument all day.
He's a quarterback. He's a quarterback. I would hope he can throw the ball.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Well, we got a bunch. Hold on. You've been here 5 years. We got a whole bunch of quarterbacks that can't throw. I'll start naming. We have a below average quarterbacks that play HBCU football. Most of them can't throw. Look down there at Texas Southern. They got a problem right now. But they got a quarterback can't throw.
I don't.
But you're doing the Campbell. You're doing the Jackson State thing right now.
No,
I asked you just. I asked you
one thing about me, y'all. Listen, I love both of y'all, but the one thing is, it is what it is. If you're gonna sit back and tell me you got a 6'3" guy that can throw it on a dart like that kid just did on Rempert, and you guys want the guy to throw for 40 yards, that ain't gonna happen because you ain't gonna show me no guy that's done that.
No.
I was long enough to know that kid can play.
Well, let me reframe the question then, because you didn't want to tell me what he added to the Jackson State team, right? My question to you is, could they win the SWAC with a guy like RJ Johnson?
No. RJ, listen, let me tell you the difference.
So which games do they lose with RJ Johnson?
Well, Jackson State?
Yeah.
Well, see, here's the problem with RJ. Let me tell you, and it's funny that you guys like. I literally had 2 screens up last week, right? And I'm watching RJ and I'm watching Lockhart. You know what Lockhart does better than RJ? He gets rid of the ball. He doesn't sit back there as a deer. And remind you, RJ is a redshirt junior. Okay? Not playing or not. I need you to speed up your process. I literally talked to somebody that coaches quarterbacks, and we were watching both games, and it was amazing to watch a freshman. And you got a grade on the curve because he's a freshman compared to Lockhart. And Lockhart did that all season until literally to the All-Court game.
I would just like you to answer the question. What game do they lose with RJ Johnson?
Jackson State?
Yes.
They probably lost the All-Court game if he played at the beginning of the season. I'm listening, man. Y'all can have it. Listen, I'm just telling you. Because again, you guys are trying to swerve, and I'm not going to let you swerve it because the kid's a freshman.
No. I can acknowledge the kid's a freshman, and he's a.
And again, if RJ's going to check down, because what you do is because see the thing about with Jackson State, they got 3 running backs that go get 100 yards. So
that's my point. He doesn't have to do anything. He just has to live with turning around and handing the ball off.
Scotty, he had do you see those passes that he threw to Rembrandt? He got to make a pass like that in that championship game. Jackson State just not going to run the triple option against Prairie View and win it.
I can give you a pass where RJ Johnson throws it on the rope too. What I'm saying is it's a difference between throwing 17 passes and having to throw 30 passes. There's a difference of winning a game throwing.
Well, he's never going to throw 30. See the whole thing. He's never going to throw 30 passes
because his team is so good.
He's never going to have to throw. Jacoby Morgan doesn't have to throw 30 passes. Does he? So I'm going to ask you that question. Does Jacoby Morgan have to throw 30 passes?
I'm not a Jacoby Morgan. I've been saying this for years. I said Jacoby Morgan is Rashawn McKay 2.0, but just better. He's just a better version of Rashawn McKay. That's it. I've been saying that for the last 2 years.
Alabama State played games where Andrew Bond did not throw prayer pan, they won.
Because the competition.
Why are you even doing that? Why are you even doing that?
Well, no, because I can listen, bro. Listen, one thing. Listen, dog. Listen. I love both. I can make the same argument in reverse.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. No, you cannot.
Okay, tell Andrew Bond threw for 300 yards every game they won.
Because he didn't have to. It's a difference.
Because it's a team.
No, sir. I'm not giving it to you. No, sir. No, sir, I'm not giving you that. Because
So why?
if he plays a bad team, they don't need Andrew like they need. But when they play good teams, who stands up for that team?
Well, everybody. So now you get to the point. So if you got a good quarterback, you need a good quarterback to be a good team. I'm not arguing that. Okay. Yeah, you're right.
No,
So
no.
tell me something we don't
What
know.
I'm simply saying
Tell me
is,
something. I'm waiting for us to tell me something we don't know. So you need a good quarterback. And wait a minute, hold on, Scotty. What did I tell you? So see, this is what I'm trying to tell you. I said, what did I say? Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. Well, the first thing I told you when you first started, I said, if you probably got the best quarterback, so what did I tell you?
Whack.
Duh. So this has been trying and true for 50 years.
this is the first year it didn't happen then.
Okay. So this is what people are saying.
And just so you know, Superman Kent told me he didn't win the SWAC while he was in.
No, he did not. But guess what? Do you know who did win it? Bruce Eugene and Donnell Kennedy, who was a damn good quarterback. So you're talking 1A, 1B. That's what I'm saying. A good quarterback.
I'm going to say the same thing I've said about JSU since the door touchdown. When you have a defense like the teams that they've been on, it allows you, one, to make mistakes, and two, you don't have to press. The only game that I've seen Morgan like, okay, I got to be that guy, was against Drew in Alabama State, where he had to go make it work. But again, if we go back to just last year, Jacoby and Morgan was ass in that game last year when they had a better defense and Alabama State was on their fifth string quarterback. So what I'm saying, all I'm saying is that I'm not saying game managers are bad. Not saying that at all. I think a quality game manager is what every team would like to have. A Jacoby and Morgan, a freshman Lockhart, a Rashawn McKay, a Jeremy Musa, right? Like guys who are not going to lose you the game, like an RJ Johnson. See, that's the difference, right? These quarterbacks are all game managers, but one will lose you a game, and then one will potentially keep you in the game. So I give you that. And then you have guys that will win you a game. And the one time I seen Jacoby and Morgan do it, well, I'll give them 2 times: the Celebration Bowl and the Alabama State game, right? So again, I'm not going to take any away from when they stepped up in those moments. All I'm saying is that there's still a quality difference of pressure that is on a QB like T-Set, that's on a QB like Drew. That's where you have to go out and be the guy for your team when they're in the biggest moments, where some people are allowed to just turn around. Like, perfect example, if it was not for Lockhart fumbling the snap, they win that game, and he didn't have to make a pass in the whole fourth quarter, win the game. All he did.
But I don't think anybody I don't think TC Taylor would argue that. I don't think Jack State people argue that. I think that's the whole point when you have a freshman. You don't do too much. Let all the other guys step up. We'll win the game for you. We'll win the game with you.
So this is what I would say, and what makes the difference. And y'all can argue me if you want to. When you got an Andrew Body, you can call a play and it be the wrong play in the wrong coverage against the wrong defense.
Nobody's arguing that.
And it still works.
Okay,
if you do that
right.
with RJ Johnson, if you do that with Lockhart, if you do that with Jacoby and Morgan, it's a bad play.
Okay, still waiting for you to say nobody's disagreeing on that.
So, but what I'm saying is, when Drew we're just gonna put Body on this. Body has to do that 15, 20 times a game for his team to win against a team like Jackson State. Yeah, how many times did Jacoby and Morgan have to make the play?
Okay, let me ask you this question: Was Tom Brady the GOAT when he first won his 2 Super Bowls?
I feel like you disrespecting the football gods when you bring up.
I'm just saying, because you see how that works.
That's blasphemy.
You see how that works? Tom Brady was not Tom Brady when he won his first 2 Super Bowls. You'll agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, then. So the point of it is, when you have a team, a great team, a team that has stars all over defense, like Jackson State, it allows you to bring a freshman in. Because again, a freshman on FAMU team, we might not win a game. You see the difference there? Lockhart playing for FAMU, we might not win a game.
Man, I just want to say some of these people.
Hold on. You said if Lockhart was playing for FAMU right now, you wouldn't win a game?
I don't know.
But I thought he.
No. Because wait a minute. Because I'm talking. Wait a minute. Because see, no, you're not gonna flip what I'm saying. My point of it is, no, hold on. See, what you're trying to act like Lockhart doesn't have talent. Lockhart has throwing talent. And when I said, well, wait a minute. So I'm the one thing I can talk for me. So I'm going to answer for me.
Go ahead.
Lockhart can make the throws that TC Taylor needs him to make for them to win a Celebration Bowl, to a national champion. That's what I'm saying. Because he has the playmakers, he has the offensive line, and things like that. Now, to Rocky's point, that a player, when you say that goes bad, right? He can make something out of nothing. I'm not going to ask a freshman to do that. I don't think Lockhart's there yet. And I think that's being fair to him because he's a freshman. He wasn't even going to play this year.
So here's I want to say something. I guess Jackson State then let out their meeting or whatever, and they all then came over here. I don't know why y'all all hate me. Did my wife text y'all and tell y'all I didn't make up the bed this morning or something? Like y'all all on me like I said Superman Kent didn't win the SWAC. Somebody said, you're just trolling. That's the truth.
Yeah, but Rocky, there's context to that. There were other great quarterbacks in the SWAC.
And it's context with Zoe putting up Andrew ain't never beat Jack State.
But to me, that's different because he never had a team that was comparable to Jack State until he went to Alabama State. A team matters.
Agreed.
So and even now, in your honest opinion, without Andrew, where does that team finish in the SWAC?
They don't win 9 games.
No, not even close.
I think they have a winning record, though.
Yeah, but they had a winning record with a 5th-ranked quarterback.
Yeah, I think they have a winning record. I think they go probably like 7-4, 6-5, around there. They'll be there. I think they're there.
I like Smoot too. I like him.
I think he's good. I think Smoot. I think Smoot has talent too. I'm not saying Lockhart doesn't have talent. I'm not saying Lockhart can end up being one of the best we've ever seen. I'm not saying I can't project that, right? What I will say is I'm curious to see if that ability gets unlocked in him because he doesn't have to do that in just these teams right now. I would love to see him have to drop back 30 times because
I think he has. Okay, now we're saying the same thing. So this is why I'm agreeing with you. I don't think he has to do that this year. And again, as you matriculate and you mature, so that's what I'm saying. He has the ability, I believe. Again, nobody knows. We'll see. I believe he has the ability to be one of the best passers in the SWAC during his career. I believe he has that ability.
Okay.
Doesn't
mean that he will be that. Just means he has.
Listen, bro. We don't know. We can't predict the future. We predict the future. I would be giving you money for the Powerball right now. You would have to work.
What I'm saying, I get what you're saying. I'm not trying to come at you, Mr. Campbell, when you.
No, we good.
What I'm saying, listen. What I'm saying is that my issue on him not becoming that is because of TC's offense. I don't think TC wants a Clark Clint. I don't think he wants that. I think he wants that balance. Hey, I don't ask my quarterbacks to do too much. We'll live and die off, making the right reads and, running the rock. I think that's just what TC Taylor believes in. Now, if Lockhart grows and his talent and his ability grows with him, and maybe his junior year, maybe he is Clark Kent, maybe he is Andrew Body, maybe he is a Shador Sanders to where it's like, hey, I want you to throw the ball 30, 40 times because you have that ability and I want you to go on to do bigger and better things. Because I'll tell you, I'm going to say this, and if you keep this TC Taylor offense, there's no quarterback that comes through it that's going to get picked up to do anything because it doesn't ask you to do anything. Because 1, your schedule is not tough enough, and 2, you're not asking the quarterback to do much, right? Like it's different when North Dakota State does it because North Dakota State is going through such a gauntlet of teams that success comes with that. So it's like, okay, cool, he's going against this team, that. But when your schedule is weak, your offense is simplistic. I won't say simplistic, but it's just like it limits the quarterback's ability. Then you can't. There's no progression in seeing that quarterback go and do bigger and better things if possible. That's all I'm saying.
And this is what I'm saying, guys. And I just want to put this up. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, man, because Jackson State Me and Bo so got a bet. And he believes that Jackson State is going to beat Prairie View by 20 or 14 or whatever. I can't remember exactly what he said, but I took the bet. I don't believe a team that runs the ball 42 times against Alcorn
Crazy.
for 185 yards can blow out Prairie View. I don't think they can. Now again, what's the crazy thing about this is when Jared Lockhart struggles to throw the ball, TC Taylor piles it up and lets him keep throwing. But for whatever reason, when they're struggling to run it, obviously 42 times for 185 yards, they just keep running it. Now, I didn't watch the game, and so I can't even comment on it. But why do you run it 42 times when Jared Lockhart is 15 for 17 for 194? Why did he?
Nah, Rocky. Now I'm not gonna give you that.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna give you that, Rocky, because you'll be the main one talking about why he made him throw 30 times.
He 15 times too much. Y'all threw
No. Rocky, you be doing that.
Listen, no. Listen what I'm saying. That's when they carrying the ball at 6.8 yards a carry or 7 yards a carry. This is not that. I can't do it. I'm not going to do the math, but it's 3 something. I know that, I think.
He said it's 3 something.
Maybe it's 4 yards. But they not, again, my point is saying is when they're just ripping them with the run, he insists on passing the ball. And tonight, it looked like he was ripping them with the pass statistically.
No, because they were balanced. I watched the game, and most of you guys were here for the watch party. The game, listen, man, I'm going to say this. I'll get into Jack State history in a second. The game was balanced. This is what the thing about with Jack State. And again, they ran for 185 yards?
Mm-hmm.
Shit, 185 yards is hellified great. You tell me, give me 185 yards, family. We dance in the streets.
On 42 carries?
Yes, and what, 4 yards a carry?
Yes,
4 yards a carry, Rocky. I'm gonna do a Coach Cole. What did Coach Cole say? If I get 4 yards a carry, guess what it is on third down, Rocky? It's third and what?
2.
Thank you. If you tell me as a coach, I'm 3rd and 2 in every third down situation, I'm gonna tell you I'm winning the game every time.
I agree with it. And Scotty's right. I am a proponent of running the ball when you're running it effectively, right? What? My question is, I didn't watch the game. Why didn't they throw it more with a 90% completion rate?
Rocky, listen, in the course of the game, listen, first of all, they're not going to be pitching the ball all over the yard. That's not what they do.
It's Alcorn. It's Alcorn.
It's the way the game plays out. See, you're trying to add a statistic that didn't need to be there because of the way the game is played out. He made the throws that they need to make because they were still running the ball effectively.
I think you got to give credit to Alcorn.
Wait a minute now. That's what we definitely going to do.
I mean,
listen. You understand? Alcorn.
They played a hell of a game.
Alcorn had a touchdown brought back that unfortunately the guy was 2 feet behind instead of 2 feet behind that would have put them up.
Yeah, I think you got to give. I'm not. I'm not a big fan of Stead, right? I'm not at all. But I think that team responded really well to the adjustments made in the middle of the season. And to come out in this game from the last showing they did last year with that 48-10, and he came on and said it would not be like this next year, you got to give him credit for what this score looks like. They played great. They played competent. The thing, I'm not going to lie to you. Watching this game made me more of a believer in Prairie View than I thought I would be. I'm not going to lie, because listen, rivalry games are rivalry games. I'm not taking nothing away from that, right? But to me, if the Cam Peterson of Alabama State shows up, they ain't got no chance in hell. They ain't got no chance. Yeah, listen, they ain't got no chance in hell. This game gonna be a blowout. But if the Cam Peters from Texas Southern shows up, if the Cam Peter from, when they've been beating these little, ankle biters, if they show up, if that Cam Peter shows up, it's going to be a game. And I'll say one thing. I'll say this, and I'll let Mr. Campbell go. people, I keep telling people, Miss, I don't know if Miss Campbell, what have I been saying? How do you beat Jackson State?
Throw the ball.
It's the only way you win. I can't. I've been giving the blueprint out since week 4. If you can't throw these DBs are not that good. I keep saying it every single week. You want to be competitive against Jackson State, you throw the ball. It's very simple. Throw the ball. That's how it works. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, if Cam Peters, if the Slim Assassin, I call him the Slim Assassin because from the Texas Southern game, but if the Slim Assassin shows up, they got a chance. If Cam Peters shows up, they ain't got no chance. So
see, that's the thing. And I said this earlier, and Scott, I'll tell you, this is the reason why Coach Jackson, who's coaching a championship environment, right? So he's not going to be afraid. He knows how to coach that. And if Cam Peters can play at an all-star level, this thing gets funny real quick.
Real quick. Because they can
because
run
all
ball.
of a sudden, because see what you don't want, and this is what we've always said again, it was the same thing. You got, now I'm going to your point, and I think this is what maybe we're meeting right here. I want to get Lockhart in the stress where he got to start making throws. Well, just because you can't run the ball. I'm going to listen, because they're scoring. Like, this was the whole thing about this Bethune-Cookman game. I give RJ credit. We had to throw the ball to try to win the game. He actually did it. Made some big throws. Big runs came, of course, in the end. But when you got explosive big plays, the defense just held out. But if I'm Prairie View, when I'm sitting up here thinking, like they tried to do Alabama State, right? Got up on them. Let's get this thing going. Let's put them in the stress where they've got to throw. Get them behind the stick. And this is when the number one defense comes in. I can't have Jack State in 3rd and 4s. I need Lockhart to be 3rd and 8s.
3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. Yeah.
That's where I need him to be at. That's the only way you're going to beat him. But again, if you're in 3rd and 2,
I can do whatever I want. Slant, hitch.
Thank you. The plays become easier. So that's the thing about it, you know. So again, I'm gonna say this again, and this is for my old school. And like I said, if you ain't over 45, you probably know. Lockhart, all he has to do is be Shannon Boyd. When you had Shannon Boyd had 3 NFL receivers. He had what's my boy that played running back? He had Lewis Tillman. That was an all-time great. Shannon Boyd could make every throw on the field. Shannon Boyd never threw for 3,000 yards at Jackson State. But I tell you what, when they needed him to toss that thing to a Tim Barnett and all those guys, easy money. Easy money. And to me, TC's like, this is what this team looks like. I got this hammer in the back, hammers, like Lewis Tillman. I got this big offensive line. Mind you, offensive line for Jackson State went first round to the Atlanta Falcons during that year. So this team kind of looks like that. I've got these wide outs that are NFL type guy, not that level. No, not that level. I'm talking about as far as offensively scoring. Because they had NFL, Jimmy Smith, and Tim Barnett, all those guys that were just crazy good. But Shannon Boyd never, ever had to sit back and just go 400 yards. He never lost a SWAC game, ever. Never lost a SWAC game.
I think you play Morgan if he's healthy. The only thing I would be worried about is mentally, how does he feel, right? Because when you're getting over an injury to get back, and Rock, you might want to take that chat down. It's blocking your face, but if you want to get back into the biggest hurdle of an injury is not the body, it's the mental aspect of it. Like you start thinking about it, you like, okay, you know, how can I do what I used to do? Can I push off? Because the last time I pushed off, I messed up my foot. That's the hurdle of getting over an injury. So if you bring back Morgan, I'm not saying he can't throw. I'm not saying it's like, because he's not getting hit in practice. Like he's not getting hit in practice. He's just not, right? So again, when you step out on that field and now you're going to get somebody that is coming at you full speed like that, you just don't know what he's like mentally, how he gets over that mentally. But other than that, it is what it is.
Scotty, this is something that a lot of Jackson State fans want to overlook, right? I can't unsee what I saw last SWAC championship by Jacoby and Morgan. I can't unsee that. You know, I know he's probably not that, but I can't unsee it. And what he was on that day was the thing that was holding back Jackson State from winning that game.
Yeah, he's a liability.
if Zy McDonald don't come into that game and literally save the game, I don't know how that ends, to be honest with you. I know Southern probably doesn't score, but I don't know how it ends. And so that's why sometimes I think in those big moments, I believe who a player is in those big moments is ultimately who they are when it counts.
So how do you feel about the Celebration Bowl then?
My opinion, Mike, let me give you my honest opinion.
Yeah, go ahead. You know,
the other team scored 7 points.
That ain't Morgan's fault.
No. What I'm saying is, what do you need your quarterback to do if the other team scores 7 points?
That ain't Morgan's fault. I mean that part I can't give you. That ain't
No. What I'm saying is, what is it if the other team scores 7 points? Then TC Taylor can be patient and run the ball 25 times with Mulligan, even though he only gained 95 yards.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like there's a different.
It doesn't take you out of your game plan. I get what you're saying. Yeah, it doesn't take you out.
It's a different dynamic, right? So I hope, and for Jackson State's benefit, I hope he's the guy that showed up against Andrew Body. I hope that's who he is, because that's going to make for a very exciting game in the SWAC championship. I hope that guy who showed up last year at the SWAC championship is never shows up again in a big moment. Because if that guy shows up, the game is not even competitive. Wouldn't you agree, Campbell?
I'll tell you this. I don't think Jacoby Morgan is going to come and run for 100 yards. But I think his leadership, I don't think he's going to turn the ball over. I think he knows that offense. And I think he can make throws that, again, because of the big plays and big games he's been in, he can make compared to Lockhart. Maybe might be nervous. I think Jacoby Morgan, if there was a throw like he did against Alabama State, to your point, he threw that summer gun.
Yeah, that was great. Listen, that was
listen.
Great.
And what did TC say? Jacoby called that play.
That was a great throw.
See what I'm saying? That's a championship player. His mind. So I don't need him to do 100 yards on the ground because his mind is a championship player.
We'll see. I think it's.
No, what are we talking about? Jacoby Morgan. He didn't play tonight, did he? Did he play tonight? Oh, so yeah. And everybody from Jackson State wants Jacoby Morgan in a uniform for the SWAC championship. Am I wrong about that?
Well, no. I think if everybody's being honest, of course. And again, would you want your senior leader? Well, I guess let me ask you guys a question. Let's just say, because Lockhart, let's say he's at 100%, because he is, right? Would you rather have Lockhart at 100% or Jacoby Morgan at 75%?
Lockhart at 100%.
I don't know. I think I'm thinking with Prairie View, because this ain't your grandmama's Prairie View. If it was last year's Prairie View, I'll take anybody. I'll take shit. I'll take, you know what I'm saying? But this Tremaine Jackson is a damn good coach. And I think I think watching what Alcorn did today, I really believe that they can come up with a game plan that would limit Lockhart and really put emphasis on, limit the running game and put more pressure on Lockhart. I think if you put Morgan, I think that kind of makes you a little uneasy if you're Tremaine because of his ability to he's just more seasoned, right? But he has not seen a defense like Prairie View's. I'm not saying Prairie View is the dark cloud deal. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is how they do that 3 safety look. You don't see that. You don't see that in the SWAC. You just don't. Right. So again, I think they'll be prepared. But
now, and I'll say this: this is me talking about Prairie View. I don't like Prairie View's defense against the run. I actually hate it against the run. Right. But teams are so inclined to pass against them in that defense, and I don't know why. and they mess it up every time they like. There are teams that have thrown the ball 30 times on that defense, and I'm like, you should be able to just run the ball on them. Why don't you just run it? And I believe Jackson State with that running attack, with that offensive line, I don't like that three-man defensive line. I just don't like it. And, you know, they may figure out a way to limit Jackson State. But if I'm Jackson State, I'm loading up and I'm running the ball. And see, here's the deal. I want to go into the game with a quarterback that I'm going to put in the running game against Prairie View. That's what I want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because that defense that they run, they're dependent. It's like a 3-3 stack. So they're dependent on the middle guy not being able to block him and him being able to run to the ball. Well, when you have your quarterback in the run game and you're running that zone read one way and the quarterback the other, he can only run one direction unblocked. You know what I mean? He can't run both directions unblocked.
Let me tell you, if I was Tremaine, I would just take what South Carolina State did today and I would implement that against Jackson State. Because the way they played that, I'm telling you, listen, I know that they got off on some big runs, but the eye discipline that South Carolina State plays with is elite. It is elite, and they tackle really well. And for me, listen, I'm curious. I do agree with this, Titus Vincent. Prairie View is trending in the right direction at the right time.
direction.
Is their offense real though, Scotty? That's what is it real?
The running game is. I wouldn't, if I'm Jackson State, I'm not scared of their passing attack because I don't think they got any receiver that can blow by me. Like they don't have no Rimbers, they don't have no Malik Huggins, they ain't got no Jalen Jones. Those guys are they are possession receivers. So the thing is they'll get open in the short stuff. 10, 15, 5, 7. They'll beat you in short spaces. They'll get open, but they won't blow past you. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no blurs.
And that's what I would be concerned if I was a Jackson State fan. Reggie Davis got 15 for 120. What can Bingham get?
And I'm glad you said that, right? And Mr. Campbell can kind of go back to that. I like how Alcorn did it. They didn't do it down the stretch, which I think they should have. They threw short and ran short, right? You get so they threw it short, 5-yard hitches, comebacks, curls, all that. And then when it was 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2, 3rd and 3, they ran it, which is not hard to do when you only got. I would take running against Jackson in short yardage than I would taking it because you don't want to get behind the chains. Getting behind the chains with Jackson's where it becomes detrimental. But if it's 2nd and 3 and you pick up 2 yards and I was 3rd and 1, let's play ball.
Because Jackson a lot of times plays that man blitz game on early downs, and they play off a little bit on early down.
In 3rd and 3s and 3rd and 2s, they usually drop Quincy. They don't even keep. They usually don't even. Sometimes they don't even keep a 4-down man line. Right? They mix between that 3-3 stack, 3-5-3, whatever you want to call it, 3-3 stack, or they do that 4-2-5. So it plays to me. I think if Prairie View comes out to establish the pass and then they run off of it, I have no issue with that game plan because the way you beat Jackson, you won't beat Jackson running the ball. To
me, you won't beat Jackson on 3rd and long. I love what Terenzo Quinn does on 3rd and long.
He gonna drop 8.
He mixes it up. He mixes it up and again, but you never know where the drop is coming from. You know what I mean?
That's fair.
You know, so
but he trusts Jeremiah Williams so much to beat that one-on-one or to beat that double team that's why they're so comfortable dropping 8 because it's like Jeremiah gonna get there or one of them other guys are gonna get there.
And I think Prairie View, I don't know how Alcorn did today, but Prairie View has to win on 1st down. To me, that's how you move the ball on Jackson State defense. You got to win on 1st down. If like you said, Scotty, it sounds like you were saying Alcorn was winning in the passing game on 1st down. They weren't winning in the running game. You got to have a quarterback you really trust if you're going to win on 1st down in the passing game.
Which I think is your best bet because, again, you got to, and like Mature Mickens, you got to make Jackson, you got to make Jackson question their eyes. They're they're a see ball, go get ball type of team. So you got to get them. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why that halfback pass worked because
that's why that worked. That's 100% why that's why it worked.
Because they're so see ball, go get ball. They're so gung ho and going. They don't think about anything else, right? You can catch them on a flea flicker. You can catch them. You won't catch them on a reverse. Why won't you? You'll catch them on a reverse pass but you won't catch them on a reverse because they're disciplined when it comes to they're a bunch of Shilohs.
Yeah.
Let me just say that. They're all a bunch of Shilohs. If it's in front of them, you can't mess with them. You can't mess with them. But if it's behind them, they get lost, like most defenses do. So, but they're so uber aggressive that it is what it is. And I want to say this before I go. Willie Simmons, bowl bound, baby. Shout out to Willie.
Hey, that's the where they going to the Hot Pocket Bowl?
I don't give a damn what bowl. Cheese It, Hot Pocket, Angel Soft Bowl. It don't matter. Willie Simmons. Because let me say this, and Mr. Campbell, 1,000. Can you switch me and Mr. Campbell, Rocky?
Sure.
Because this is my thing. And I want this, when Mr. Campbell talks about like making the jump, that is the Jerry Max and the Willie Simmons. I don't give a damn about Deion. Deion is Deion. Jay Hobson's white. When you have Jerry Mack and Willie Simmons making the impacts that they're making in year one on the group of 5 level, that lets you know that, hey, them boys down there, they can coach. They really can coach. So this is what true giving opportunity looks like for the TC Taylors, for the Willies, for the Trey Olivers, for the Chennis Berries, because it's not the Deion hype that helped Willie Simmons win these 6 games.
And Scotty, let me just say this before you go, before Campbell goes. That's the same thing about Quinn Gray. Why should anybody give Quinn Gray a try if HBCUs don't give him an opportunity?
That's fair.
I back up.
That's fair.
Listen, man, I think the biggest thing, and Willie has shown, man, you know what's crazy, Scotty, and you came into space, and you talked about it. You just know somebody's got it. And Willie has always had, man, I have known Willie since he was 18 years old. And he was a leader among boys on that Clemson team. And to sit back and to watch him, and this is what I'm talking about, to take a team again. He didn't get all these transfers and all this stuff. He had a bad team. And he did exactly what he did at FAMU. He took a 1-10 team, made him 65, 9 wins. How many wins did FIU have last year? 2?
3. 2 or 3. Yeah.
3. Not at bowl level. And they got one more game to play, right?
And they beat their rival.
Both
they beat both their rivals, and they won homecoming for the first time in like 10 years.
So when you're looking at a coach like that, and again, trending again, and you know Willie's just going to get better.
Ooh.
And Willie's going to have one of them group of 4 game team where they go 10-1, right? You know it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And he's going to be the guy that Clemson's going to say, hey, we got to come get you.
Yeah.
Now, what you got to be careful about group of 5 teams, because sometimes they can schedule themselves out of winning seasons sometimes, going for the big wins and the money. You know what I mean? So let's just because I thought Willie had some really winnable out of conference games this year, but if you switch those games up with higher level group of 5 teams or higher or P5 teams, P4 teams, it may not look as good. So that's what I think. Willie still has the schedule good in order to keep the trend, this success.
Here's the thing. Okay, real quick. Remember, and again, this is kind of the joke that you got. They're paying him to win those conference games first. You win those conference games, that gets you in a bowl game. You win one of those, they lose 2, but win 1, all of a sudden you're in a better bowl game. So again, if he starts becoming conference champion, and it breaks right, all of a sudden he's in the playoffs. Scott,
Jerry Mack win conference?
Yeah, no. But he's like number 2 or number 3 in the conference.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the Willie just beat the number 2 team. Jackson State was either the number 1 team or the number 2 team in conference. It's really between, because I think they beat Campbell.
I thought Jacksonville State was going to the championship game.
I believe they are, because they beat Kennesaw. I think Jacksonville beat Kennesaw.
What are they? Conference USA?
Yeah, Conference USA. Let me go look it up real quick.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
Yeah, CUSA football standings. All right, let me see. So okay. So Western Kentucky. Wow, this is crazy. Listen to this. Willie has beat the top 2 teams, the top 3 teams. He lost to Kennesaw, but he beat Jack State and he beat Western Kentucky.
Wow.
And he beat Liberty. And he is 1, 2, 3. Is that the number 15? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's the 5th team in conference. That's big time. Year one.
Year one.
That's crazy.
So it looks like Western Kentucky and Kennesaw are going to play in the championship game, I guess.
Probably. Yeah, probably if everything stays the same.
But he gave Jacksonville State their first loss.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. And I want to be very clear, and I want to go back to the point you made, Rock, was that I think if Willie switches quarterbacks earlier in the season, I think it's a different season. I think he scores more touchdowns against Penn State. That's number one. I think they get whooped, but I think he scores more. I think that Kennesaw State game is very much so different. Very much so different. And I think he wins the Missouri State game because I think he benched Kewan late, and then he brought the white boy in the fourth quarter, and he couldn't really do nothing. So, but yeah, Willie's going to get that quarterback situation right. He's going to keep bringing in the dogs, and you go from there.
Like Willie schematically is something that I was able to pick up on very early in watching the SWAC. And me and Scotty talked about this earlier. I was like, that dude is sharp. You know what I mean? Schematically. And he's I don't know if he's a natural, but it seems like he's a natural play caller based on situation. You know what I mean? Because if you know Willie, you can almost know when it's time to run that running back wheel play. Like he done set you up so much, and then that running back wheel play. I don't know if he runs it now with FIU, but he used to set it up so sweet with FAMU that schematically he was just he knew the matchups and he knew how to get the matchup he wanted based on the formation. And that's something, it may happen a lot with other coaches. I just can't see it with other coaches.
I think Chinnis Berry did a couple of one against Del State that were really, really good, like set up pick routes that I don't see a lot of OCs calling, like pick routes and just easy completion throws that are just like, hey, I have schemed this up perfectly for this to win. It's a man beater. You do your slant, hit that linebacker, hit the running back in stride. We good to go. I don't see a lot of that. Chinnis, I see it. I see it with TC Taylor sometimes. I see it with Chinnis sometimes. But Willie was the mastermind behind the whole thing. Probably one of the best play drawers I've ever seen. Ooh, no Diddy. One of the best schematic guys I've seen, real talk, in this level.
Hey, man, but my Buffaloes are playing, man, and they behind by 3 already, so they need me. So
we're gonna shut the thing down. Hey, man, listen, I just want real quick, Scotty, once again, thank you for allowing us to do the watch party. Rocky, thank you for setting everything up, and man, and thank you for everybody that joined us all day, man. You know, had a great time, man. Listen, you know me, man. I'm about all of us having a good community, man. It was a great community, a lot of great ideas, man. You know how we got to do, man. Just come on HBCU Coaches Corner on Tuesday because, you know, Rocky going to have something that he's going to talk about why Jack State not going to win. We already know what that is. But you know what, though? Just come and just listen to him. You know I'm about to defend those Tigers, but I am going to be respectful of those Prairie View Panthers because those are my guys, too. And, man, listen, shout out to all the people that support their teams. And you know what? I'm going to have to be on with ONG on Monday, and we'll talk about why FAMU lost to Bethune-Cookman. Hey, man, appreciate all you all, man. Thank you so much, man. And you know what? Hey, man, you know we'll do another watch party when we need to do it, man. This is the Bishop shining out, man. Doors of the church are open.